reading Saturnastra Chicot, Chapter 1, Questionable Origins. Part 1. No one can say for certain when or where Chicot was born. Even when questioned, Chicot said it was not important. As far as he was concerned, a person's parents and place of birth had nothing to do with a person's individual worth. He felt so strongly about this that he even refused to take up a surname. As far as his contemporaries were concerned, Chicot was just another one of the thousands of war orphans. Chicot first appeared in Sufte 20 years ago. He stood out in the merchant town despite his diminutive size. He wore distinctive white robes with golden borders. At first people thought he was a mage's son. This was disproven when people saw him begging on numerous occasions. Even I offered him a couple of silver coins on a number of occasions. There was something pitiful about his fragile thin hand and his immaculate small pale feet. His frame looked so fragile, it seemed as if the lightest breeze would break him to pieces. Anyone who got a good look at him was compelled to offer him alms. I was 8 at the time when I first met him. My mother was the lady-in-waiting to a noble woman of the house of Unhai. This gave me the chance at a comfort and education unknown to most of my kind. From time to time, I would run errands for my mother. It was during one of such errands when I noticed the strange white shadow wandering the dingy market streets. Sufden was unlike most towns. It was not run by a noble family or a warlord. In Sufden, the guilds held most of the sway. The most powerful guild was the blacksmith guild. They controlled the wealth of the town via the contracts with Veraguero. It's running, right?
Yeah.
In order to keep the other guilds in line, it wasn't too uncommon for there to be the occasion of murders. It was during one of such incidents when I bumped into Chicot. He picked up the parcel I was carrying after dusting it off with the ends of his robes. I was naturally suspicious of this strange child. After walking a few paces away, I checked to see if I had all my wealth intact. Reassured that I had not been pickpocketed, I continued on my way. During his first weeks living there, Chicot always kept his face in shadows, never speaking a word to anyone. A few of the laundrymaids did attempt to establish some sort of conversation. However, they gave up on speaking with the boy due to his unresponsive nature. One day, I overheard the Lady Margaret gossiping with my mother and the other maids. "Did you see Master Alvis' new apprentice?" asked Elaine, the maidservant. "I was not aware that Alvis was taking any apprentices," commented Lady Margaret. "No, don't tell me. Let me guess," said my mother. "It is a strange street urchin, the one who wears those white wizard robes." How do you know, Madame Caroline?" Exclaimed Elaine. "Call it woman's intuition. There's something unnatural about that child, I tell you," said my mother. "Unnatural? Please do tell," insisted Lady Margaret. "He lives in the street, and yet his clothing and his person is always sparkling clean," explained my mother. Lady Margaret frowned and said, "Is that all? He has not done or said anything interesting? Having good hygiene does not make someone unnatural." Her conversation was cut short when Lady Margaret looked up and said, "Hello, Joseph, do you have my parcel?" "Yes, Lady Margaret," I said, handing it to her. Before opening it, Lady Margaret commented, "You would do well to curb your little spine habits, Joseph. It is unbecoming of a little gentleman." Bowing, I said, "Forgive me, Lady Margaret, it was not my intention to eavesdrop." "You are dismissed. Return to your studies, little boy," said Lady Margaret. During this chastisement, my mother said nothing. As per instructions, I returned to my room to continue my study. Mother had a vague hope of seeing me become a scribe, a tax collector, or even a banker. In order to make her dreams come true, I spent all my time practicing my penmanship, studying English, administration, arithmetic, painting, and poetry. Time?
10 minutes.
During the summertime, I was allowed to practice hunting and sword fighting with the children of the manor. It was more of a gag, since my instructor never took my fighting skills seriously. At other times, I would attend the grammar school to learn history, law, and science. Once a week, I would receive lessons from a privately hired tutor who would teach me botany and astronomy. As was the habit of the day, my lessons would last from sunrise to sunset. It was rare to see any children outside doing something that remotely resembled play. For this reason, my dozen eyes fell on an interesting sight that painted itself beneath my window. Outside was Chicot, the strange urchin clad in white robes. He was tossing a red ball against the wall of Alvis's smithy. His smithy was visible from my third-floor window study room. It was one of the oldest buildings in the city. Its sides were made of solid red brick with no windows. The roof was made of a slate of metals, and it had a looming 5-story high chimney. There were numerous tiny windows across and in front of the smithy. Its massive size allowed for more than 40 people to operate it from within. Alvis had his entire smithy all for himself. It was a wonder how he managed to scrape enough to pay the property taxes for that place alone. There was rumors that at the time which claimed that Alvis had hidden dwarven gold. Every month or so there was someone who was stupid enough to break into Alvis's smithy. All the thieves were taken by the undertaker come morning. So like everyone who tried to rob and got Because of this and his general dislike for humans, Alvis lived completely alone. He was often described as a bitter old dwarf that not even his kind liked spending time with. When he was not in his smithy, he spent his time at the bar accosting the maids. He had never taken on an apprentice before. The news that he had taken in the strange child clad in white caused quite a commotion among the blacksmith caste. For the next couple of days, I noticed Chicot playing outside from time to time. Chicot would sometimes play with the pretty young girls running errands. They found the tiny little dwarven child adorable. While running on another errand, I finally saw Chicot from up close, without his hood. Chicot had dwarven proportions, and based on his size, he was probably 6 years old. He had short brown curly hair, large expressive black eyes. Something about his long aquiline nose and broken chin and thick lips reminded me a bit of Alvis. If it weren't for his delicate build, he could have easily passed for his son. Chicot smiled when he saw me. He kicked his red ball in my direction. The ball slowly made its way towards my feet. I picked it up and I studied it carefully. Smiling, Chicot asked, "Wanna play?" "I can't. I'm running an errand," I said looking back towards the street. I'm supposed to be working too, but here I am. "So, wanna play?" he repeated. "I can't," I said, walking away. On my way towards the market, I heard a strange sound following me about. Turning around, I noticed Chicot bouncing the ball against the ground. He was apparently following me around. I shortened my pace to stare at Chicot playing with his toy. While walking, I exclaimed, "I cannot believe Alvis lets you sloth around all day." "I don't sloth around all day. It just seems like it since I only work when I feel like it. Besides, it does not matter how I use my time, if by the end of the day I complete my work," said Chicot proudly. At the time, I did not realize that Chicot was far too articulate for a child of 6 years of age. I took for granted that he could speak with me on the same terms. Then again, I had never had a prolonged conversation with someone close to my age. "My name is Chicot, by the way, not that you're bothering to ask. And you are Joseph, the only son of Miss Caroline Rossi," said Chicot. "How do you know my name?" I inquired. "It is called listening. You should try it sometime. I got to know everyone while begging on the street. People tend to have loose lips when they pretend you don't exist," explained Chicot. "Oh," I said, not knowing how to respond to such frankness. An hour's silence soon followed. I arrived at the tanner's shop, and I picked out the new silks for Lady Margaret. One of the servants started whispering the moment they saw me entering the shop with Chicot. It also did not help that Chicot almost broke an expensive vase while playing around with his red ball indoors. The shopkeeper pulled him by the shoulder and threw him out into the street. Chicot dusted himself off and went back into the shop to retrieve his toy. Again he was thrown out, but this time he had reclaimed his prize. While walking back, Chicot said, "Thanks for backing me up. I could not have done it without your help." "What are you talking about? I did nothing of the sort," I said, taken aback. "Time?"
5 minutes.
"You did more than you bargained for, my friend," said Chicot, smiling. Alarmed, I checked all of my pockets to make certain that Chicot had not placed stolen goods in my person. While I did this, Chicot studied me coolly, nodding Chicot said, just as I thought. What? I asked again. Why don't you use your fancy education and figure out what you did wrong? Asked Chicot sarcastically. Angrily I yelled, shut up, you tramp. Taste one to no one, retorted Chicot, running away before I had a chance to respond. He seemed to stay with me for the rest of the day. Even Lady Margaret noticed that I was red with fury. She did not inquire about my rage, since she probably felt it was not her place to care. I felt vindicated when I saw Alvis approaching Chicot with a birch branch. When I felt I had gotten over my anger, Chicot was after all younger than me. It was foolish of me to take anything he said seriously. Close to midnight, I was awakened by a strange sound. Lighting a candle, I noticed by the clear moonlight Chicot playing outside. Against my better judgment, I tiptoed out of the house, only in my pajama and some shoes, to find out why Chicot was out so late that night. I whispered to Chicot, it's late, shouldn't you be inside sleeping? My dad is drunk right now, and I'm waiting for him to pass out before going to sleep, explained Chicot. So Alvis really is your father, I said, surprised. Not really, said Chicot. Why do you call him Dad? I insisted. For the same reason you call Lady Margaret a lady, Chicot answered. You are not making any sense, I said. Was I supposed to? Go back inside before something happens, I ordered. What part of Dad is drunk, don't you understand? Added Chicot. You should go away before something bad happens to you. I can take care of myself just fine, unlike you. Time?
3 minutes.
Fine, be that way. I don't care, I said, running to my home. For the rest of the night, I stayed awake to make certain nothing bad happened to Chicot. A month passed, and Chicot's situation showed no signs of improving. From time to time, he would get a vicious beating from Alvis. One day, it got so bad that the guards came to take Alvis away. The only reason he was not taken to prison was because Chicot gave them a bride. To me, his actions made no sense. No one in his right mind would put up with such abuse. One day, while doing my lessons, Lady Margaret interrupted my tutor. She made a sign to me to come speak with her alone. She said, I have a delicate matter I wish to discuss with you. It would be best if this stays between you and me. Yes, Lady Margaret, I said, bowing. This boy, Alvis's new apprentice. What do you know of him? She inquired. I only know as the rest. He calls Alvis Dad sometimes, and he used to be a beggar not so long ago, I answered. Is that all? He has not done or said anything strange, asked Lady Margaret. Time?
2 minutes.
I do see him sometimes playing with a red ball, and he only does this whenever Alvis is drunk and he wants to stay out of his way till he sobers up. For this reason, he is sometimes seen playing alone very late at night, I explained. Said Lady Margaret thoughtful. After being silent for a moment, she handed me a letter and then she said, This is a letter for Alvis from my sister Lady Ida. Please deliver it to him when you get a chance. After Lady Margaret left, I stared at the sealed envelope for quite some time. The crest of the letter was fresh. When no one was looking, I opened the letter. I knew where my mother hid the house crest, and after applying some wax, I could easily seal the letter again, and no one would be none the wiser. Time?
1 minute.
The letter was about Chicot. Raising an eyebrow, I closed the letter and then set about finding Alvis. I pondered on much whether I should just pass the letter under the door or give it to him in person. In the end, I resolved to get this task out of the way as soon as possible. Alright, so we'll continue with this later. Bye-bye and God bless. So, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 1, Part 2. I left home around noon. I knew I could find Alvis at the gambling house. He did not gamble there per se, rather he liked the craft beer produced by the owner. I said to the guard outside of the establishment, Can you let me in for a second? I'm only here to deliver this letter to Alvis from Lady Margaret. Sure, go on ahead, Joseph, and if you get in trouble, just shout and I will come to your aid, said the guard, opening the door for me, he added. And the bar is to the right, just past the table of crabs. While walking around the vestiges of the debauchery, I wondered why the guard knew my name. I suppose that my mother must have told him about me. She always worried whenever I went out on an errand. Practically all the guards and soldiers knew they had to keep an eye out for me. I have run through the first 2 rooms, always trying to keep out warned me about the drunk's bad habit of making sport of people with my small stature. I eventually found the bar. I was surprised to see Chicot sitting beside Alvis. They were sitting in a small table towards the corner of the bar area. Alvis seemed to be asleep, with a mug resting sideways, his contents spilled on his beard and part of his face. Chicot was drinking a stew. From time to time, he would steer daggers at pickpockets who would try to take advantage of Alvis's drunk stupor. I sat down beside Chicot and asked him, "When is Alvis going to wake up?" "In an hour or two," answered Chicot. "Can you give him this letter when he wakes up?" I asked Chicot, handing him the letter. "No, I'm not your messenger," said Chicot playfully. "Stop being a brat and do me this favor," I insisted. I don't wanna, yelled Chicot, throwing his football across the table. It cracked as it broke in the ground. The sound of the broken ball roused Alvis from his stupor. He woke up with a start-dazed look. His aqua blue eyes stared at his surroundings. He cleaned his curly white beard with a handkerchief. I grimly noted his strong muscular arm, which showed itself beneath his plain white shirt. When he saw me, he grimaced and he spat on the floor. Jeering, he said, "Well, if it isn't Caroline's little gentleman, what brings you to this here surroundings? Come to gape at the old pigs of blacksmiths." Chicot was covering his mouth to mute his laughing fit. He found the uncomfortable situation he had placed me quite amusing. Indeed, I dreaded having to speak with Alvis directly. As I was not speaking, Alvis said, punching the table, "Well, what do you want, boy?" I reached into my pocket and I laid the letter on the one spot on the table devoid of beer, soup, and grime. Alvis picked up the letter and said to me, far too close for comfort, "A love letter you shouldn't have." Time, bro?
11 minutes.
I pushed my chair back to put him some distance away from his pungent breath. Chicot yanked his beard once and said, "Dad, just read the letter already." Alvis sank back on his seat and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was looking at the roof in a daze, his hands absent-mindedly reaching for his breast pocket. Chicot reached into his belt and got a pouch. Inside there was a tiny spectacle. They had quite a useful design. This one came with temple passing over the years. This made them more stable than those that simply relied on one's nose for support. Alvis pushed me aside, and when he saw me getting too close to his glasses, Alvis read the letter over the top, and then he crumbled it. He put his glasses away, and he rested his face on his hands. His face was beet red, and his shoulders shook. Chicot ran swiftly to the counter and came back with another glass of ale. He waved the mug beneath Alvis's nose, which picked up the bubbles as they entered his nose. His wrinkled face regained some of its pallor. He said with strange clarity, "Tell the bitch that my son is not for sale." I was taken aback by Alvis's affirmation of his parentage over Chicot. I saw Chicot give a triumphant smile from the corner of my eye. Alvis's admission of his parentage was the birth of hundreds of rumors about Chicot. No one had any doubt that Chicot was Alvis's love child. Now the identity of Chicot's mother was still up for debate. Time?
10 minutes.
Frankly, I never once believed that Chicot was remotely related to Alvis. I began to doubt this even more after witnessing the strange event in the bar. Still, people are always prone to believe the worst of others, regardless of whether there is any foundation to such ill rumors. As soon as Chicot was believed to be related to Alvis, people started looking at him in a new light. My mother was the first person to react to this turn of events. She said to me, "My son, you must stay away from the boy Chicot, you hear? With a father like Alvis, who knows what sort of monster he will become." Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot, Chapter 2, The Transmutation, Part 1. Thanks to my mother's remonstrance, I was forced to keep my distance from Chicot. I would listen to rumors about Chicot or exchange a few words with him whenever I thought no one was looking. A few of my peers at the grammar school claimed that Chicot was controlling Alvis with his magic. Their basis for this theory had to do with the sudden change in Alvis's behaviors. Overnight, he was tolerable to be around with, almost charming. He still drank himself stupid, however, he was a happy drunk. Aside from his behavior, Alvin started dressing better when he went out. He actually wore clean clothing and was bathed before leaving the fort. He wore heavy perfume to mask the stench of alcohol. This change happened progressively in the course of 1 year. It was only in the 6th month when there was truly visible changes to his character. The biggest change was his beard and mustache removal. No self-respecting dwarf or the old blood would shave their facial hair. And when he removed this, people almost did not recognize him for almost a week. It was this very shame which spurred theories of mind control and the like. Around the time Chicot went to the blacksmith guild to put up a notice, Alvin was seeking to recruit 30 apprentices and 10 journeymen. The following week, I overheard an interesting conversation. The baker's son said, "Did you hear? That weird wizard was in the grammar school yesterday." "Was he trying to enroll?" asked the merchant's son. "No, he went to the botanical class and he left with 5 students. The professor was in a fury, but Chicot threw him a bag of coin and he settled down," explained the baker's son. "He did the same thing in my brother's class too," said the merchant's son. The stories of Chicot's recruitment methods were quite exotic. He lured a good number of young men and children into the workshop. For giving them the opportunity to work, he had them perform a test. He gave them a drawing test, and they all had to draw a unique pattern that would look nice in a circle. He also gave them a literary, history test, and a religious test. The questions were a bit open-ended, since Chicot was technically illiterate. All the written documents had been drafted by an apprentice of questionable background, and the scribe Chicot was employing in the time was Luami, the homeschool bastard of Cassandra. Cassandra was the matron of the local whore establishment. I only knew of him through my mother's remonstrance to stay away from bad company. Indeed, she was far too focused on keeping me amongst good company that she failed to see that I was completely friendless. She's like, "Stay away from him, stay away from this," and then he ended up staying away from everyone. He had no friends. "Just stay away from him, he's bad company. Okay, that just leaves you, Mom. I was finally able to discover the happenings inside Alvis's meeting when our cook started joining as well. The cook for Lady Margaret's household was an elf servant named Aldona. Most elves allowed into the human cities were usually slaves or half-breeds. It was rare to see a free elf working in the human household. On top of everything, Aldona had a strange rune tattooed on her forehead. At the time, I did not know that the rune was a symbol of an outcast. Aldona would never be able to return to the elven forest. She had several daughters, the youngest being a half-breed named Giza. Lady Margaret's household had been employing Aldona's brood for more than 2 generations. Unlike regular girls, Gita enjoyed freedom and mobility. She was certainly educated, seeing as though she was the music tutor of Lady Margaret's 2 daughters and 3 nieces. Even I from time to time was allowed to take lessons for her. What I liked best about Gita was her height. For some reason, she was shorter than most elves. At the age of 16, she was just a head taller than me. She also had charming, curly, raven black hair and green eyes. Time?
10 minutes.
One day, she went to see Lady Margaret to inform her that she was now working for Alvis. Giza bowed before Lady Margaret and she said, "I came to say goodbye. I will be relocating tonight to Alvis's workshop." "This is awful sudden," said Lady Margaret. "But my dear, do you want to work with a man?" asked my mother. It is not Alvis, but Chicot. He made me a better offer that I cannot refuse," said Gita. "Oh, please stay. Your family doesn't want of anything in my household. You have all your needs met, and my daughters love you so very much," insisted Lady Margaret. "I already made up my mind," said Gita, going to her room. Gita's mother was surprisingly not present during this proceeding. While Lady Margaret and my mother went to pester Aldona, I followed after Gita. She saw my following from the corner of her eye, but she said nothing. While packing her things, I asked her, "What's the real reason you are leaving?" "Lady Margaret has been playing matchmaker behind my mother's back. She wants me to marry to that swine uncle of hers who has been pestering me for as long as I can remember. I would have left sooner, but the opportunity never arose," explained Giza. "But Lord Rochester is a rich fellow. Your family will be set for life if you marry him," I explained. "You are far too immature to understand all these things," said Giza. Just out of curiosity, what did Chicot offer you, I asked. A roof over my head, a high-paying job where I would only be required to work 8 hours a day, and this rubber ball. She said, throwing me a small blue ball. It bounced its way towards me, and I caught it before it struck my face. And this rubber ball. Is that all? I was expecting something more, and why only 8 hours of work? That seems so little, I explained. Indeed, our work lasted on average 15 to 16 hours a day, and some even lasted more than 20 hours. Oh yeah, in Saturnastra the days had 30 hours, so but even so, it's still a lot of hours.
Where did they find out about that?
In one of the previous books.
Oh yeah.
I explained it in my book, and I thought I should remind people again.
Yeah.
Time?
8 minutes.
I said so as well, and Jessica said I did not have to do all the work at once. I could take as many breaks as I required as long as the task was done before the day ends, she added. This casual approach seemed a welcome release from my empty march throughout the day. Tomorrow do come and visit me and tell me all about the workshop and the like, I begged her. Certainly, Joseph, but don't tell your mother. She might forbid you from speaking with me as well, said Gita. She was about to say something else, but she changed her mind. She saw from the window Chicot on the roof of this meeting. He was holding his fingers to his mouth while staring at Gita. It gave me the impression that he was eavesdropping on our conversation. This suspicion was affirmed the following morning, and Gita went back on her promise to tell me all about the workshop. Like his finger in mine was like this. I'll tell you all about it, and she got this from far away. When night fell, I was awakened by the sound of a red ball bouncing against the brick wall of Avis's workshop. Chicot had not done this for quite some time. I went to answer his summons. It was the only way I would be able to get any sleep. In a harsh anger tone, I said, I thought you had agreed not to do that whenever I'm trying to get some sleep. You were tossing and turning even before I started my little game, and I promised nothing, commented Chicot. I don't even know why I ever tried talking sense into you, I said, walking back. I stopped midway when Chicot's toe smashed against my back. It took a bit of my breath, but other than that, it just made me really angry. Gita said you have been asking questions. I am here to provide you with answers. There's no need for such runabout messes among good friends, said Chicot, smiling. I can't be your friend. Mom won't allow it, I said, apologetic. What he said made me really happy. It was the first time somebody had called me friend. The children of Lady Margaret treated me no better than a pet dog, and the children at school, I do not even want to write about it. Only Gita ever treated me like a person, and she had left because of Chicot. If you are worried about Gita, there is nothing to be concerned. The living conditions have been optimized, and we are also in the process of purchasing and renovating a nearby apartment to the house of all of our new additions. We would also add more windows to the workshop to get air inside, explained Chicot. He sometimes gave me the impression that he could read my mind. Then again, Mother could always figure out what I was thinking. I am ever such an open book. I'm not worried about her living conditions, just the company she keeps, I insisted. Pooh, you are no fun. Well, I have matters that require my concern, so good night, said Chicot, returning inside Avis's workshop. Once I got back to my room, I went to my window to see if Chicot had truly returned home. Indeed, I did see him linger a little before walking into town instead of returning home. Moments later, a shadow started following him. This shadow filled my mind with dreadful thoughts. Not thinking things through, I took my rapier from the stand and my bugle and rushed outside. I tried to see which way Chicot had gone, but I could not find him. Time?
5 minutes.
A muffled scream brought me in the direction of the dark alley. Straining my eyes, I could not see anything but faint silhouettes painted by the frail, pale moonlight of the star belt. I stumbled over something. With a trembling hand, I felt something which felt like a shoe. Grasping in the darkness, the scent of blood filled my nostrils. It was a fresh kill, and it sickened me. I had never before touched a corpse. My courage faded away. I ran back home and locked the door behind me. In the morning, my mother awoke with a scream. I had failed to notice that my hands and knees were covered in blood. She pestered me to tell her what had happened, but at the time I could not bring myself to even think about what had my mind filled with untold horrors. I think I was half mad with fright back then. In all my delirium, there was one thought: Chicot. Time?
4 minutes.
What?
4 minutes.
My fever ended as mysteriously as it had begun. I remember Chicot sitting beside me on my bed. My mother was sleeping in a rocking chair beside me, and I saw him move his mouth, but no words came out. Slowly, I was able to make sense of what he was saying. You need to get better soon, Joseph, before your mother sends you to an asylum. Trust me, a course will be the least of your problems. I killed that man because he wanted to hurt me. You wanted to kill him as well to protect me. It was sweet of you, but you should not have bothered, said Chicot, holding my hand. You have made yourself sick because of me, and it pains me to see you like this. Return to your senses and remember, I do not need your help, said Chicot, holding my hand firmly. He kissed my forehead before leaving my side. It was an odd gesture for a boy to do, and I cannot remember if he left through the door or if he jumped out the window. The next day, I was back to myself again. Like Chicot had said, there were several construction projects taking place in and around Alves' smithy. Giza told me that Alves made his money by selling iron ingots to the capital. From time to time, he would take on custom jobs as well. These jobs were kept quite hush-hush, since Alves did not want the locals to be too aware of his true smithing talents. As for the iron, it was made through recycling pieces of armor thrown away. Others were supposedly stolen by Chicot, or pilfered from the battlefield. However, Gita had one time overheard Abbey scolding Chicot. He had recognized the plating of a ceremonial armor he had made for the party night 50 years ago. After scolding Chicot over the similarity, Chicot had finally admitted that he had been grave robbing to obtain part of the metal. Grave robbing? Have you no shame? Exclaimed Alvis. He shook himself and he said in a harsh voice, whatever possessed you to do such a thing? Time?
2 minutes.
Nothing. I do not see why you are making such a big deal about it. The dead have no need for armors, explained Chicot. It's nothing sacred to you, boy, said Alvis, taken aback. Why? You have not made any effort to take me to temple, and you assume that I am aware of your gods and your practices. If it makes you feel better, I asked the dead guys for permission before taking the armors. Some of them were pretty angry, but I convinced them to let me have it in the end, said Chicot nonchalantly. By the gods, don't tell me anymore. How long has this been going on? Asked Alvis, pulling at his last strands of hair left in his head. Since you asked me to steal the ironworks, I did not want to steal from the shots because it was dangerous and it's wrong. Grave always felt like a better alternative, concluded Chicot. By the gods, what's wrong with you? Said Alvis, looking at Chicot with disgust. I don't like that tone, father. Who are you to judge me so? Asked Chicot. The argument dragged on to the deeper parts of the workshop, and Gita tried to follow along, but she was not able to. The workshop with the tables, kiln, and furnaces were all but deserted, and she figured that Alvis probably had left through a trap door or something. By the end of the year, the renovations of the apprentices' apartments were complete. Time?
30 seconds.
Alright, we'll continue with these adventures later. Bye-bye, guys. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 2, Part 2. By the end of the year, the renovations of the apprentice apartment were complete. For the final touches, Chicot went to buy for his staff distinct outfits. At the time, all workshop owners did not bother to dress their apprentices or pay them for that matter. Since Chicot wanted his workshop to be set apart, he sent all of the apprentices to the tailors to get their measurements. The tailors of the town belonged to the house of Unheim. As such, I was able to get a good idea of the sort of people working within the workshop. The wife of the head of the Tailors Guild had visited Lady Margaret with the latest gossip about this matter. I was pretending to read a book while Mother and Lady Margaret were knitting. The peace and quiet was interrupted by Madame Lisa Strauss' arrival. Looking up from her knitting, Lady Margaret said, "Welcome, Lisa. So very nice to see you." "And you as well, Lady Margaret. Caroline, little Joseph, of course," said Madame Lisa, bowing. "Pray do tell, just how much money is Alvis spending dressing up those little urchins?" asked Lady Margaret. "I am a bit curious about that myself, added Mother. Just how much gold does Alvis have stashed away under his mattress? Well, he did pay for a hat beforehand, and some of the currency had archaic design, but still valid under the kingdom's gold standard, explained Madame Lisa, sitting down on the couch beside Lady Margaret. Reaching into her pocket, she gave to Lady Margaret a golden coin. Even from where I sat, I was able to admire its intricate design and pattern. Noticing my curiosity, Lady Margaret made a sign to me, and I went to retrieve the coin. Instead of the green profile of Bersamin, each of them made them wearing a strange outfit, surrounded by leaves and flowers. Behind it, instead of a crown, it showed a round, stylized flower. Based on its design, the coin belonged to the reign of Francesca the Merciful. She was the last known Dwarven queen. All the other Dwarven dignitaries have been erased from our people's mind and from the history books. From my human history book, she was always lightly mentioned as a naive queen who led her people to perdition. So the merciful cast her own peoples in mind. They follow their kingdom. This kingdom proved that Alvis did have dwarven wealth hidden away. Looking up, I returned to listen to the conversation. Are they all street urchins then? Asked my mother. Not at all. Not all of them. Some do belong to quite respectable families, which is surprising. There is Gita for starters, and Lady Priscilla's girls, and Sir Didon's youngest son Daniel, and even Mimi, said Madame Lisa. Not Mimi. She was one of the best seamstresses in town, and not Alvis has her too, said Lady Margaret sadly. Money makes fools of us all, Lady Margaret, said my mother sadly. Well, it is natural to want to move up in the world by any means necessary, still working with Alvis. It's preferable than turning to a life of crime, or worse, said Madame Lisa. We shall see, won't we, said Lady Margaret, narrowing her eyes. She then added, about the attires, is it the same old, or will they be wearing the bizarre sorcerer's robes Chicot is so fond of? Both time?
11 minutes.
The work attire is pretty basic, and even the girls will wear the same. It is no different than the cotton blasphemy clothing and apron worn by Alvis. He did pay for 5 different pieces of outfits for them, and something that she calls a uniform. The white dresses for the girls are actually quite gorgeous, though they do not use corsage. They are also shorter than decency would allow. Can you believe it? The skirt is just over the knees. They come with costumes made with black shoes and some heels, and the winter clothing is at least decent enough, but the boys' attire is also cause for concern, with their pants over their knees, explained Madame Lisa. For shame, exclaimed my mother. When I confronted Chicot on the matter, do you know what the child said? He told me he was dressing children, not grown-ups. And he wanted to add that tailors pay very little attention to children anatomy, and that girls should not be forced to wear corsages at the age of 3, added Madame Lisa. The rest of the conversation focused on Chicot and Alvis' lack of morals and ungodliness. As usual, I kept out of the conversation, though secretly I agreed with the things Chicot was doing for the poor orphan children of the town. He was treating them with dignity, and not just using them for cheap slave labor, like the other guild masters. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 3, The Egg and the Mirror, part 1. Much to my mother's annoyance, Chicot and his motley crew started attending my sane grammar school. Chicot had struck a deal with the headmaster. While the rest of the students were stuck from daylight to dusk, Chicot's crew would only be there for 5 hours a day. Their education would only focus in writing, arithmetic, and drawing. The teacher was a highly recommended man from the capital named Ami Deocalio. I had never had the privilege of being admitted to one of his lectures, and since he was tenured, he could pick and choose whichever student he allowed into his class. When he was not teaching at the grammar school, he would give private lessons in the apartments of Alvis's apprentices. Frankly, the man scared me half to death whenever I saw him pass by. He was possibly the tallest man in all of Doomstead. He had elegant jet black hair tied with a ribbon and hazel-colored eyes. He was always prim and proper, wearing the black teacher's gown. He had a way of looking at you that made you feel like you were worthless. It wasn't just me. He inspired feelings of inadequacy from the students and even the staff as well. Due to their bizarre school uniforms, the students in the grammar school could easily identify them as outsiders. As was to be expected, some did try to bully them. After the first attempt, they all started the apprentices started walking together in groups of 5 or 10. When a gang of 20 was foolhardy enough to challenge them, Chicot's bravado and underhanded ways of fighting would put an end to all of that bullying. Chicot did not care about rank or wealth. If he saw an injustice happening before him, he would intervene in a swift, violent fashion. This earned him the nickname Chicot the Imp. Only I knew that Chicot was showing plenty of restraint in a public setting. I knew for a fact that he had no reservations about killing when it suited him. Also, the kids he fought with were never seriously injured. When the adults did intervene in Chicot's fights, they always took his side. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could muster the strength to defeat adversaries who were twice his size. He knew how to play the innocent victim when it suited him, and when he was not fighting, Chicot spent his time playing pranks and jokes on his companion. He was always quite the mischievous child. During lunch break, I would see him outside in the courtyard eating a loaf of bread. From time to time, I would eat with him whenever I thought nobody was looking. During one of such times, Chicot showed me his treasure. "It's just an egg," I said, looking at it with disdain. "That's what its creator wants you to see. Deep inside this egg, there is a hidden treasure," said Chicot, putting the egg away. "Really? It just looks like a regular egg to me. Can I hold it to see if there's anything special about it?" I was curious about the egg. Chicot seemed reluctant at first to give me the egg. In the end, he handed it over with a warning. "If you break it, I will break your leg, so be careful." When I held the egg, it felt different from hen eggs, chicken eggs. It was made of a strange white stone material. Other than the material, there was nothing special about the plain-looking egg. Shrugging my shoulders, I asked, "Is that it?" "Seems like it, don't it?" said Chicot, putting it away within the folds of his robes. "So where did you get that egg? Did an animal lay it, or did someone make it?" I asked out of curiosity. "Someone made it, and it is very precious to me. Not for what it is, but for what it means to me," said Chicot, smiling. "Oh, how disappointing. I was hoping for something cool, like a dragon would hatch from it," I said with disappointment. "I always wanted to see a dragon. They seem pretty interesting in my lecture books." Time, bro?
10 minutes.
Like dragons are a thing in the world, but but they're more common in the capital or the mountains, in like army-related settings. Bersamin was known to have a flight of dragons, but he rarely used it. When he did deploy them, no one ever survived to tell all about it. Regardless, what I said made Chicot laugh heartily, and he then said, "If you were to truly see a dragon, you would go mad with fright." "I'm not a coward," I said, standing up. Chicot shook his head sadly and was about to say something, but he chose to remain silent. Chicot did this often enough for me to notice a pattern, and whenever he was about to say something obvious, he would remain silent. Another one of his strange habits was his constant gazing at his palm. It was like he would spend times like this. He would do that from time to time for no apparent reason, and to make matters worse, he would do so while making faces. He really came out like a lunatic during those occasions, and thankfully no one was ever that observant. Only I, who amused myself by watching Chicot do Chicot things, ever noticed. After much staring, Chicot raised his palm and said angrily, "It's a pocket mirror or a compact. I'm not really supposed to have one on my person, but I could not help but to take it with me." So he wasn't staring at it, he had a little compact mirror. That's what he was looking at. I stood over his shoulder and I admired the little round mirror with the metal top. It had the similar design of a pocket watch. Instead, it had a mirror inside of it when it opened. When closed, it had a cameo at the center with a dragonfly. At the time, I had not noticed that one of the two mirrors magnified the reflection of the person. "Why do you need a mirror?" I inquired. I use it for personal grooming, something you apparently know nothing about, said Chicot, covering his nose. I don't smell, I said angrily. Sure you don't, said Chicot, sneering. He added, and your teeth are pearly white as well. Is it really that bad? I asked sadly. Look for yourself, said Chicot, handing me his mirror. For most of my early life, I rarely looked at myself in the mirror. Only the mistress of the house and her daughters had mirrors in their toilets. The lord of the house did not use mirrors as well. Then again, his maid took care of all of his grooming needs. At the time, it was falsely believed and even taught in school that overbathing exposed people to disease. The capital did not do much to do away with such foolishness, since it suited its purpose. My health professor even went as far as to state that not bathing and washing one's mouth was healthy for you, when in fact it was the opposite, as I later came to discover. What I saw reflected in the mirror made me feel ashamed. Chicot had succeeded in making me feel self-conscious about my lack of hygiene. Yes, hygiene, a word I have picked up for Chicot as well. Time?
7 minutes.
If you want to get the scent of dog vomit out of your person, I suggest you bathe every day and wash your mouth after you eat, suggested Chicot. He added, there's no need to feel bad about it. People here are so used to smelling that they no longer notice it. I notice it because I'm an outsider. But if smelling bad and not bathing is bad for you, then why do the teachers say otherwise? I inquired. When a lie is spread enough, it quickly becomes the truth. It only needs a large number of fools to accept it as fact, even when there is evidence to the contrary. Nobody likes to fight against the current, explained Chicot. How philosophical, I said sarcastically. I added, you certainly do make a convincing argument. That is still not going to change anything. You always do what your mother tells you. And for crying out loud, you're almost 10. Man up and make your own decisions. Stop wasting your time in school. Most of the things they teach you are wrong anyway, said Chicot, walking away. He always left with some rhetorical order. He did this in order to plant a thought in the back of your head. In no time his words were festering like a disease, prompting you to take whatever action Chicot so desired. In Chicot's case, he simply wanted me to bathe more often. And for my birthday, Chicot sent me a basket filled with soaps, a new toothbrush, tooth powder, and one of his compact mirrors. This was the first time Chicot had ever given me a birthday present. On birthdays, I normally received books or a new quilt. And when Mother was not too busy, she would make me my favorite dinner. When the messenger arrived with Chicot's gift, Mother naturally became paranoid. Looking through the items, she said in a stern voice, I know that you are still seeing the Chicot boy. Didn't I tell you not to speak with him? He's nothing but trouble, and he's always getting in fights in school or playing pranks on the teacher. Don't you see that he's distracting you from your studies? Time, Fish?
2 minutes.
Remembering what Chicot had said a few days ago, I said softly, but what's the point of going to school if I don't truly learn anything? What did you say? Said my mother, walking closer to listen. Nothing. My mother asked softly, holding up the compact mirror. What is this? Some sort of pocket watch? Turning it around, my mother saw an engraved reading in cursive, which read, Happy birthday, Caroline Rosie. Since she was holding it upside down, she did not see at first that the hand-painted portrait. Turning it around, she saw the portrait of a girl with a blue hat decorated with flowers. A tear fell from her cheek. Trembling, she dropped the compact mirror. Staggering to her seat, my mother put her hands to her face and she started crying. Even till this day, I do not know the identity of this girl and why my mother had cried so bitterly. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today I'm reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 4, part 1, Rise and Fall. Chicot's compact mirrors quickly became a fad in town. It started with the nobles who desired to have their own custom-made mirrors. They found the craftsmanship gone to my mother's mirror quite exquisite. They imagined that she liked the mirror because she had it on her person all the time. However, she was not interested in the practical uses of the mirror, rather the mysterious portrait that was near and dear to her heart. As had happened with Alvis, my mother's personality changed gradually. After a few months, I barely recognized her. She was no longer the sweet, stern mother that I knew and respected. I could almost say that she was happy, though her mood somewhat bordered on euphoria. For a time, I avoided Chicot like the plague. I was angry that he had made my mother suffer with his cruel gift. At times, I considered getting rid of the mirror for good. However, mother was always carried that mirror in her person. In the end, I gave up on reclaiming the mirror. My friendship with Chicot was resumed after some time. I couldn't help it. He was the only friend I had in the world. I couldn't bring myself to hate him. He was such a sweet, innocent little thing. Whenever I was out on errands, I would start to see him selling his mirrors along with the other children from the workshop. They won the people over by their bright, happy disposition. Their looks also helped as well. After being on the Abbes's care for 2 years, they were well fed and nicely clothed. They even smelled nice too. Every weekend, Chicot would showcase a new mirror design. Despite being metalworks, Abby sold them for a really cheap price. And whenever a noble lady bought one, I could not help but smile. I was reminded of the origin of the metals that were used to make such mirrors. The glass at least did not come from profane origin, as far as I knew. I remember that Chicot was great robbing to get the metal pieces. What struck me as odd was the sales pitch used by Chicot and his associates. Everything was always on special, or it was a clearance sale, or they were just about to run out of a certain model. Another tactic was the door-to-door salesman pitch, and Chicot always did this one since it worked well for him. When he visited Lady Margaret's home, he was not wearing his white robes, which was unusual. Without them, Lady Margaret did not recognize him as Chicot, neither did my mother. He was dressed like a girl with a cute hat and everything. My mother was the one to open the door for him. Smiling, Chicot said with a falsetto, "Hi, are you the lady of the house?" "No," said my mother. "What are you pitching?" "Hi, I'm Chicot, and I'm selling compact mirrors to pay for my friend's education. May I interest you in this one-of-a-kind, master-crafted compact mirror made by the one and only Albus," said Chicot, bringing out a gem-encrusted compact mirror. "Oh my," said my mother, dazzled by it. I chuckled when she completely overlooked the fact that Chicot was dressed like a girl. The dress suited him well. He almost looked like a little porcelain doll. Another maid passed by and said, "By the gods, that is the prettiest pocket watch I have ever seen." Chicot corrected, "It is not a watch, it is a compact mirror. Its unique design can chip away hours of your makeup routine, and its compact form means that you can take it wherever you go for the last-minute upgrades." Time, bro?
11 minutes.
Another maid who was eavesdropping came towards the door. She too was dazed by the fancy-looking mirror. She commented, "With my salary, I could never have sold such a beautiful gem." "I do have a more affordable version," said Chicot, reaching into his pocket. He placed both of them together. "You have to be a jeweler to tell the difference. These ones are 2 gold coins a piece." After some back and forth, Chicot managed to sell them 50 compact mirrors to the 3 maids who had answered the door. They probably had the devious plan to resell them for profit. Lady Elizabeth, the oldest daughter too, was eavesdropping, and when she saw how many her maids had bought, she decided to buy the real version for herself. Picking up the expensive compact mirror, she said, "Why is Albus making these trinkets?" "It's simple. He got bored of making swords and ingots. His father was a jeweler, so he's familiar with the craft. He just never fully applied himself to it until recently," explained Chicot. "Now you got bored of making swords and stuff." "Out of curiosity, where are you getting the gems for these trinkets?" inquired Lady Elizabeth. "From the Dragon Riders. They trade jewels for ingots and weapons," answered Chicot. "Ah," said Lady Elizabeth, nodding in response. As far as the guilds were concerned, Iris only had a few trading contracts still remaining in the capital. From time to time, soldiers would come to ask for a custom job, bringing their own materials. If it was that good a craftsman, it made sense that the illustrious Dragon Riders would want weapons made by him. While Lady Elizabeth conversed with Chicot, I began to think of all those who had visited Albus's smithy. As far as I could remember, I tried to imagine who would possibly fit the profile of a Dragon Rider. I had never seen one, let alone a dragon. From my merchant town, it seemed to me that the tales of dragons and magic were unreal. Time?
9 minutes.
I was awakened from my reverie when I saw Chicot leaving. Lady Elizabeth had bought 3 of the expensive compact mirrors. Each one was supposedly worth 500 apiece. However, since Lady Elizabeth bought 3, she got 2 for half price. Frankly, I thought that she could have ripped off Lady Elizabeth. Her compact mirror looked identical to the cheap version. Chicot was one shrewd salesman. In less than half a year, the entire town was flooded with compact mirrors. They were one of the most coveted luxury items by millions of all ranks. Men too bought compact mirrors as gifts for their young wives. The key to his success was that he would not limit himself. I remember seeing him at some of the most unsavory neighborhoods pitching his wares. The apprentices would only sell for 5 hours a day. The rest of the time was devoted to leisure or study. Leisure. That was another unfamiliar word at the time. During the festival of Hebe, Chicot unveiled compact mirrors for men. He sold them as the perfect traveling companion for soldiers. They were impact resistant and could withstand the full weight of a horse. To emphasize its resilience, he would have a volunteer strike the item with a double-edged sword. With it, men would no longer have to shave blindly by the campfire. The sales pitch worked, and just about other men participated in the festival bought one. Even my mother gave me one in preparation for my coming-of-age ceremony. Around the same time, a lot of bodies started turning up all over the city. I ran into one on my way to school. Under the daylight, the putrefying cadaver did not shock me as it had done at night. Time, bro?
7 minutes.
In response to the series of murders, the teacher had us walking home in pairs whenever we came and went from grammar school. Even when I went out on shores, my mother would reluctantly ask Chicot to guard me. I thought it was ironic that mother would ask such a thing of Chicot. Then again, Chicot had the reputation of a brawler. He was always taking down kids who were 2 or even 3 times his size. Chicot always agreed to come along since it was a chance for him to pitch his wares while I did my errand. It was during one of such trips that Chicot struck a deal with the Tailor's Guild. Madame Lisa agreed to purchase 2,000 compact mirrors designed after the seasons to sell in her store. Part of the deal was that the designs had to be exclusive for her store. Chicot readily agreed to her terms, and they were completed and delivered after 1 week. As a rule of thumb, Chicot always asked for the complete sum. Some of his buyers were willing to pay double over the course of 3 months. However, Chicot would not budge. He was a firm believer that money now was more valuable than money in the future. Strangely enough, after Chicot obtained this deal, people mysteriously stopped turning up dead. The coincidence made me think that he was somehow responsible for the murders. He was immoral enough to pull a stunt like that. I never confronted him on this matter because I was afraid of finding out the truth. I imagined that Chicot knew what I was thinking. Whenever I saw one of such bodies, I saw Chicot sneering from the corner of my eyes. He seemed almost proud of the effect such bodies were having on me. One day I asked him, "Why are you so anxious to make money so quickly? You used to spend most of your time playing, and now I practically see you selling night and day." Time, bro?
5 minutes.
Right now, it is the early stage of the game. My peeps and I are going to end up losing if I don't quicken the pace. Once things are up and running, I will finally be able to relax, explained Chicot. I see, it's just that it is strange to see you working so hard, I commented. Lazy people work twice as hard in order to have more free time in the future, said Chicot. For all his success, it was only a matter of time before the guild struck back. When the boycotting of his goods did not work, Lady Margaret and her associates went to the source. Avis was no longer able to obtain metals, gold, and sand for his mirrors, and when Chicot tried a new idea, it was quickly shut down. For some reason, Lady Margaret showed great animosity towards Chicot. She could not allow him to succeed. And by the end of the year, they were repossessing their furniture. Avis was forced to sell his smithy at a criminal price. He bought a shack for him and all of his impoverished apprentices. They were utterly embittered by what had occurred. Chicot was back to begging in the street, and Gita was working as a laundress to help bring in much needed income. Those that had their journeyman's license returned to working for their other smithies. Whatever scraps they made, they brought back to their and for some reason they were all sticking together through the storm. Bro, time?
4 minutes.
For a final gambit, Chicot and his associates were brought up on strong-arm charges. They were accused of buying black market goods, thievery, selling faulty goods, impiety, and sacrilege. When I too was brought up to be interrogated, my mother was naturally heartbroken. I kept stoically silent, all the while they threatened to torture me. While rotting in the dungeon, Gita visited me. Her lovely face was half bandaged up. Shocked, I said, "What happened?" "The usual," said Gita. "But that is not important. To move this farce along, you need to tell them something truly incriminating, to grant legitimacy to this proceeding." They brought in a lord. "Tell him something and move on. Chicot does not want you to burn along with him." "Burn? You can't be serious. Why would Chicot agree to a trial by fire?" I explained. "Not just Chicot. I too had already been branded a heretic and a thief," she said casually. "Why are you being so blasé about it?" I yelled, getting up. Gita slapped me and she said, "Control yourself, Joseph. Moments like this make character." She then left me alone in the darkness. When the Lord arrived, I told him the truth. I only spent time with Chicot because I was bored of school, and I never worked for him, nor did I ever enter his workshop. All his associates were of questionable reputation, especially Albus, and I also told him about Chicot's grave robbing. I felt that the Lord knew I was hiding something. However, the Lord did not press the matter. He did not seem remotely pleased with the ill treatment of Chicot and his associates. In the end, Chicot was convicted of thievery and necromancy. The time?
2 minutes.
In lieu of the death sentence, Lord Sela branded Chicot, Albus, and the apprentices. He also sentenced them to be exiled from town. They would never be able to return to the town of Sufton. Exile was a sufficient punishment for my dear Lady Margaret. And without the security of food and money, it was only a matter of time before they would either starve or get killed off by bandits. Gita's mother and her sister voluntarily also shared the exile. A large group of journeymen also left town. The new owner of Albus's smithy spent a week perusing the place. I too was tempted to go. However, I received a letter under mysterious circumstances. This letter was written in Gita's handwriting. Chicot gave me the instruction to find a cache of money in preparation for the bad times. He also warned me to stay away from the smithy. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 5, part 1, the downgoing. When Chicot left, the new owner of the smithy started manufacturing the compass mirrors, and since he was still figuring out the tools, they were of inferior qualities. In the end, he resorted to just selling the 6,000 that still remained in stock. While opening random holes in an effort to find the basement, the smithy blew up. It also burned the apartments and some of the neighboring establishments. According to a witness report, this fire was caused by a strange raven-haired man, and based on his description, it was believed to be Amy. However, he had a solid alibi since he was teaching at the time. A survivor from the explosion described the madman laughing as the flames consumed the establishment and his person. Very little was recovered from the signs, except nobody was found, and the madman was assumed to be a crazed elven magician. Such bizarre fires were common in towns bordering the elven forest. The New Year came, and people soon forgot about Chicot, Albus, and the street urchins that Lady Margaret had got in exile. All that remained of him were the several dozen compass mirrors. Life in Sufton regained some semblance of normalcy over the course of the winter months. The mirrors associated with necromancy created a superstitious fear of mirrors. Most of them had gotten destroyed, and the production of them was put to a halt. Mother did keep hers, and I also noticed that the men from the Warriors Guild ceremoniously using them to shave their faces. A strange change was happening within the Warriors Guild, and for the last month they had spent all their time in town. And following the guild system, they would take requests and then head out to fulfill them. It was unusual to see all of them in town. I was able to appreciate the size of the local guild. They numbered a strong 231, and they were a bit of an oddity since guilds were normally for merchants and craftsmen. They were in essence a loose association of hired swordsmen. Individually, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, the loose management of their leader had kept them from becoming a true mercenary corps. Having them all together did not inspire much confidence. Most of the towns avoided having mercenary corps as permanent residents. They only tolerated the warriors guilds, and they spent most of their time out of town. Their jobs were usually unimportant, like personal bodyguard, armed escort, guard duty, etc. They also participated in tournaments for some quick cash. A few did act as teachers for noblemen, while others were suspected to be occasional highwaymen. Due to the loose association, nobody knew who was the leader, and when all were believed to be assembled, a strange warrior arrived in town. His sword was of odd design as well. He carried it without a sheath, wrapped in cloth. It almost seemed to be falling apart. The jagged sides had a distinct geometrical pattern, and the entire length of the broadsword had runes. The pommel of the sword had a thick bell. Its high-pitched sound made it impossible for his movements to go unnoticed. Based on this sword alone, I knew that this warrior was Fornas. He was a famous blind knight from the southern kingdom. His steel sword was identified as Umberch. I was not privy to the conversation Forna had in the Warriors Guild. Whatever he said was enough for them to disband, and within a month the warriors and their families had left town as well. It seemed to me that ever since Chicot had been exiled, Sultan was quickly being emptied out. The local businesses were the first to feel the burn of the absent. Last year it was estimated that roughly 3,500 people lived in town, and lately it felt like there were less than 2,000. The absence was felt more in school and amongst the guilds. The journeymen had all but deserted the town in search of better opportunities. Around the same time, the trading caravans of the guilds were constantly raided. Lady Margaret's manor was robbed almost 5 times in the course of 1 month. Her husband's annual income had also been compromised, and he was charged with tax evasion, and by spring, Lady Margaret had lost half her estate. The neighbor said she had been cursed by Chicot and the other children. As for Chicot, he had seemed to have dropped out of existence. He was naturally assumed to be dead, and therefore he was haunting Lady Margaret. A bad harvest sent this town into turmoil, and Lady Margaret started importing food to sustain herself and her household. At the rate she was going, she would soon become a fallen noble. She eventually had to lay off my mother, and Lady Margaret also requisitioned all but the clothing we had on our backs. Since she was of high status, we could do nothing but grin and bear this betrayal, so she just stole everything that the servants had as well. I took my mother and we moved to a flat by the edge of town, and my mother spent the winter sick, and she would barely eat, and she spent most of her time lying in bed. At other times, she would stare like a madman at the maiden in her compound mirror. She was transfixed by the image. I left the school and started working as a scribe to earn extra income. One day my boss started decreasing my salary and beating me, and after going hungry for a week, I left to find Chicot's cache. Check the time. I had never been outside of town, let alone the surrounding forest. Based on the information, the cache was to be found in the hollow of a tree. Thankfully, the drawing with the instruction was pretty accurate, and when I searched within, I found 5,000 gold coins. My first instinct was to move to a better house. Prudence eventually kicked in. I decided to use it to buy clothing and food. The food prices at the market were criminally insane this winter, and even through haggling and begging, I was down to 1,000 gold coins after the first month of winter. Fearing to go hungry again, I supplemented my ever-decreasing wages by begging. "You're lucky, Joseph, that I pay you anything," said my boss. Indeed, I was lucky indeed. Without the journeyman's license, I was the same rank as an apprentice, and my mother had never bothered to let me undergo apprenticeship, since she thought that the guilds were beneath me. One day my boss's children made sport of me. In anger, I struck one square in the face. I lost my job, and my writing hand broke after a vicious beating. My last memory of the incident was lying on the ground under a pool of my own blood. When I awoke, I was bandaged up and sleeping beside my mother. In her maddened state, she could not relate to me in a coherent fashion how I had returned home, nor could she tell me who had treated my wounds. After the incident, I think I too spent some time half mad. I imagine I would see Chicot wearing his distinct white robes. I took to aimlessly wandering at night, mumbling to myself, and during one of such wanderings, I bumped into Professor Amy. Not recognizing him, I continued along. Amy detained me by saying, "By the gods, Joseph, get a grip. You cannot allow any small piece of adversity to destroy you." "That's easy for you to say, mister," I said, chattering between my teeth. Smiling, he said before continuing on his way, "A pity, you showed such promise." I heard his footsteps slowly depart. Suddenly he stopped and said, "Your friend is alive, you know. They all are." "How do you know?" I asked, running towards him. "I keep tabs on Chicot, as per his brother's wishes," explained Amy. "So he's alive. How is he?" I asked. He's fine," said Amy, smiling. He added, "Chicot gave you his lifeline. Make good use of it. You cannot allow yourself to fall into the pit of despair. And do not forget, if someone tries to smash the other cheek, do not allow them to humiliate you." I bowled in summer months with a new feverish energy. Taking a lesson from Chicot, I apprenticed myself with the most depressing-looking guildmaster. Though clever tricks and niceness, I was able to become an apprentice by fall, and the old me would have revolted at the thought of using underhanded tactics and manipulation. However, times were trying, and the guilds were to blame. When the leaves started to yellow, I saw Lady Margaret living in a rich new apartment. Based on rumors, she had laid off my mother because of me. She did not want somebody who had associated with a criminal living under her roof. It was hypocritical considering the racketeering method her husband employed to maintain his lifestyle. After glaring out the window for an hour, I ran into one of her servants on the way out. Unfortunately, the servant recognized me. Lady Margaret must have done her work indeed, since the journeyman's license was useless to me. Other guildmasters pretended it was a fake. As such, I was stuck working with my new master, who was slowly being driven into poverty. One day he fired me, and I do not blame him. He must have gotten pressure from the other guildmasters. Time, bro?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Despite being midsummer, the food prices were not lowering. In fact, rum was cheaper than a carrot. The beggars took to getting drunk to quiet their rumbling stomachs, and in the old days, I used to think that all beggars were drunkards, and I took for granted the easily availability of food. Lady Margaret always had her food delivered to her home. As such, I never quite grasped the true price of one's daily bread. While I was begging, I took to asking for food instead of money. This helped reduce the amount of money I was spending on food. The downside was that I was forced to eat almost rotting food. One day I collapsed during one of my begging sessions, and I felt as if my stomach was being pierced by needles. Professor Amy, who was passing by, gave me a tonic, and I felt better. Frowning, he said, "If you had need of food, go forage in the forest." He handed me a little notebook with hand sketches of wild plants that were edible. I commented, "But the forest has all sorts of dangerous animals like bears and snakes." Amy handed me a silver bracelet with a charm around it. Each charm themed after an animal or bug, and then he said, "This charm should protect you from the most dangerous of creatures in the forest. It will not keep you safe from humans, so take a mail breaker, and don't forget, always aim for the chins." You know, like the lower part of your leg, the Achilles heel. Oh yeah, time, bro?
2 minutes.
The following day, I twisted my leg while foraging in the woods. The ankle swelled up quite a bit. At first I tried to walk it out, but it was a no-go. I rested by a tree trunk, waiting for my leg to heal by itself. Frankly, I had no idea how to deal with the situation, and I was just sitting there, hoping for a miracle to happen. The miracle came in the form of Amy. He carried me to my home and put a cold towel around my swollen ankle. Shaking his head, he said, "If you want this to get fixed, you need to stay off your leg for 15 days. Crying, my mother took Amy's hand and she said, "Bless you for helping my boy in our time of need. But wouldn't it be better to take him to the barber?" "Well, if you want him to lose a leg, then take him to the barber by all means," said Amy sarcastically. I can't miss a whole week of work, I said, trying to get up. I could give you a stay-at-home job in exchange of delivering your groceries, suggested Amy. Why didn't you offer me a job sooner? I said angrily. Another lesson, boy. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, said Amy caustically. His black eyes seemed for a moment reddish under the gentle glow of the candlelight. Time, bro?
2 minutes.
Like Amy had instructed, I kept my leg up for a week, and my mother regularly changed the cold towels. They had to be kept on for 15 minutes and then removed for half an hour. I was also supposed to keep off my leg and leave it suspended around my navel, and I only got up from bed to attend to my natural needs, and my mother watched me in the bed to limit my mobility. She was also worried about the leg-cutting prospect. The stay-at-home job involved grading papers Amy could not be bothered to read. They were certainly one piece of work, and it brought tears to my eyes just reading them on a daily basis. Time, fish?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 6, The Reunion, Part 1. By the end of the week, the swelling had gone down. Just for added measures, Amy suggested I stay in bed for another 5 days. He would give me leg exercise to help me restore my mobility to my ankle. In the future, do wear shoes with better leg support. You can't support your mother if you keep getting injured, said Amy, finally departing. By the end of the month, I decided to venture into the forest again. The weather was just lovely, and the sky was an azure blue. After analyzing Amy's notebook, I was able to forage a decent amount of nuts and berries. In one tree, I found plenty of wild potatoes and carrots. I replanted the potato plant for future uses. During one of such foraging trips, I ran into a strange maiden. She had tan skin and blue eyes. Her clothing was exotic, and she wore plenty of jewelry. She smiled when she saw me, and she asked, "What you doing?" "I'm looking for food," I answered. "That's strange. Most townies don't go to the forest except to hunt," said the maiden. "There's a food shortage, so I have to get food where I can find it," I explained. "No, there isn't. The food prices are just high to help sell the cheaply made booze. The nobles get food prices 10 times cheaper than the people from lower classes. In a way, you are paying for their food too," said the maiden. "How do you know that?" I inquired. "I know 'cause I travel a lot. And my mom used to belong to the Merchants Guild, so," said the maiden, picking up herbs. "Nothing surprises me at this point," I said, chuckling. "If you're so desperate for food that you will go into the forest, why don't you join our circus troupe? We can always use more dwarves for our performances," she suggested. "I still have some of my pride," I said angrily. "Sure you do," said the girl, laughing at me. I thought about joining the circus troupe on my way back home. When I discussed it with my mother, she was at first reluctant. In the end, she yielded to my reasoning. It was preferable to take one's chances on the open road than to starve to death. By now, Mother seemed a bit better. She had been doing some clothing mending to earn a bit of extra cash. The following day, I presented myself to the circus troupe along with my mother. I was eventually introduced to the ringmaster, Glad Omjetnik. Despite his happy name, Glad was quite the stern, skinny feller who rarely ate a thing, and his face was always the most bitter. He was called Glad, but he was sad.
Like, I find it hilarious that you're like, okay, how do I pronounce this? And you tell me you wrote it. Like, you did that to yourself.
I don't know. I just wrote the word for the meaning, not because of whether I could pronounce it or not.
Alright.
In a straightforward manner, he said, "We came to Suften in search of necromancy mirrors. A good number of them were said to have been destroyed. We were hoping to find a few intact ones. Oh, you want Chicot's compact mirrors. They are associated with necromancy only because he was a grave robber. I doubt it will be of any use to your craft." I explained, giving him my one remaining compact mirror. It was the male edition, made of solid iron with strange geometrical patterns. These patterns and the runes surrounding it, said Glad while looking at the mirror. And the way both these mirrors work, this is an excellent necromancy mirror. If you say so, I said, frowning. I was suddenly quite disappointed with Chicot. Seeing the look on my face, Glad said, for those uninitiated, these mirrors are harmless trinkets. Ah, I answered. Still, it was rather bizarre that Chicot knew how to make necromancy mirrors. Maybe it was one of those happy accidents. He probably gave the mirror such a pattern without understanding its full implications. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
While examining my mirror, his eyes was also drawn to my bracelet. Taking my arm, Glad asked, who gave you this bracelet? A professor from the grammar school called Amy Delcalion, I answered. Amy. Why does her name sound familiar? Said Glad more to himself. Well, he is a famous teacher from Verageddon, so it makes sense that you would have heard of him, I explained. For some reason, Glad found what I said hilarious. Patting my head, he said, I heard all I need to know. Welcome to the circus troupe. As long as you do what we say, we promise to provide for you and your mother. Understand? Yes, sir, I said, bowing. Striking my head with his walking stick, Glad said, you should not be so eager to work for someone on a flimsy promise. You are allowed to negotiate. People are going to continue taking advantage of you if you sell yourself short. I took to the circus life rather easily, in part because I was so used to following orders. Since I knew cursive, I served as a scribe for the circus group. I also knew the format for drafting all sorts of letters and important documents. Glad also made me do hand copies, illustrated posters, and pamphlets for the circus. In order to break the tedium of my scribe work, I was also allowed to participate in their buffoonery. Mother naturally opposed this, but in the end she supported my choice. She even went as far as to spend 2 months making my first buffoon costume. Over time I rose to the rank of white clown. I was to dazzle the crowd with my sophisticated behavior and well manners. I was usually paired up with an August clown, who clumsily mimicked my actions. Since I was learned, I did plenty of play skits and even sung duets with my tone-deaf partner. I traveled with the circus for about a year and a half. We visited 2 cities, 5 towns, and 7 small villages. Those were some of the happiest days of my life, and while performing in Little Sofia, I saw a familiar face. At first I didn't recognize her since she was wearing a pink wig. Upon closer inspection, I recognized Gita in all her beauty and splendor. After the show, I tried to find her among the crowd. Calling it quits, I returned to my wagon in disappointment. Waiting inside was lovely Gita. She had not changed much since last I saw her. I was gratified to see that whatever they had done to her face had not left a scar. Noticing where I was looking at, she said, tracing the line from her left eye to her chin, oh, this? I had a hair to take care of it as soon as we left town. They really messed up her face. What happened to you guys after you left? And Chicot, what did the monsters do to him? I inquired, drawing a chair closer. And I beckoned Gita to sit before me. Ah, yes, Chicot, she said in a harsh voice. We all had to change our names and identities, so we don't usually use our own names anymore. So why do you go by, I asked? Saying Gita. It's such a common name, unlike Chicot or Alvis. They were the only ones who had to discard their old identity. Alvis is now Aden, and Chicot goes by the name of Jean-Antoine Diaphelon. I told him the name was no good since there was no way a Diaphelon had dwarves in their bloodline. In response, he said he would tell whoever they asked that he was a human and not of the pigs, she explained. Who are the pigs? I inquired. You are a dwarf and you don't even know that? Dwarf is a human acronym. The true name of your species is pigs. Just as we call ourselves Alf, explained Giza. My mother gave me human education, so I wouldn't know, I said, lowering my head. Don't feel bad. So you wanted to know about Chicot? Well, after the incident, a little group tried to survive as best we could outside of town. We made our way to Escara Bay to work in the farms. The lords were gracious enough to share the supplies, and they were unique in the fact that they did not use slave labor. And from there, we took a boat before the river froze to Little Sofia. And Chicot liked the name of the town, so we decided to establish a base of operation here. Its ports are excellent for transporting goods, and due to the age of the town, there are no guilds or noble houses, so it is the perfect spot for us to flourish. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
So you're doing well, I said happily. Pity poo, as Chicot would say. She added, we still have to send in our highwaymen to make me send from time to time. Oh, I said, frowning. Highwaymen are like robber people who rob you in the middle of the road. It's fine. We only attack caravans related to the Unhai clan, she said, smiling. Good, serves them right. I said, remembering that Lady Margaret belonged to the Unhai household. If you want to hear more of it, come see Chicot with me at the manor, she suggested. Certainly, let me change out of this getup, I said, getting up. Ah, Pooh, my dear husband will have found your costume more amusing, she said, laughing. You're married? I asked, shocked. In name only, she said, sneering. Without getting changed, I went with Gita to the manor. I was curious to see her so-called husband. The manor was on a raised hill. It was surrounded by an iron fence. The night air felt certainly cool. It rustled the flowers in the garden, revealing fireflies of different colors and shapes. Upon closer inspection, I saw that there were butterflies with their bodies, that there were butterflies, and that their wings grew in the darkness. It is called bioluminescence. Some animals and bugs have them. There's nothing magical about it, but they are certainly pretty, said Gita, looking at the glowing butterflies. This garden seems like a dream, I exclaimed, enchanted by the sights. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
Yes, my dear Jean likes to maintain a surreal garden to confound our enemies, explained Gita. Jean, who is Jean? Is Chicot's new name, or haven't you been paying attention? What am I saying? You never did ever bother to pay attention during my lesson, said Gita, laughing. I pay attention. Sure you did, she said, teasing me. We eventually made our way towards the entrance of the manor. It had 3 stories and a basement that went down 2 levels. The windows had stained glass, except that they were see-through for some reason. The bars were paper seen. They were made of gold and silver. There was also a strong, vibrant glow exiting the windows. It was strange to see houses so bright at night. Time, bro?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Once inside, I saw that the lights were strange orbs with ornamental runes. They had a warm, gentle glow like the morning sun. It was within this warm light and comfortable interior where I saw Chicot playing with his red ball with a little girl. Chicot had barely grown since last I saw him. In fact, he seemed even shorter. Then again, I must have grown a bit over the course of 2 years. It was his face which I found most shocking. It was branded on his left cheek with a B for blasphemy. Blasphemy was the usual brand given to necromancers before their execution, so it had like a huge B scar. The right arm of his sleeve was also rolled up. Smiling, Chicot said, "It is nice to see you again, Joseph. I hear you are in show business now, and I would have contacted you sooner, but you seem to be having a lot of fun." "Yes, I do not see why the circus bears such a stigma. I have a lot of fun there," I said, shaking his left hand. Frowning, I added, "Oh dear, Chicot, what happened to your hand and your face? Why didn't you get your hand healed like Gita's face?" "It seemed like too much of a bother," said Chicot, guiding me to the second floor study. "Did it hurt?" It's fine, I'm already over it," said Chicot, smiling. "No, you're not fine, for God's sake, you're missing an arm." "Yeesh, you're acting as if you were the only one who got mutilated. Relax, it wasn't even my dominant hand," said Chicot, opening the door to his study. He removed his white cloak and he placed it on the couch. Sitting down before the fire, he said, "Let me be frank with you, Joseph. It wasn't a coincidence that Gita was at the circus today. I was genuinely looking for you to offer you a job." Time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it like that. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 7, Scar Tissue. What sort of employment do you have in mind? Nothing sordid, I can assure you. I need a scribe, someone who knows the language of the kingdom, and it will help grant some legitimacy to the work that we do, explained Chicot. If you want a scribe, there are plenty of other people more suitable to the task, I said, sitting down beside him. You are the one I want, Joseph, said Chicot, putting his only hand on my shoulder. This motion alone was enough to compel me to do his bidding. Against my mother's wishes, I took Chicot's offer. Ever since she had lost her job, she had allowed me to do whatever I pleased. Chicot relegated to my mother the role of housekeeper. It was a role she was already used to. After a month, she was almost back to her normal self. She meekly accepted her new situation and even called Chicot Lord Jean Antoine. After many conversations between Chicot and Alvis and the other children, I was able to piece together their story up to this point. Like Gita had said before, Chicot and his friends wandered the outskirts of the forest for some time. Those I knew had illegally captured the deer belonging to the Unheim clan. They eventually made their way to a hut in the middle of the forest. The hut was inhabited by a witch who healed their wounds. Since their livelihood depended on secrecy, she sent them on their way after 3 days. From there, they took a boat to Escara Bay. While working on the funds, Gita's mother, Adonna, and her daughters came to see them with whatever supplies they could take from Sufton. And while working in the field, Chicot was struck with an inspiration. Together they went into the forest to collect dead leaves. They also collected bone meal, cow dung, and bad guano. They sold it to the local farmer as a super miracle fertilizer, which could triple the crop growth. The fertilizer also came with brand new plow tools made by the master craftsman Alvis. Even if it was disgraced, the name Alvis still carried its own weight. Also, news tended to travel quite slowly between the independent merchant towns. The scraps of metal were taken from the nearby graveyards.
Like the necromancy.
Like that didn't bring the bad luck before. The new fertilizers and new tools were given for free in exchange for 10% of the true output. At the time, it was common for farmers to lie about their crop yield. Farming was a bit of a hit-and-miss business, so lying was a means of stocking up for the bad times. The Berserker lords knew this, so farming was treated with kid gloves. The feudal lords, however, were not so lenient. It was not too uncommon for them to trash a poor farmer's hut in search of hidden supply goods. Of all the farmers that received the fertilizer, more than half were true to their promise. With his solid stores of goods, Chicot was able to sell them at a reasonable price in Little Sofia. At the time he came, the town was being ravaged by starvation. Normal farmers who had taken advantage of the situation, but not Chicot. He made a decent profit and the locals did not starve to death. Chicot's crew even went as far as giving away food to the needy. Since his merchant town was without any official lords or noble households, Chicot quickly filled in the power void. His generosity earned him the love and respect of his peers, and during the last 3 months, Chicot had spent in solidifying his hold in the community. From time to time, there was a hint of a formation of a guild, and Chicot nipped those attempts in the bud through charity work. Originally, guilds had been created to support a certain type of business during times of need. They were designed to spread knowledge and bear the brunt of the starting a new business venture. These types of guilds were associated with oppression, slave labor, secret murders, and backwater ideas. They seemed most opposed to any form of progress that would jeopardize their status. After becoming financially sovereign, Chicot added barracks to his house, and over time it started getting more wings until it became the gorgeous little manor that I saw that night. While walking in the manor in the morning, I saw plenty of familiar faces. It seemed as if Chicot had taken with him a good portion of the residents of Sumstead. Among them there was the former Warriors Guild. Under Chicot's leadership, he had organized those 231 guilds made into his own personal guard. He had always kept 200 strong at home at all times. The rest of the 31 were allowed to retain some of their autonomy. He kept them all in shape by rationing their food and orchestrating training drills. He also demanded that they bathe at least once a day. As for the children, they were in the development team. They had gotten rid of their journeyman's license to work under Chicot directly, and about a third was into the development of new products to sell. Another third worked with Abbas in perfecting the tools related to their craft. The remaining groups micromanaged the new apprentices that were not allowed into the workshop. Chicot always insisted on doing the interviews directly. He was not going to listen to chance. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
Aside from the humans, Chicot employed dwarves and elves. The elves had a unique way of refining glass that made it see-through. The dwarves, as far as I could tell, did not contribute in any significant way as far as knowledge was concerned. They didn't manage the tools well, and their tiny hands were perfect for miniature works. As for me, I spent most of the day drafting trade manifests, business letters, contracts, and other important legal documents that Chicot couldn't bother with. Chicot was always particular about the wording, and most of the letters he had me do sounded like implied death threats. One day I confronted Chicot on this matter, and he simply laughed and said, "You have quite a stupid imagination, Joseph." Chicot only devoted 8 hours of the day to official business. The rest of the time he spent it in leisure. I too was allowed some flexibility with my mandatory 8-hour work schedule. And despite this leeway, I had the bad habit of getting work done on my spare time. And during one of such working fits, Chicot entered my study, holding a gorgeous life-size doll. Then again, it looked life-size in comparison to Chicot's diminutive stature. Looking at the doll, I commented, "Chicot, are you ever going to grow up?" "I could ask you the same thing, Joseph. What are you doing here?" said Chicot sternly. "You know what I'm doing here, Lord Jean," I retorted. "The work is never going to end, Joseph. Catching up with work is a meaningless effort," said Chicot, dancing with the porcelain doll. Pulling my quill down, I said angrily, "Maybe if you didn't spend so much time loafing around, this little empire of yours would get somewhere." "Sheesh, you're no fun," said Chicot, leaving my study. Time, bro?
7 minutes, 30 seconds.
After working with Chicot for 5 months, our relationship had gotten quite strained. His laid-back attitude was contrasting with the gruesome work habits I had developed as an apprentice. And looking back, I realized that I was angry with Chicot for another reason. And ever since I had discovered that Gita had married Chicot, I had become quite irritable whenever they were together. Chicot's marriage with Gita was odd. That was odd to say the least. It was never consummated as far as I knew. Chicot was like Chicot's favorite toy. He would dress her up in some of the most imaginative dresses I would ever see. Chicot practiced archery with Gita, however he used a crossbow instead of a bow. Always had modified Chicot's crossbow to make reloading easier. The couple would also pretend they would play with board games and other physical games like toss the ball, hard crocos, hide and seek daggers, or they would go swimming.
Hot crocos?
Yeah, that's a hard crocos. I don't know, it's a weird game, medieval game that I looked up, so then I added it to the list. I don't remember what it does.
Yeah, I was about to ask her, so what is hot crocos?
Swimming was a relatively new thing. Most of my contemporaries did not know how to swim. Those that did were considered witches. When allowed into the pool, Chicot demanded that his people wear skimpy little outfits. His reasoning was that wearing heavy clothing would cause you to drown. Due to much complaining from the married men, Chicot was forced to add a second indoor pool to segregate male from female swimmers. Ignoring the customs, Chicot would swim with his cute little wife in the guys' swimming pool. The men had enough common sense not to make any rude remarks or even to stare. Chicot was the lord of the manor, and he could do whatever he felt like in his own home. Close to that, Chicot entered my study again, this time with Gita. Gita said in her sweet voice, my dear Jean has told me that you have not taken any swimming lessons. When am I ever going to need to learn such a skill?" I said, not looking up.
It's gonna be the check-up swimming lesson.
Chicot pressed a room on the wall, and my entire study was aglow with a yellow light. "Chuckling," I said, turning it off. "I keep forgetting about the stupid gimmick." Chicot was about to say something, but he closed his mouth. I heard the dull, uneven footsteps of Alvis. Based on his gibberish, he was drunk again. When Alvis finished passing over, Chicot said, "Come swim with us, Joseph. It will help you relax." After much flattery, Chicot and Gita managed to convince me to go swimming with them. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
The pool had a strange greenish glow. The mosaic at the bottom was clearly defined. It had a depiction of a serpent biting its tail. Before stepping within, Chicot said, "Wait, I need to adjust the level." By pressing a towel, the pool expanded inside and it got shallower. nowhere as well. The mosaic too grew inside, with some other fantastic creatures joining the serpent. After the pool transformed, Chicot threw me an undergarment that covered only my buns and my privates. Rolling my eyes, I went to another room and I changed into that. When I came back, I saw Giza wearing a bizarre-looking attire. It resembled undergarments, except that there were one fabric pressed against the skin. It was sleeveless, and it was suspended by two red ribbons tied around the shoulders. The skirt was really high cut.
Bikini?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a one piece. It's a modern swimsuit.
Okay.
Before getting a better look at her, she cut threw a towel in my face and said, "Stop shaking out my wife." My gaze soon went towards Chicot. I saw the grim scar being made by his missing arm. It was just cut over the shoulder. His back too was severely scarred from the lacerations made by the whip. Chicot, holding his wounded shoulder, said, "Get over your guilt, Joseph. Your silence will have only made you share my face. I'm fine. It no longer hurts." Gita hugged Chicot and she started crying. Shaking his head, Chicot said, Look what you've done." He made the waifu cry. My eyes started to look cloudy and I felt a knot on my throat. I took a step back, desiring to run away from it all. Sensing this, Chicot said vehemently, "Do not run away from this, Joseph." Taking another step back, I ran away towards my room, and I did not bother changing. My mother, who was waiting for me inside, said, "By the gods, what's the matter with you, Joseph?" She added, "What are you wearing?" Ignoring her questions, I hugged her waist, and as I used to when I was a mere babe, and then I proceeded to sob like a child. All right.
On a bikini?
Yeah, on his swimsuit.
Okay.
All right, with a chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Elsa sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 8, Part 1, the first raid. The fall months came and my relationship with Chicot returned to what it used to be. Whenever I was inclined to have one of my jealousy fits, I remembered Chicot's scars. I was consoled by the idea that Gita was with Chicot out of pity. It was a foolish thought, but at the time I refused to believe. I refused to know any better. While taking a work break, I saw Alvis playing with something that looked like marbles, and when I came closer, I was shocked to see him playing with eye prosthetics. Taking one from the ground, I said, "By the gods, Alvis, what are you doing?" Alden, what are you doing? "You're talking to me, boy?" asked Alvis, frowning. "Yes," I added. "The name is Alvis. I thought you would have learned my name by about now," said Alvis, returning to his little game. "I thought you were called Alden now," I added meekly. "Only on paper, boy," said Alvis, and there's nobody around here, so you can call me by my name. "Before you get any funny ideas in your head, you must know that I am field testing these eye prosthetics. I must test their durability." That's why he's playing a marble with eyeballs. "Oh," I said, returning the eyeball. While returning it, I got a good look at its design. It was anything but human. Other beings lose their eyes too, you know. Even our eyes are a bit different from those of humans. Our pupil is naturally more dilated to allow more passage of light in the dark places. Chicot says we naturally evolved such eyes as respond to living underground for centuries," explained Alvis patiently. "I see," I answered. Then again, I never remember having good night vision. After leaving Alvis to his own devices, I went to my room to get a good look at my face. My eyes certainly looked no different than the eyes of a human. I then looked to my mother's eyes. Indeed, hers had a slightly larger pupils. It was a wonder I never noticed such a thing. I then went to Chicot's office to get a good look at his eyes. Since I was getting uncomfortably close, Chicot pushed me back and said, "Well, what the hell is wrong with you?" He said, "I just wanted to see the size of your pupils. That is all," I answered. "Oh, is it because of a new line of prosthetic eyes?" asked Chicot. "Yes, I am a bit curious about it. If we were to open a store, we would say, 'We have eyes, we have fertilizer, compact mirrors, hair products, soap.' Oh yes, and mastercrafted swords and armor," I said, putting things in perspective. You get me? What type of a store are you? "Oh, I do to see your point. Stories that have a little bit of everything are nothing new. Our plan is to become one of the dominant suppliers of war and peace goods for the entire kingdom, and make a fortune in the process, explained Chicot. I like the way you think. I have made more with you in the last 10 months than I have ever made working as a journeyman or in the circus, I said. You're lucky I always pay what I own. If it was someone else that would have given you a pittance for all your hard work, and you would have been far too sensible to recognize their treachery. Speaking of paying what I own, I realized I had not paid you back for the kindness you showed me when I arrived to Substance, said Chicot, smiling. Oh, there's no need to it. I only did what I did out of boredom and nothing else. And considering that my testimony scarred you, I started saying when Chicot interrupted me. Anyone in your shoes would not have done differently. I want to give you a present, and that's that, said Chicot, getting a box with a bow tied around it. When I opened it, I saw one of the finest rapiers I had ever seen. It came with a matching buckle and a parrying dagger. Looking sternly at me, Chicot said, have you been keeping up with your combat training? If you haven't, I suggest you go to the barracks and hop to it. You never know when our enemies may strike again. Again, I said, surprised. Success comes at a price, Joseph. Our caravans are not a target, and I hear rumors of an impending raid. The manor has already been warned, said Chicot, looking sternly at me. I did not notice. Why haven't you been more public about this? And you should have been warning everyone. You should have hired more guards, I said, alarmed. If I did that, then the enemy would know that I'm onto them. I want to spring their trap and make them suffer for it, said Chicot. Whenever he spoke as though he seemed like a completely different person. I took Chicot's counsel to heart. I visited the barracks once a day to practice my swordsmanship. After going there a couple of times, I noticed that Chicot did not engage in any combat training. Then again, I assumed it was impossible for him to fight with one arm. While training, I befriended a handy battle-axe user named Sir Richard Bullhorn. Despite having such a short appearance, Sir Richard was rather tall, even by human standards. He was always willing to spar with me, and he reasoned that almost all my opponents were going to be taller than me, and I had to learn to use the strength of my height disadvantage and compensate for his weakness. And before sparring with him, I always saw my height as a liability, a curse even. With a smaller size, I could maneuver around my opponent more easily to strike at the legs and other weak points in their armor. Historically, leg armor is really weak. When facing a heavy armor opponent, do not bother striking the body. Body armor is usually heavily fortified. Instead, tend to aim for the back or the knee or the leg joints. A good poke at the legs will leave your opponent incapacitated, and then you can take your time to finish him off for good, explained Sir Richard. Aside from those advices, Sir Richard gives me a catalog of armors. The catalog shows the armor designs of all the armors in the kingdom. It was annotated with information about their weak points and vulnerabilities. I was disappointed when I noticed that the catalog did not include the armors worn by the fabled dragon riders. Despite seeing much of the world as of lately, I was beginning to seriously doubt the existence of dragons. She could always find my skepticism laughable. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
As Chicot had warned, a mercenary band of almost 600 soldiers raided Little Sofia, and I was worried at first as Little Sofia lacked a proper stone wall. It only had a couple of guard towers at key locations around the town. The archers were able to slow down their advance, and while Chicot's guards moved into the assault, the non-fighting citizens went to the city hall for protection. The manor's home was the only one heavily fortified. After a skirmish that lasted 10 hours, the mercenary band retreated. While they left, Chicot's guard sent a light cavalry to trail them. Little by little, the enemy's numbers were decreased until only 5 captured soldiers remained. While the fighting took place, production was put on hold. We were made to battle ready just in case the fighting dragged closer to home. Some of the enemy did scale the fence of the manor, and they were wearing the said armor as armed men. One almost got close enough to try to slay Chicot. However, Giza greeted the intruder with an arrow to the head. When the battle ended, I breathed a sigh of relief. I was not too happy about being sent to town to do a survey of the damage, and despite being overwhelmed by large numbers, not one of our own had died. Chicot had taken care to arm and train his own guards and a good portion of the locals. It was common practice for soldiers to be forced to buy their own weapons and armor, and only the rich ever got any true combat training, and that was usually with a private tutor. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
The common infantry had to learn this as they went along, and Vergara differed in this, and thus maintained supremacy over the entire continent. This skirmish made me realize the importance of having a professionally trained force. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 9, Part 1, The Prisoner's Dilemma. At the end of the fight, Chicot's troops returned with 5 prisoners. They had been spared because they were women. When Chicot saw them, he said to his men, "What part of take no prisoners did you not understand?" "But these are women," said Sir Richard. "They stopped being women the moment they took on arms to fight," said Chicot. Sneering, he added, "If you have reservations about killing the girls, I can always have Gita do your job for you." Sobbing, one of the maidens said, "Please have mercy, we were just following orders. Please forgive us, we had children. We are just trying to provide for them." Gita spat on the maiden who spoke as thus, and then she said, "All the girls too did beg for their lives, but you killed them anyway. Take them away until I decide their fate." The guards looked at Chicot to see if they should obey. Chicot nodded in approval. Later in the day, I went to speak with Chicot alone. I asked him, "What are you going to do with the prisoner?" "It is not for me to decide," said Chicot. "I ordered them not to take any prisoners to avoid complications. Since they disobeyed, the girls are now their problems." "But what if they decide to have fun with them?" I insisted. "If my men were capable of such savagery, I would not have bothered to hire them," responded Chicot. "Do you think they have any useful information?" I inquired. "No," said Chicot flatly. When night fell, I was awoken to the sound of a high-pitched screaming and shouting. Getting dressed in a hurry, I went to the window, following the direction of the noise. I saw Gita arguing with Chicot. Her face was red with fury. Chicot took her outburst with calm amusement. As I made my way outside, I noticed Alby sitting by the fountain. He was close enough to listen to the commotion, but remained unseen. Sitting beside him, I asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing," said Alby, chuckling. His face was red, and from time to time he took sips from his flask. Seeing as though Alby was not going to explain, I sat down to eavesdrop on the conversation. "I am your wife. You had no right to control me," said Gita angrily. "I wouldn't dream of it," said Chicot sternly. "But there are some injustices that I will not tolerate." "Why are you defending them? They came here to kill you, and you are standing in my way," said Gita, pointing towards the barracks. "The battle is over. The time to kill them already passed. If you wish to make amends, then it can be arranged. I will not allow you to torture them. I will sooner kill them with my own hands," said Chicot. "We must make an example of them to make the enemy fear us. Only then can we know peace," insisted Gita. "Ah, peace. You have a lot to learn, Gita. I will stand down just this once. However, it will be you and only you who could perform the corporal punishment," said Chicot, departing. Gita went into the direction of the barracks. I ran after her to try to dissuade her from her resolution. Before she reached it, I grabbed her hand to force her to turn around. It was the first time I had ever dared to touch her. She turned around and she looked at me with the eyes of a madman. She said, "Oh, it's just you." "Gita, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to hurt the prisoners? You know there is nothing to gain from their suffering," I said. "Mind your own business, Joseph," said Gita, slapping me. "What happened to you? Was your time in prison really so horrible?" I inquired. Gita bit her lip, but said nothing. Guiding her towards a bench, Gita had finally confided into me her secret. She said, This has nothing to do with the dungeon or the torture. I had this deep desire to make them suffer. Though I never met them, it feels like to me that they killed my entire family. It is silly, I know, but lately I have been having vivid nightmares about it, and I recognize their faces from my dreams. Maybe you're just having a vision of the future. I suggested, trying to show my support. If that's the case, then we should just execute them to be safe. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
I told Chicot about my nightmares. He simply laughed at me, and he said he had nightmares too, but he rarely acted upon it, explained Giza. Maybe you just stressed out as a result of the battle. I too almost went half mad the first time I touched a dead body. You must try to keep your wits about you, Gita, I said. You're right, Joseph. Thank you for your insight. I can never have any serious conversations with my dear Chicot, she said, getting up. I don't see why not. Even when he's joking, Chicot is very serious about everything he says, I answered. I fear you may be right, said Gita, departing. The way she said this left a sour taste in the pit of my stomach. The following day, Chicot had arranged a punishment for the warrior maidens. They were to help rebuild the town, followed by a few months of working in the fields. To keep them from running away, the prisoners were escorted by 2 guards. For added measure, Chicot placed a special golden cuff around their wrists. He claimed that they would be struck by lightning if they tried to run away. Not one of the girls ever bothered to see if Chicot was telling the truth or not. Unlike regular forced labor, the girls only had to work for 8 hours a day. The rest of the time they spent it in house arrest. They had freedom of mobility, but only within the confines of Chicot's manor. Wherever they went, Chicot's workforce stopped what they were doing to stare blankly at them. It was truly an uncomfortable situation, but it was preferable to the dungeon. Chicot's dungeon differed greatly from normal dungeons. For starters, it had a nice view of the garden, and it was well ventilated. The beds were comfortable, and the floor was spotless. There was also a toilet and access to clean water. They were gilded cages in every sense of the word. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
While walking towards my study, one of the princes bumped into me, and due to my mom's stature, she tripped and fell. Angrily, she said, "Watch where you're going." "I couldn't ask you to do the very same thing, madam," I retorted. "That's impossible, seeing as though you're too short," she said, getting up. "How human of you, to always be stepping on the little people, literally and figuratively," I said, chuckling. "Who are you to judge me so? If you were in my same situation, you would have acted the same way," she said, walking away. I was inclined to say something, but recognizing the bracelet, I chose to remain silent. There was no point in arguing with prisoners. While walking back, I saw Chicot sitting by the window. He gave me a look of utter disgust, and I felt ashamed of myself for my poor manners. I had forgotten what it was like to be a prisoner. I did not have the right to judge my enemy. The winter months came, and the courtyard and landscape was slightly covered in snow. During break time, I would amuse myself by participating in Chicot's snow fight. After living with the prisoners for almost 2 months, we all became more or less at ease with them. Everyone except Giza. She still viewed them with suspicion. While drafting a letter for Chicot one late afternoon, he asked me, "What do you think would happen if we let the girls stay permanently? They are clearly talented, and with proper training, they could be made useful." "I think Kita would hate it if they stayed," I responded. "Kita has gotten over it already. She is making a big deal over something that never happened," said Chicot, frowning. "Oh, you mean her dreams," I commented. "Ah, so she has spoken to you about them," said Chicot, looking alarmed. "Yes, she said that the girls had killed her family in a dream," I explained. "Is that all she said?" asked Chicot. "Yes," I said. "Good," said Chicot, relaxing. Our conversation then drifted to more mundane affairs. However, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking that there was more to Gita's nightmares. When I came to bed that night, my mother was waiting inside my bedroom. She said, consternated, "I am worried about you." "I'm fine, Mother," I said, reassuring her. "I am your mother, and I know you, Joseph dear. Ever since you came, all your life has revolved around Chicot and Gita. Your obsession for her is not healthy and not honorable. She's a married woman," insisted my mother. "I know that, Mother, but she's only married to Chicot in name, so," I said before I could stop myself. "So you hope to be her lover, my son. Such thoughts bring me great shame. And you would dare betray our Lord Jean Antoine. He put a roof over your head, and he helped us out when no one else would, even after what happened," said Chicot, making reference to Chicot's incarceration as a result of my testimony. "You're right, Mother," I said, distraught. "Go to town. Try to find someone new." Coming closer, she whispered, you have my permission to go sow your wild oats. Mom, I said, shocked. You are not a little boy anymore. I had come to terms with that fact. If your father was alive, he would have said the same thing. Go out, live a little, she said, leaving my room. When she left, I tried to go to sleep. I was awakened by a hand covering my mouth and the feel of metal against my neck. Opening my eyes, I saw that one of the human prisoners lording over me. She said, do you know where she kept keys, the keys to this bracelet? I tried removing them, but they just won't come off. I incorporated myself as best I could. She held me by the collar and with a knife still to my neck. She then removed her hand from my mouth to allow me to speak. I said, Johnny, is your prison so harsh that you seek to escape it? I got a family to take care of. I can't be wasting my time working for free, she whispered. You could go ask Chicot for an advance. He's a reasonable man, I insisted. To you, maybe, but you do not know of how he deals with his enemy. The unhired client is being audited by the lords due to his influences, and Sussex is ravaged by hunger and disease, and my lord's caravans get ready day and night, and besides, his wife hates me. She will never allow him to show leniency, she said, looking away. Yelling again, I said, it is late. I don't know where Chicot keeps any of his keys. For all you know, those shackles can only remove with magic. After all, I do not see any keyholes. The girl released me, and based on the strange glow of her eyes, I started to fear that she might try to do something stupid. I had already reached for my cold dagger that I always hid under my pillow. I wondered if I should stab her just to be safe. In the end, the girl left my room, and from that night on, I resolved to always lock the door to my room, as others always did. The following day, I mentioned the incident to Chicot. He simply laughed and said, I am truly disappointed in you, Joseph. How come? I said, shocked. Time, bro?
Okay, 3 minutes.
A lady comes to your room asking for your help, and instead of making yourself useful, you wash your hands clean, retorted Chicot. But she's the enemy. You have been treason to help her, I said. What I said made Chicot laugh again. When he was done laughing, he said, you should get to know your enemy better. I, for example, know the names of the 5 girls staying with us. They are Cleo, Lindy, Agatha, Allison, and the girl you spoke to was called Paul or Paola. Paola does not have any family. She is a warrior slave. She simply wants to head out and return to her master, and before letting her reclaim her pathetic excuse of a life, she must repay the debt she owes me. Oh, I said, taken aback. And then I just, how do you know so much about these people? It is called listening. You should try it sometime, said Chicot, laughing. During the middle of the winter, some slave hunters came looking for Paola. Chicot explained her situation to the slave hunters, who did not understand Chicot's reasoning. They simply insisted that he should just whip her and then release her into their custody. Like before, Chicot said, there's nothing to be gained from chastising her body. My people, however, benefit from her hand in labor. Until she has repaid the debt to my society, she will remain in my custody. We understand your position, Lord Ginantua, but it is up to her master to decide on the appropriate punishment, explained one of the hunters. That is quite a convenient arrangement. Her master sends her to raid my town, and it will be he who punishes her. I am sorry, my good man, but she will not be delivered unto you so easily. She must repay the harm she has done to my kind, and I will not gain anything from harming the slave, insisted Chicot. You are firm in your resolution, said the hunter. Yes, now go in peace, said Chicot, pointing toward the door. When the door closed behind it, Chicot said to Gita, kill them. They had not gone far out of the manor when Gita shot the 5 men with arrows. They died instantly, their heads impaled by Gita's arrow. As I watched the bodies being taken away, I asked, was that truly necessary? Time will tell, said Chicot ominously. Time?
1 minute, 20 seconds.
Frankly, I never, let me see how much. Oh yeah. Frankly, I never saw the purpose of killing the slave hunters. This was one of the many instances that I saw Chicot killing people on a whim. The New Year came and there was a big celebration, and by then the captain had completed their labor and they had been released. Only Paola had chosen to stay permanently with Chicot. Since she was technically a runaway slave, her luck was better placed with Chicot. Watching her, I realized she liked the will to be a master of her own. She had simply replaced Chicot as her new master. She was always near him, ready to obey anything he asked. The New Year was not considered a holiday. It was, in fact, much dreaded since it meant tax collectors. Regardless, Chicot spared no expenses for the New Year celebration. The tax collectors had decided to come early to Little Sofia, and instead of collecting the dues, they ended up staying over for the celebration. And when they left, I was pleased to notice that most of our storage closet had remained intact. Messing with the ledgers, we had only ended up paying only 1% of the tax of our profit. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Yoshi sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 10, part 1, from Little Sofia to Aragon. After having such a profitable fiscal year, Chicot thought it was as good a time as any to expand. There was plenty of debate on where to move our base of operation. Chicot eventually settled in Aragon. His reasons for choosing this city were not too promising. He said this city has a large amount of urban poverty. More than 30% of the population is poor or a fallen noble. The guilds are massive and corrupted, and their influence is in fact causing the city to hemorrhage money each year. On top of everything, there is plague and disease. How is that exactly that a good thing? I asked, shaking my head in disbelief. Master Jean Antoine, if I may speak freely, said Paola. Yes, you may, said Chicot, rolling his eyes. I have been to Aragon just once, and believe me, you do not want to open shop there. The smell is intolerable, and the people are fetid vestiges of humanity. The rotten carcass of a city is beneath your grace, said Paola, bowing. I too agree with Paola, said Gita. Aragon is a cesspool. Just thinking about going to live there makes my stomach turn. Manure makes good fertilizer, my dear Gita. Trust me, I have a good feeling about Aragon, said Chicot, smiling. Chicot left behind the bulk of his guard. Abby was not in the mood for traveling, so he too stayed behind in Little Sofia. My mother traveled along with me while Chicot took Gita and Paola. Sir Richard was the leader of our armed escort composed of 20 men. Aside from that, there were 10 craftsmen and 2 designers. Chicot had decided to leave most of his craftsmen behind since he planned to recruit and train some of the local population. The trip towards Aragon was uneventful. Chicot seemed to have a sixth sense for danger. We somehow managed to avoid all of the highwaymen. When I asked Chicot about it, he simply said, my friends and I spent a few months as highwaymen, so I know how they think and where they like to hide. Did you kill anyone when you were robbing them? I asked sadly. Chicot rolled his eyes and then he changed the conversation. He always found it annoying to answer questions about morality or his past criminal behavior. I never once saw him look repentant for the harm he had done. I was not one to judge since I was benefiting from Chicot. After traveling for 5 months, we arrived at Aragon. Aragon was known as the rainiest city in the entire kingdom. It was at the foot of a plateau. Chicot explained that it was raised straight up, and above its peak there was supposedly a large flatland with people and other cities settling on top of it. It was hard for me to imagine that people could live there above the clouds. The city itself was as dreary as the weather. After passing through 5 checkpoints, our group slowly made their way towards the flat Chicot had purchased. This flat was located in the noble district. Using his fake documentation, Chicot was able to acquire a noble home. It was frankly a dilapidated apartment. There were rats of all shapes and sizes lurking about. So yeah, there were more than one type of rat. The first thing that Chicot did was put a special poison around the building to kill the bugs. As for the rats, Chicot had bought a creepy bluish black colored cat with yellow eyes. For some reason, the cat Aegis always gave me the feel that he was mocking me. He was always there grinning whenever I did something foolish. Aegis was a skilled hunter, and in less than 5 days he had already taken care of our rodent problem. It took a month before getting the flat in working order. When our house was presentable, a few of the local nobles started inviting us to have tea to mingle among them. Much to my annoyance, Chicot did not take me to such mixers. He said I had the bad habit of asking stupid questions that were in poor taste. In order to keep myself amused, he suggested I do a survey of the city in search of new recruits for our workshop. Since Chicot was posing as a noble, he could not appear to have direct connection with his line of production. The first day I ventured outside, I could not get past the first block. The smell of it was nauseating. To help me along, Gita gave me a scented handkerchief to cover my nose, And while I walked, the guards would laugh at me and say, new in the city, or it takes about a month for you to get used to the smell.
Reminds me of our first home.
Right to Hialeah. Remembering the people Chicot had hired the first time, I went to the slot to survey the situation. The moment I stepped inside, some nasty children stole my hat, my cape, and even my shoes. Chicot laughed when he saw me how I had returned. He explained, it is because you did not give them any candy. Ha ha ha, very funny, I said angrily. Chicot threw me his red ball and then he said, next time you head out, take this with you. It will make you seem less hostile. Again, I tried to enter the bad part of town. This time they stole all but my undergarments. When Chicot saw me return home, he laughed again. The others still poked fun at me. When he could catch his breath, he said, at least you still have your life and what's left for your dignity. Can't you send someone else to explore, I want? I sent others to explore, and they did not have the problems that you're experiencing. There is something about you. You don't look friendly, and no one wants to be around somebody with a grumpy expression. And your clothing, they can tell right off the bat that you are not one of them, explained Chicot. But I am not like those dingy vagabonds. I do not see why you insist on having me meet with them directly, I said, walking towards my room. Chicot sighed, and then he threw me a blanket. He seemed to have expected this turn of events. After I was dressed, he said, I was only trying to help. You seem a bit sad and isolated, and I thought it would do you some good to have contact with real people. Even with Richard and your mother, you barely speak with them. It is unhealthy for you to become too over-dependent on my friendship. I felt an odd sensation around my legs, and looking down, I noticed the creepy cat Aegis. And when he got my attention, he grinned as if mocking me. I was almost half tempted to kick the cat, and sending my aggression, Aegis quickly clawed his way up to Chicot's shoulder. The cat looked massive in comparison to Chicot's diminutive size. He had not grown much these past 8 years, which was odd even by dwarven standards. Oh yeah, the time, bro?
8 minutes.
My train of thought was interrupted when Chicot said, I want you to take Aegis, and next time you head out, if the cat fails to mask your animosity, then I will give up on helping you develop your people skills. I don't want your stupid cat, I said. He's not stupid. Aegis is the only reason our home is not overflowing with rats, said Chicot. Rather than cute, Aegis jumped from Chicot's shoulder to pounce on a rat. Since he was full, he did not eat it. Rather, Aegis went to bury the rat outside in the garden. He was a well-trained cat. I had to admit as much. The following day, I reluctantly went out with Aegis. Wherever he went, he would have the composure to murder the rat. He had enough common sense to bury them as quickly as he killed them. From time to time, he would stop to groom his fur. He would not allow me to pick him up. Still, he always maintained a respectable half-a-meter distance from me. This time, when I entered the back part of the city, I was not immediately mugged. A beggar boy selling matches came up to me and asked, is that your cat? No, he belongs to my boss man, Lord Ginato, and I explained. Oh, I thought he was yours because he keeps following you around, he said. The conversation continued to revolve around Aegis. He drew quite the crowd since cats were not common in the city. They had been common a few decades ago. However, the current feudal lord had the brilliant idea of killing the cat population to stop the spread of the plague. In the end, the cats were proven innocent since the rodent population exploded and with it the instances of the plague. And since he did not want to admit he was wrong, the feudal lord kept killing cats, continued with his cat killing policy, though he secretly kept some cats in his castle to deal with the rodent population. When an eye saw Aegis, he casually commented, it's illegal to own cats in this city. The cat is not mine, it belongs to my boss, Lord Ginato, and I repeated. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
Ah, yes, the little lord from Little Sophia. He is certainly quite the conversationalist, and his wife too is a darling. They make a cute couple, he said happily. I could feel him smiling beneath his helmet. I am recruiting people for my lord's worship. Do you have any family members that have skilled hands, I asked. You know, you're not supposed to ask such a thing overnight, said the knight sternly. His anger was soon quelled when he saw Aegis playing with the ends of his cape. Forgive me if I offended you. I was instructed to ask anyone who was willing to listen. I can vouch that the work will not be sordid. Also, Chicot is the only workshop master who pays apprentices, I explained. This always proved to be an irresistible lure for all whom I spoke to. The night was a bit pensive, and while he watched Aegis, I noticed that his armor was slightly rusted. Beneath the fancy coat of arms, I could imperceptibly see that it was falling apart. The knight was not as rich as he was pretending to be. He sent his two sons over to Chicot's workshop for a job interview. While walking back, I saw Aegis stop suddenly. The cat meowed and hissed and gave an odd backflip before running away in the direction of Chicot's workshop. I stared in the direction that the cat had been looking at. I walked closer and saw that it was just an empty street with nothing in particular out of the ordinary. A cold sweat fell down my spine, and I too was starting to be gripped by the fear that had possessed Aegis. Prudence eventually overcame my curiosity, and I practically ran back home. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the younger sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is Chapter 11, Part 1, Madness. It took 2 months for me to get used to the smell of Aragon, and while I toiled in the streets with Aegis, Chicot spent his time in box social. Sir Richard later explained to me that Chicot was trying to see if the nobles had anything worth stealing. Taken aback, I asked, "You can't be serious. Did Chicot tell you this?" "No, but I can only speculate," said Sir Richard. "He does have a past, and sometimes old habits are hard to break." "Oh, but I don't think there's any need for us to steal anymore. Why rush things?" I inquired. "He certainly has more personal wealth than even some of the oldest nobles in the kingdom. Still, it is hardly enough for what he plans to do," said Richard. "You don't think he is planning to gain independence from Veragerum?" I said, surprised. "Again, I can only speculate," said Sir Richard. What he had said gave me plenty to think about. I was going to continue on this train of conversation when Sir Richard's eyes opened wide. The blood escaped from his face. He staggered backwards, reaching for his sword. He shook his head, and his frightened expression changed to a look of bewilderment. Turning around, I asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I thought I saw something, but it was only a shadow." The poor illumination made it seem far more frightening. "Yes, it was nothing," he said, coming to inspect the coat hanger. He yelled and he fell backwards suddenly, making me scream in terror. He sighed when he saw Aegis rubbing against his leg. Picking up Aegis, he said, "Don't scare me like that." "Gee, she was just a stupid cat," I said, shaking my head sadly. After having lunch, I saw Aegis staring blankly at a wall. From time to time, he would shake his tiny paws while lazily trying to catch something from in the air. I continued on my way when I saw Chicot reading in the library. Sitting down in front of him, I commented, "Your cat has been acting up ever since the rodents left." "You never had a cat, so you wouldn't know. Cats have better vision than most humans, and they see things that we cannot, like spirits in the light," said Chicot casually. "Oh, so you're telling me now that our flat is haunted," I said. "Well, the previous owners were brutally murdered, so," said Chicot, grinning. Gita went to the library and she said, "Stop scaring Joseph. If you haven't anything better to do, go give a pep talk to our new recruits." "Yes, my dear," said Chicot, closing his book and getting up. When he left, I was alone in the library. I became acutely aware of all the sounds in all the 30 rooms that compose our home. I could hear Mother dusting in the room above. I could listen to Sir Richard practicing with his sword. The wood groaned slightly behind me, making me turn around. All this talk of ghosts was making me paranoid. The wood was groaning because the stupid cat was sharpening his nails against the floor. Getting up, I went to my study to finish some paperwork. Again, I got paranoid when things became utterly quiet. I could not shake off the feeling that there was a presence in the room, and when I heard the familiar footsteps of my mother approaching, I sighed with relief. When night fell, my mind was filled with troubled dreams. I kept dreaming that I was being murdered in hundreds of horrific ways. The nightmares went away when a small furry body rested against the back of my legs. In the morning, I silently thanked Aegis for making my nightmares go away. While fetching breakfast, I saw Chicot staring at an empty space in the wall. The way he was staring at it reminded me of Aegis, and when he heard me come inside, he said, "Good morning, Joseph." To test him, I said, "Good morning to you, Lord Ginantua." We conversed as usual. From time to time I saw his eyes imperceptibly return to the same empty wall in the room. I could not shake the feeling that we were in danger somehow, and I eventually asked him, "Why do you keep staring at that wallpaper?" Chicot was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "I was thinking of hanging a painting there, maybe one of me and the missus." "Yes, it would certainly class up the dining room," I said dryly. "You are still thinking about the murders, Joseph," asked Chicot, turning around. "I wish you had not told me about the ghost," I said sadly. "Ghost? What ghost? This house is no longer haunted," said Chicot, smiling. "Aha, so it was haunted at a certain point," I said, triumphantly catching Chicot on his lie. "Time, bro?"
10 minutes.
Chicot simply shrugged his shoulders and he said nothing. I could tell he was getting annoyed by our conversation. A week passed and I was finally able to sleep. My peaceful days came to a quick end when I noticed Paola and I staring at the same spot on the wall. I walked slowly towards it, carefully not to make the wood groan. Aige's ears did prick up. He turned his head around and he looked at me with disdain. The cat then resumed to stare at the drywall. When I was behind Paola, I tried my best to focus my eyes to see if I could see what was calling their attention. There was an odd, dark-looking smudge on the wall, almost as if it were slightly rotting as a result of the humidity. Other than that, there was nothing peculiar about the wall. The days went by and I noticed other people stopping to look at the same spot in the wall. Even my mother once could not help but stare at it for a few minutes. I was beginning to think that there was something wrong with my eyes. The suspicion was sudden when I was writing a document. For some reason my eyes got all watery and they started to hurt, and I soon was not able to focus on anything. She called over his personal barber. It was my first time seeing a barber, and they were rumored to have been very painful healing methods. And I was beginning to see Ringmaster Glad enter my room. I said to him, "It's been quite some time," I would say. "Nice to see you, but my vision seems to be failing me as of lately." "Nice to see you too as well, Joseph," said Glad, chuckling. "Why are my eyes doing so bad?" I asked. Glad held my head in his hand, and he looked deep into my eyes. Frowning, he said, "Do you still work by candlelight?" "More or less. I sometimes forget that I have better light available," I said sadly. "If you keep writing by candlelight, you are going to go blind," said Glad sternly. "Aren't I supposed to have good night vision?" I asked. "Not as far as I know," said Glad. He added, "Most of our so-called cave dwarfs go blind by the age of 30. They usually require a painful operation to restore their eyesight." "I don't need that, do I?" said, shocked. "We shall see," said Glad, chuckling. "We shall see if you see." Glad did a number of eye exams on me, like having me read a series of letters that got progressively smarter. He also did a side-by-side comparison to see which eye was stronger. The strangest one involved putting a special liquid in my eyes, and using different tools he was able to assess how much my eyes had degraded. A side effect of the liquid was that I was able to see everything. My eyes became extra sensitive to light. Everything looked quite charming with my new enhanced vision. Stumbling about the house, I made my way towards the drywall. I imagined that I could see strange figures taking shape over the murky-colored stain on the way. The shades were always different each time I blinked. "I see you," I said, laughing while pointing at the wall. I heard Chicot saying behind me, "Ah, Joseph, so you have finally lost it. There is nothing there." Turning around, I said, "Sure there is. I just was not able to see it because my vision was bad." "There is nothing there," insisted Chicot, raising his voice. "Now snap out of it." Time, bro?
7 minutes.
To help me get better, Chicot insisted I take a day off. I lay down and I waited for the effects of the liquid to pass. Calm dusk, Glad had prepared for me a fast-acting magic potion. After taking it, I was able to see clearly. It was strange to see things in such high detail. It was only now that I had good vision again that I realized that I had spent most of my early life seeing things blurry. I took some time to get used to seeing well. I became acutely aware of the color variations in the wall. There was a strange shading. It appeared and disappeared based on the lights entering the room, or so I imagined. I became obsessed with predicting when and where this variation would take place. It was even worse when I was lying down trying to fall asleep. and by focusing my gaze in the darkness, I would sometimes see something that appeared to be a large dark shadow sitting by the edge of my bed. At other times, when I would awaken, I would see a chimeric shape twisting and changing shapes in the darkness. If it wasn't for Aegis, I would imagine I was slowly going insane.
Like something out of H.P. Lovecraft.
However, he too would follow the movements of the chase with his glowing blue eyes. They shine green under the light of my timid candle, and ever since Chicot had mentioned the ghost, I could not fall asleep without having a candle always burning. One day, for no apparent reason, I stopped imagining things. Chicot put up a portrait of a nude woman in that dry water. Now when people stared at the wall, they had a legitimate reason for doing so. Aegis too had stopped his bizarre behavior. He was back to being a calm, quiet hunter, and whatever had been spooking everyone was no more, or so it would seem. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the younger sister, and this is Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 12, part 1, Aragon under new management. After the spooks left, our life regained some sort of normalcy. Chicot had renewed energies as he focused all of his attention in expanding his little empire. The first thing he wanted to sell were cats. He persuaded the feudal lord to lift the ban on cats in the city. Chicot sold his Aegis cats to be rid of the rat population. In less than 6 months, the rat population had been decimated. They were so rare to see any rodents walking in the street. With them gone, Aragon almost seemed livable. The plague departed along with the rat. People started walking the street, and vendors opened a shop, and people started visiting each other more frequently. There were other types of massive illnesses to consider. Chicot always had water imported from other cities for our own personal use. He also had us wear long-sleeve items which covered most of our skin. Whatever skin was exposed was usually supposed to be covered by a transparent cream to ward away the flies. And when we slept, we had a thin net over our bed, always. As an outreach for the community, Chicot would always give away nets to be placed over people's beds. There was nothing particularly magical about them, but for some reason it made people healthier, and it kept them from being bitten by whatever bug or fly was always swarming around the city. The new year came, and whether a new feudal lord, overnight the castle had been raided by gods know who. Chicot had apparently expected this, as he moved our valuables to the basement he had constructed, and while we waited for the fighting outside to subside, I heard shouting and screaming over us. And above it all, there were some unearthly noises, the likes of which I had never heard before. While the fighting went on, Chicot seemed to be counting with his finger. I asked him, shouldn't we go out and try to help? This fight has nothing to do with us, but if you want to go and die for strangers, be my guest, he said sarcastically. Unlike him, I had been raised with the belief that it was a citizen's duty to fight and die for our Lord. We heard a knocking behind the iron door, and I grew quite tense. A soothing childlike voice said, "The fighting is over. You can come out now if you want to." "Don't open the door," said my mother in a trembling voice. "Don't open the door." It's fine, said Chicot, getting up and opening the door. I held in my breath in suspense, waiting for a brute to beat Chicot to the ground. Chicot exchanged a quick word with the person at the door. He then gestured us to come out. Indeed, the battle had been a massacre, and the undertakers were clearing the freshly killed bodies. The castle was still on fire. It's late. We should return to our rooms and get some sleep. Nothing was broken or stolen. We should be fine for now, but just to be safe, have your main weapons at hand, at arm's length, suggested Chicot. I was not able to sleep for the rest of the night. I stood by the window watching the new soldiers marching and the bodies being taken away. From time to time I heard a strange howling over the distance. The night was tenebrous, with a strange silent lightning that sometimes appeared in the sky. The fire in the castle was eventually put out close to sunrise, and somewhat half asleep, I saw the new lord riding with his men in the direction of the castle. The new lord was a stout young general eager to prove himself. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
For the following 4 months, Lord Leo spent his time in the restoration projects of the city. There were plenty of other infrastructure elements that needed attention. The biggest problem was the canal and the stagnant pools of water place around courses. The city was filled with aromatic flowers of all shapes and sizes. We made quite a hefty bundle with this government contract. Chicot just knew how to bleed money out of Leo under the guise of improving their community. The last thing Chicot pitched to Leo was something called a benefit gala. He suggested that Leo invite nobles to the party. He would then charge them a modest fee for the entrance and would allow them the option to donate. The proceeds would then be used for charity work. This benefit gala drew in quite a crowd of people from all over the kingdom, and since it was Chicot's idea, he had to be present. He also allowed all of his workers and even me to attend under the condition that we behave ourselves. The gala was to take place in the middle of summer, and Chicot gave me till then to find myself a date. He told me this. When he told me this, I asked him, why do you keep pushing me to find myself a wife? Because I want your mother to shut up about it. Every day, every night, she talks about it like a broken record. She has me in borderline madness. Either you find a wife or I will. Or I will have your mother pick a girl up for you, said Chicot angrily. But there are no marriageable girls the same race as me in this city, I protested. Excuses. If you're still holding out for Gita, forget it. She's still my wife. And do you think I am blind to your affections for her? And besides, race was not an issue when you were wooing her, commented Chicot. I am surprised at how well you are taking this. Most married men will find any person who's eyeing their pretty wife, I said, smiling. Gita is free to do what she wishes to. I must warn you. If you try something funny, I will kill you, said Chicot, laughing. He then left before I had a chance to protest. Resigned to my fate, I went out to the city to look for a wife. This doesn't prove an easy one. Every girl I'd engaged giggled as they saw me approaching. I was not too keen on marrying somebody who make a mockery of my height. 2 days before the gala, I decided to call it quits. I said to Chicot, just find me someone presentable to go to the ball with. Wait, you actually took what I said seriously? I was just playing with you. Don't let your mother pressure you into marrying young. Just take your time and find the one person who will put up with you, said Chicot, holding his hand to his heart. What he said was undone by the mockery of his tone and his sardonic smile. In the end, since it was mandatory to have a date, Chicot had me go to the party with Paola. She naturally had no objections. The day came for the party, and we were all wearing the most dainty outfits Chicot had designed for us. They were quite comfortable, like the regular dressing gowns of the day. Their plain look contrasted greatly with the shimmering silk fabric. If one looked closer, one could see the handcrafted detail. Chicot too wore an elegant black attire with a black hat with feathers and a cape. The cape was angled over his good eye. Chicot was not the type of man to mask the fact that he was missing an arm. He had his sleeve rolled up and everything to draw even more attention to it. When he entered the ballroom, I smelled a faint odor of charcoal. Even after 3 months, the castle still smelled like it had burned recently. Time, bro?
7 minutes, 20 seconds.
The amenities were far grander than I could have imagined, and after eavesdropping on the conversation, I discovered that Leo had been holding back. Instead of a lavish party, the nobles had been greeted by Leo's frugality, and as a martial warrior, he did not believe in endlessly wasting money, and for him there was such a thing as good enough. The entertainment was quite varied, if the ostentations were lacking, and I spent my time with Paola playing at the craps table. She then suddenly felt like dancing, and Paola had never danced before, so we were awkwardly bumping into all of the other dancers. And through the maelstrom, I bumped into Chicot and Gita. It was amazing to see Chicot dancing with one arm. He was skilled in the control of his dancer, and some of his maneuvers were impressive, even for somebody that had 2 hands. The dancers would trail after him to get a better look. Just as quickly as Paola had felt like dancing, she suddenly dragged me towards the garden and then to the library. After she took me to the bedroom, she said after locking the door, I am sorry, my own master is here at the party, and it will be unwise for me to face him as I am now. What a bother, I said, lying back. Paola sat beside me and she asked, is your mother still giving you a hard time about finding a girl? I nodded in response. We spoke for a bit, and there was eventually a knock on the door, followed by Chicot's voice. The bastard's gone. You can come out You know, the guy that Paola calls Master, said Chicot. What happened to him? Did you kill him, I asked. Chicot struck me with his walking cane, and he said, and you wonder why I never invite you to these events. I'm sorry, I said sadly. Well, you should be, said Chicot, leaving. Time, bro?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
I sat down by the fireplace and I stared gloomily at it. Paola sat down beside me and she said, there's no need to feel bad. Chicot is simply under a lot of stress as of lately. Yes, it must be stressful managing his little empire, having so many people constantly depending on you, I said flatly. Paola frowned and she shifted beside me, and I could tell she wanted to say something. Instead, she said, we should be heading back, don't you think? I suppose, I said, getting up. After leaving the room, we saw that the ballroom had been cleared out. Instead of having dancers, there were two people dueling. I searched for Chicot with my eyes, and I found him sitting at one of the dining tables facing the duelists. As soon as the two seats had been cleared up, I sat down beside him with Paola to his right. I asked him, what's with the duel? Duels are trending, Veragero, and it is in fact one of their favorite pastimes, explained Chicot. But what if someone dies or gets maimed? I asked, seeing one of the duelists scraping the shoulder of his opponent. It's been known to happen. What's important for you to remember is that Veragero has a strong martial culture, and dueling is just another manifestation of that culture, explained Chicot. The following duelists could not be more mismatched. One was almost a giant, the other was a dwarf that went by the name of Fuge. I remember his name because his name was so weird. He was built like a wedge, more muscle than man. His duel was done over in a flash. Like Sir Richard explained to me, Mafuka started by tackling his opponent's leg. The leg twisted in an odd angle as if the entire weight fell on him. I too had suffered a similar injury, so I recognized the seriousness of a sprained ankle. The duel ended after Mafuka's opponent suffered that injury. It was a bit disappointing, to say the least, that it had ended so quickly. While walking back, Mafuka stopped and he stared at Chicot. Chicot yawned to show his boredom. See, sneering, Mafuka said to Chicot, do me if you're not a coward. I prefer not, seeing as though I am missing an arm, said Chicot, yawning. If your arm is a problem, I can easily tie my hand behind my back, or both hands, if it will please you, said Mafuka, laughing. You certainly do enjoy beating up little boys, don't you, Mafuka, said Chicot, not getting up. He then added, I have nothing to prove to you or anyone. I am not so unconfident that I need to prove myself in the eyes of everyone. I know myself, and that is all that matters to me. Theo got up and he gestured to Mafuka. My dear friend, leave the poor lad alone. You are drunk, and do not say that Chicot is merely a 5-year-old babe. Grumbling, Mafuka said, you are far too soft, Leo. But I will do as you ask out of respect for your father. It was strange to see the open way Leo and Mafuka conversed. It was rare to see such honesty, even among best friends. Seeing me staring at Chicot, he decided to explain, they are berserkers. Lying is pointless to them, so they can tell when people lie and as a result of their curse. I thought that the lying scene was a rumor and nothing more, so they can really tell when you are lying all the time. I repeated, yes, said Paola. Their truth-telling ability goes beyond spoken words, explained Gita. As my mother tells me, if a berserker reads something that is false, they will know that it is fake. That is why their history books are so accurate. They are immune to the illusion spells and just about anything that aims to hide the truth. That's incredible, I said, and then I added, but why are they called berserkers? Is it because of their ferocious way of fighting? Maybe, said Paola, shrugging her shoulders. Their people were once hunted near extinction. People took advantage of them because they were nomads and had bronze weapons. Berserkers were a demeaning term designed to dehumanize them. They never forgave the dwarves, the elves, and the orcs for what they did to them, explained Gita. What Gita said gave me a lot to think about. It was hard for me to imagine the sophisticated veteran citizens as nomads who did not have iron weapons. They certainly had gone a long way thanks to their illustrious leader, Bersamin. I started to think of what would have become of our little group if Chicot was not there anymore. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arctic Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot, Chapter 13, Part 1, Leo. As a leader, Chicot seemingly had a hands-off approach. However, he could always tell when you were not doing your work. He was a firm believer in paying people what they were owed, and he gave people raises at the end of the year if he thought they deserved it. He also had a knack for discovering people's talents through a simple interview. Some of the questions he asked were quite far-fetched. Once he was done speaking with a person, he usually had a role already for them in mind. When several journeymen were applying for the same position, it was a commonality at the time that the master would have them audition. They would have to give a sample of the work, and the best one would get the job. This was done not to pick the best one, rather it was a cheap way of getting a few dozen swords for free. Chicot never used such underhanded tactics, though if he ever was running short of cash, he had no reservations about robbing the neighbors or the cemetery. He was quite the contradiction in every respect. When dealing with his worker, he was always happy and cheerful. He made you feel at ease just being around him. If he felt that you were slacking, he would not scold you. He simply would pay you less. He was the kind of person who preferred to avoid needless argument and confrontation. He was also quite upfront with his expectation of those who worked under him. Another attribute that made him likable was his generous work schedule. He never demanded of the people to work more than 8 hours a day. Since the pay was generous, at least taking into consideration the wages of the time, his workers could live well. This created a modality that no one at the time had ever experienced. Slowly, the concept of leisure began to blossom. When not working, Chicot would spend his time playing with either his pretty wife or some of his co-workers. The newbies were of the habit of joining Chicot's games with the hopes of getting on his good side. Chicot would punish their dishonesty by having them play games that involved great physical exertion like tag, swimming, or juggling if he was in a special type of mood. When not playing, the newcomers were expected to attend the in-house school. Chicot provided basic education and training for all his employees. When word got out that Chicot was teaching his employees how to read, his home got crowded with prospective workers. Chicot would allow anyone to attend the writing classes. He was a firm believer that no one should be denied the basic right of education. Eventually, Chicot did end up opening his own grammar school in Aragon. The grammar school only taught students for 6 hours a day. At night, Chicot offered educational opportunities for adults. Illiterate farmers, workers, and peasants of all ages would come flooding in to learn to read. The night school too would run with the same time schedule as the day school. At first, this grammar school drew the attention of the berserkers. Leo came several times to inspect the curriculum. In order to avoid problems, Chicot always avoided teaching history or politics. In lieu of this, Chicot had his professors teach geography and botany. Leo confronted Chicot on this holiday. He told him, every grammar school is required to follow the curriculum created by our Lord and King. I do not have a grammar school. What I have is a bookstore with instructors. Nothing more, said Chicot, sneering. A bookstore where you teach reading and writing, corrected Leo. We find that literacy increases our clientele. It is pointless to sell books to an illiterate population, explained Chicot. How astute, commented Leo, picking up a book. He added, I see that your pure actions are motivated by greed. Oh yeah,
10 minutes.
However, it will do your students well to learn history and politics. They need to be made aware of their civil rights and the benefits afforded to them as citizens of our mighty empire. If you are so concerned, then come to my store and teach them yourself, said Chicot. He added, pointing towards the door. If you're done lecturing me, then be on your way. Leo got up and let Chicot study and gently closed the door behind him. It was like to see one's feudal lord so frequently. Even in Sufte, I had never seen the town's mayor at all. Leo was a great guy. He was nice and well-mannered. The several times I had spoken with him, he made me feel as if I had been a lifelong friend. After seeing Chicot interacting with Leo so often, I realized that Chicot did not like him. He was always irritable when Leo was around, and one day while eating lunch, I casually asked him, why don't you like Leo? Chicot shrugged as a response. I continued, Leo is a great and caring leader. He has plenty in common with you. I am flattered that you think so highly of me. As for leader, I hate that he's so well-intentioned. People like that are the first to cause a massacre when they think that they're fighting for a good cause, explained Chicot. He's not like that, I insisted. Shows what you know. He has a pungent scent of blood which no amount of soap will ever scrub clean. Whether he fights for a good cause or a bad one, it does not change the fact that he kills, explained Chicot. I forgot that there's no point in arguing with you, I said sadly. Argue away if it pleases you, though just don't get mad if I don't change my opinion. It would be boring if we all thought alike, said Chicot, smiling. I hear that the Southern Kingdom is rebelling, I said suddenly. What about it, said Chicot with disdain. If the kingdom rebels, we may be asked to contribute to the war effort as to the other nobles, I said, worried. I pay an extra tax to avoid such inconveniences, said Chicot. But don't you want to get involved? We could make a lot of money by looting the rebellious cities, I said excitedly. The kinsmen always have first dibs. It is not worth getting almost killed over scraps, said Chicot, unconvinced. He added, if you are bored bookkeeping, you should just say so. I am content where I am, I said. The following day, I was shocked to see Leo teaching in Chicot's grammar school. Paolo informed me that he had interrogated the teacher and discovered that they did not know of his country's history or its politics. The students were willing enough to learn from such a kind-hearted teacher. He would grace us with his presence once a week. I too was tempted to go to one of his lessons, and when Chicot saw me heading towards the school, he said to me, Do not try to be taken in by his indoctrinated dribble. Just because he is a berserker does not mean that he never lies. I could say the same thing about you, Chicot, I snapped. Chicot gave me an approving smile before walking away. Leo's lessons were quite pleasant. He was such a caring and understanding teacher. From time to time, Chicot would pass by the classroom to eavesdrop on what Leo was teaching his students. Based on his grimace, he truly despised having Leo around. Before Chicot did something drastic, I felt that it was necessary to warn Leo about him. I said when the classroom was empty, I think my boss does not like you. Do you think me blind, Joseph? Said, and I feel him throwing shadows at me when he thinks I'm not looking, said Leo sadly. I don't get why he doesn't like you. I could almost say he despises you enough to want to kill you, I said ominously. Is that so? And does your bossman kill people on a whim? Leo asked, trying to get information out of me. I don't know, to be honest. I've never seen him kill anyone, I said, trying to dodge around the question. I have heard rumors that he was a highwayman, said Leo, continuing with the interrogation. One should not give credence to rumors, especially someone of your status, I said, bowing. Leo was about to say something else, but I took my chance to flee the classroom. This strategy had always worked well with Chicot. In the future, I was more careful with what I said in front of Leo. He was not as benign as he pretended to be, and he gave me the impression that he was always checking up on us under the guise of education. Leo too noticed this change, and thus he started coming on the midweek as well. What I had said had roused his suspicion. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
One day, I eavesdropped on another one of Leo and Chicot's conversations. Gita was present there as well. Chicot had just said, no, we do not go to temple, and even if I wanted to, which I don't, I was branded a blasphemer for practicing necromancy. I could talk to the priest, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. After all, grave robbing has nothing to do with necromancy, said Leo. He added, and you, Gita, don't you want to worship among your kind in the temple of Lara? It is one of the few liberties afforded to your kind. Whatever you may have heard, I am a free elf, and like my mother and my sister, the temple of Lara is only for human followers and slave elves. The high priest will not allow me to enter, explained Gita. My apologies, said Leo, bowing. He added, I was just concerned with the progress of my little empire. You could be doing a lot better if you had the priest's blessing. I'd rather do things on my own without the help of the gods, said Chicot. There's only so much a person can do alone before they need to ask for help, said Leo, getting up. And when the time comes, I will call upon my gods, and that will be the end of that. I'm just not the kind of person who wants to call upon higher powers to solve every little thing. Even the gods get tired of listening, you know, said Chicot. What Chicot said made Gita giggle. Not turning around, Leo said, and you, Joseph, I never see you at temple. coming inside, my face flushed red with embarrassment. I stammered. I'm too busy, yes, with paperwork and writing Chicot's mail. He can't write because he lost his dominant hand, you see. Yes, we can all see that, said Edita, frowning. Now going back to the matter at hand, aren't you worried about life after death? Asked Leo to everyone. Not really, and I go tired of this theological debate. What we believe or choose not to believe is our business, and the sooner you and those preachers of death get that through your heads, the sooner we can go on with our life. Or is it donations that you are after? Finished Chicot sarcastically. Leo had finally realized that Chicot was too stubborn to change his mind. Even though Leo had failed to change Chicot's mind, he did manage to put the fear of God in me and Gita as well. We both started going to temple. Following our example, other people from our work just started going there as well. In time, most of us were going to temple. It was interesting to know that the guys from the former Warriors Guild did not bother to go there. A good number of them were nice, and as such were raised to be pious. However, Chicot's sacrilegious behavior was infectious, and he had managed to win the Warriors over. Paula too did not go to temple, though she had pretty good reasons not to go there. One day Chicot said to Leo, I don't want you coming by my workshop anymore. You don't have a choice in the matter, little boy. This is my territory, and I come and go as I please, said Leo, laughing. Just because you are loved does not mean you are entitled to do everything. You know this truth better than anyone, and I will tell you, mind your own business, said Chicot, raising his voice. Leo patted Chicot's head, laughing. He said, sure thing, little boy. As a soothing voice said, leave him alone, my dear brother. A strange young man with black curls entered the room, and Leo was startled by his sudden appearance. The young man continued as thus, you can't solve everyone's problem, Leo, and if I were you, I would worry about disciplining your own ranks. I am not concerned with the loyalty of my men, little brother, said Leo more somber. The strange young man left with Leo, and as they left, they seemed in deep conversation, and as soon as Leo was gone, Chicot breathing a sigh of relief. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 14, part 1, The Dragon Armor. The months passed, and when the new year came, life gained some sort of normalcy. Leo had finally left us in peace, in part due to the necromancy given by the remonstrance given by his strange brother Marduk. The moment Leo left, Marduk started making an appearance from time to time. He was supposed to be on guard duty in Veragero, however he had found that job boring. He came to bother his older brother under the flimsy excuse of wanting his help. Every time I saw him, he made me feel really depressed. It wasn't just me who was affected by his gloomy disposition. I could tell he was approaching since Chicot's smile faded from his face. Whenever Marduk was around, Chicot would always send me away. And when the winter months passed, Marduk returned to Veragero. Despite being gone, Chicot had not recovered his smile. I asked him, what has you worried? Did that strange boy Marduk say anything bad? On the contrary, he was quite impressed with my progress, said Chicot, giving a sad smile and caught his smile. He added, just 5 more years, but things are already in motion, and for now we should return to Little Sofia. We have to make do with what we have. The trip back to Little Sofia was far quicker than a trip to Aragon. It almost seemed as if Chicot was racing to get back there. One night when I was sleeping, I was awakened by strange sounds. Getting up, I saw Chicot heading towards the woods. I did my best to mask the sound of my footprints, but to no avail. Every time it leaf and twig made a sound that could be heard from miles away. I was eventually captured by a man hiding in the darkness. He would have killed me, but Chicot raised his voice in the darkness and said, let him go, Lost. That kid is my accountant. The Lashman put me down and said in a gruff voice, curiosity killed the kitty cat. I will keep your advice in mind, I said, bowing. Chicot finally came forth and said, go back to camp. No, I said without much enthusiasm. Fine, do whatever you want, said Chicot, frowning. I followed Chicot, who met in secret with 5 other men. They eyed me with suspicion, but they kept quiet. Shockingly, Chicot started speaking in a foreign tongue. He had his secret meeting, and I was still none the wiser about what he was planning. By the end of spring, our little group had arrived at Little Sofia. Instead of making the usual trinkets, Chicot focused all of our attention on smelting weapons. The others too were helping in mending chainmails and refining shields. The bodyguards were mostly out, and our vault had completely emptied out overnight. Even Chicot too was melting weapons. It It was a wonder how skillful he was working the tool with just one hand. Then again, Anvis had redesigned Chicot's workstation to compensate for his missing limb. Now I was certain Chicot was probably part of the rebellion. He had been tasked to help supply the army by any means necessary. I voiced my concern with Gita, who said, yes, there is certainly a rebellion brewing. However, contrary to what you may think, Chicot is arming the Berserker Lords, not the rebels. There is nothing illegal about what we're doing. Oh, I said with disappointment. Don't look so surprised. The Lords are a sure bet. Most of the feudal rebels are after personal gain. They do not care about the armies they sent to die, or the lives they ruin with their misbehavior, said Gita. How can you be certain of all of this? I insisted. Chicot told me himself, said Gita, smiling. How disappointing, I said sadly. The following weeks I spent gloomy, and I had imagined that Chicot was financing the rebels. Instead, he was helping our overlords. With the coming summer, there came with it a notoriously bad storm. Chicot had been boarding up his manor for days, and the mayor, Little Sophia, had also been advised to board up. Even with the storm far away, the wind was unusually strong, and I could see that Chicot had plenty of reasons to worry about it. The storm brought with it torrents and wind, and we could not spend a single moment aside as a result of the downpour. Chicot assembled everyone in the basement and said, for now there's no need to be alarmed. However, do avoid the windows just in case. The storm is said to last 2 more days. Raising her hand, Paola asked, how do you know this? Glad is a good weatherman, so he keeps me posted. Any other questions? Said Chicot. Just one, said Alvis. When do you guys plan to get out of my workshop? Now, let us be on our way so that Alvis can get back to work, said Chicot, returning. Just as he was going upstairs, one of the windows broke and a shard of glass struck Chicot's forehead. He was breathing profusely, but he did not seem too alarmed. Chicot ordered, someone board up this hole and reinforce these windows in this side of the house. We all scrambled to complete his command, and in the meantime, Gita guided Chicot to his room. I followed along with wood, nails, and hammer. Gita cleaned the wound with a cloth soaked in water. Chicot pushed her aside and he said calmly, don't bother, the wound was not really that deep. He then went to a water basin and he cleaned his face. His forehead had already started bleeding. He put a bandage over it just to be safe. Not turning around, he said to me, aren't you going to reinforce my window? Yes, I said, getting started on the window. This was the first time I had ever been inside Chicot's bedroom. He always locked it to keep curious eyes like mine from looking inside. Under the lean light, I saw it. It was the most impressive looking armor I had ever seen. The chainmail seemed to be made of scales, and it was both compact and solid. The hard pieces were angled to defend blows. Smiling proudly, Chicot said, a prototype. I'm not certain about releasing it to the general public. I made it easily using my unique talents. However, it would be impossible to be mass-produced by regular people. If normal people are a problem, just use magic to mass-produce the armor, I suggested. It is not that simple, said Chicot, shaking his head. Sighing, he added, I suppose there is no other choice. I will have to downgrade the armor in order to simplify the production process. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
What's the armor made of? I asked, reaching to toss the chainmail. It felt like snakeskin, though the scales were larger and had a smooth texture of metal. It is made of, said Chicot, thinking, copper, or what you people call orichalcum. It also has a compound of silver, nickel, and cobalt. The compound is more commonly known here as miltry, and for the finishing touches, I use my own personal favorite, olivine. Chicot's explanation of the components used for the armor was actually quite longer. However, this was just all I was able to remember of what he said. I am not an armorsmith, so the technical details of the making of the armor did not stick in my brain. And then asked Chicot, who can wear the armor? No one. I designed it for people with a stronger build and sleek figure. A crossbreed or maybe a demon might be able to sport the armor, said Chicot. Why make an armor that only weirdos can wear? I asked sadly. Chicot shrugged his shoulders in response, and after this brief conversation, we returned to the basement. When the storm died down a bit, Chicot felt reassuring enough to allow us to walk about. From a small opening in the window, I saw that the river had tripled in size. The docks of Little Sophia's were sunken. Most of us were staring at the devastation of the window, and from time to time a large tide would raise to the surface a boat or parts of a house house or a tree. Chicot exchanged a few hurried words with Alvis and Richard. Both did not seem to please with what he said. Chuckling, he said out loud, "I'm going out for a bit. Do you guys want me to bring anything back?" "Are you insane?" I said, taken aback. Other people who heard him also echoed my incredulity. After much causing and arguments, Chicot got dressed in a leather raincoat and went out. Just opening the door took the effort of two strong men. Chicot stayed close to the ground and used his cane for leverage. It was a miracle that he had not been flown away. We lost sight of him when he entered Little Sophia. Gita was obviously worried about him, and she was using a golden monocular to see what was going on. You know, like one of those things is far away. Gasping, she said, "He can't be serious." Going to her, I said, "I want to see." She handed me the monocular, and I surveyed the town. Close to the river edge, there was a gathering of people. Some had shot several rows across the river. She grabbed onto one of them dexterously, and he made his way towards a large jagged rock in the middle of the overflowing river. He turned to the riverside with a small bundle. He returned from the riverside with a small bundle wrapped in his coat. When he was closing in on the manor, I heard the most bizarre hissing and squeals coming from within his coat. I asked him, "By the gods, are you insane? And what's in the bundle?" "Nothing, just a baby," said Chicot, keeping the bundle hidden. Like he felt like he went and rescued a baby from the river. A baby of something. "That's not a baby. At least it's not a human baby," commented my mother, frowning. "Let me see the little critter," said Alvis, coming closer. Chicot went backwards until his back touched the wall. Frowning, he said, "No, you can't see it." By now, a huge crowd was gathering around Chicot. Their eyes were drawn to the blood-stained blanket that surrounded the tiny critter, which seemed huge in Chicot's arm. Rolling his eyes, Chicot opened his blanket for a second, and then he closed it again. Shaking his head, Sir Richard said, "You risked your life to save an iguana." "That did not look like an iguana to me," said Gita, looking at the blanket. They were like, "So you risked your life to save an iguana." "Iguanas don't make such weird noises," added Alvis. Chicot went to the storage room and he came back with a baby stroller. He put the iguana, lizard, or whatever inside of it. Frankly, I had not gotten a good look at him, and Sir Richard had stood in front of me when Chicot had done his great reveal. "Are we going to keep it?" asked Chicot, sitting down beside Chicot. Chicot shook his head and said, "No. Once the storm dies down, I will take it to the forest. For now, no one is to touch it. The little guy is a snapper, and I do not want anyone losing a finger." "But he needs a barber, or a magician, or a vet to heal him," said Paula alarmed. I don't know what it is. He's fine. He's just unfamiliar with this area. He will settle down as soon as you people step back and leave him alone," said Chicot, raising his voice. We all went about our business. Mother went to zoo to pass his time. Alvis returned to the liquor cabinet. Paola and Gita went to play chess. On the meantime, Sir Richard amused himself by playing the cello, badly, mind you. He had been trying to learn how to play it for the last 6 months, and progress was slow and painful for both himself and those around him. As for Chicot, he left for the kitchen to look for raw meat for his pet, or child, or whatever it was. Time, bro?
3 minutes.
Since he had left his baby monster unattended, I went towards the stroller to have a better look. The thing inside of it was, for now, purring softly. Agus was sitting beside the stroller, looking at him. He grinned as he saw me approach. He gave me the look whenever he guessed I was about to do something stupid. The thing showed his head outside the blanket and stared at me with crimson eyes. Indeed, he had the look of a lizard. His snout was elongated. He had horns on his head and an elegant golden mane. His scales glistened pale white, and then he was gone. And upon closer inspection, I noticed that his head had taken the color, and visuality had taken the texture of cloth. My presence was like it had camouflage. My presence was making the little thing paranoid. The cloth blinked and revealing a single red eye. The creature there was checking to see if I was departing. And when he saw me that I was still there, he obtained a gorgeous emerald green color. He shifted a little underneath the cloth, and I was able to see a tiny little wing. With his tiny claw, he held up a small severed finger. Upon closer inspection, Chicot always wore. His eyes open and wide as I realized that Chicot was not joking about the finger, that the thing snapped off one of his fingers. The little lizard bastard had bitten off one of Chicot's fingers. The blood had come from Chicot and not from the little dragon. Time, bro?
1 minute 30 seconds.
Ah, yeah. We'll leave it at this. Bye, bye, venga. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 14, part 2. The dragon hissed at me and stood up, like a cat fighting for his territory, his mane standing on end. He realized when he saw Chicot bringing in food in a porcelain bowl. Chicot was none too pleased to see when he saw me near the dragon. I, however, was relieved to see that Chicot had all of his fingers, but no cigarette ring. The finger probably belonged to some other person. Who knows? I asked Chicot, is that a real dragon? You tell me, said Chicot, yawning. He was still drenched from the rain. I seen him shivered. I said, you should have gone first to change, and then bother about feeding your new pet. This guy's food could not wait, said Chicot. And indeed, the baby dragon was devouring his meal fiendishly. And when he was done with his meat, I saw his teeth snapping through the bone. He ate it all, a meal that was almost as big as him. When he was full, he breathed a puff of smoke from his nose and settled back down in his stroller. He scratched his side with his hind leg, dislodging a few scales. I picked one up, and when the dragon started snapping his teeth to keep me away. Again Chicot repeated, leave the kid alone. The storm eventually passed, and I woke up early to see the dragon once more before he was released into the wild. I was disappointed to find his stroller empty. As the sun was rising, I saw Chicot returning from the forest. Once inside the manor, Chicot went to put away the stroller. He also picked up the scales dropped by the dragon, and he placed them in a flask. When holding one, its sharpness made a cut in my finger. I asked him, why are you collecting the scales? Can I have one? Here, have this one, said Chicot, handed me a gorgeous large green scale that was in his coat pocket. It was the size of my palm. Seeing my good humor, he added, the dragon gave me a good idea for an armor, but first I had to see if it can be done. Chicot spent the following 2 months in his study. We rarely saw or heard from him, and even Gita was not allowed to visit. It wasn't every day that Chicot worked feverishly on a project. Only his suppliers of components were allowed into his study, but only for a moment, and each time one would enter, I would ask the same question. What is Chicot making? A leather armor, one would say. Another one said a chainmail, and another one would say a sword. One man was honored enough to say, I had no idea. Metal is not supposed to bend that way, let alone when touched by a child's hand. At the time I did not see much of it. I thought that they were simply exaggerating. When Chicot finally finished his armor, he came from his workshop looking haggard. He did not say a word to anyone. He half stumbled aside and he rested in the garden. His eyes were squinting as if he was getting used to the sunlight once again. After basking in the warm summer sun for a bit, he went to the kitchen and he rated the probation. He ate like someone who had not eaten in weeks. The following day, after he was better, I asked him, so did you complete the armor? More or less, said Chicot, playing with marbles. He had been a lot more playful since he completed his work. I asked him, for whom did you make the armor? For no one, said Chicot. Why go through all of the trouble to make an armor you can't even sell or even wear? I said, somewhat annoyed, money is just a means to an end, dear Joseph. Those who forget this fact will lose themselves in their avarice, said Chicot ominously. Yes, I heard that line before, said Johnny. Yes, and you still refuse to enjoy yourself. And even when you do something else, you secretly regret that I won't let you have more work hours to increase your personal wealth. Why are you saving so much anyway, said Chicot, sitting up. I do not want to be poor in my old age, I confess. Lots of things can happen between here and now. For all you know, your little stash might be stolen or lost, and when that happens, you will regret not using even the tiniest bit on something remotely amusing, said Chicot. I suppose you're right. I am certainly no fun at all, I said, putting down my quill. I blame your upbringing, said Chicot, returning to his game. Is the armor not for sale? Are you giving it away? I asked. No, but I think I should send it out for a test run before manufacturing more, said Chicot. Neat. That should be at least be fun to watch, I said happily. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 15, the tournament. In order to test out the armor, Chicot had the brilliant idea of attending a ice tournament. They usually held such tournaments in the main fjords during the summer. The one closest to our little Sophia was in the city of Etsiri. Etsiri was directly governed by the Berserker Lords. It had been under their management for the last 40 years. At another time, its size rivaled that of the capital, Veraguero. Now it was surrounded by ruins of its former splendor. Only during the tournament did its old buildings recover some of their former splendor as vendors, weaponsmiths, and makeshift bars opened up shop. The trip to a city only lasted 8 days. A good number of us came along, even Alvis, who was bored of little Sophia. We arrived with ample time to set up camp and sign up for the tournament. Chicot had also a few sharp-looking swords and a few questionable clubs to try out as well. Those who were testing out the questionable weapons also wore the light, medium, and heavy versions of the prototype armor. Frankly, I could not tell the difference between one and the other. All these models lacked the splendor of the original. I brought up my concerns while Paola and Sir Richard were trying on their armors. The one who was to use the heavy version was the leader of the guards, the drunkard Alberandus. I call him a drunk because every time I see him, he's always drinking. I never see him train, and most of the time he's just loafing about. This tournament was going to be the first time I saw him in action. Chicot said, I wanted to tone down the design for good reason. But aren't we trying to sell those armors, I insisted. Gosh, how can you be so narrow-minded? These armors are not for sale. I am going to give them away for free. If I were to sell them, no one will be able to afford the true cost of them, said Chicot proudly. I still think you should find a better use of your time, I commented. Look at it like a hobby or a game. It's been ages since I made one of these little armors, said Chicot happily. When Alberandus was fully fitted, he said, There's no need for you to understand, little man. This is what Chicot wants, and as his employees, it is our job to play along. It is as simple as that. It is simple for a brute like you not to give any thought to anything, I said, pouting. Watch it, Joseph, said Sir Richard. Let him say whatever he wants, Alberandus. Doesn't care, said Paola, smiling. It's Alberandus, said Richard's illustrious leader, yawning. Looking back, Alberandus never had an official leadership title. He was someone whom his men just blindly obeyed when Fortnite was not around, which was usually all the time. Why do you have such a stupidly long name? Asked Paola, frowning. Alberandus shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, you should just ask my mother. Once the knights were fully prepared, we went to the stands to watch the show. The tournament usually focused on a large company of knights, and since we came from a small town, no one belittled us for having only 3 participating fighters. They were expecting as much. The first event was the jousting competition. The knights were supposed to charge at one another with a lance. The winner was the one who knocked down his opponent. Alberandus was the one who chose to compete in this fight. When Alberandus rode, the lance of his opponent smashed against his armor. It was a miracle he had not gotten impaled. Staggering, he came to see Chicot. Chicot commented, Your reaction time was slow. My arms feel heavy in this thing, commented Alberandus. He added, Still, the armor absorbed a lot of the attack, though the fall did bruise my side somewhat. I should account for fall damage on my next model, said Chicot, frowning. You still up for another fight? Asked Alvis, taking a sip from his flask. Maybe later, said Alberandus, sitting back down. The following event was a melee. It focused on having too many armies crashing against one another in a formation as they pushed each other back. Eventually, the melee would turn into a free-for-all with blunt weapons smashing into each other's armor. The melee actually went better. Despite a few numbers, our small small team was able to back a company of 20. Overall, there were 10 companies competing at once, which was visually a bit of a mess. In the free-for-all section, Paola, Cervicia, and Amberandos kept close to one another. They targeted anyone who had their backs turned. In lieu of traditional swords, they used Chicot's club, whose blows rent the armor and shields asunder. The opponents felt the blow, even though they were not cut. The following days were the preliminary duels, followed by the archery contest. Paola's preliminary match was against an elven maid. The maiden was wearing a light leather armor and her main weapon was an elongated rapier. Her weapon was supposed to have a dull edge. This proved false when she placed all her weight on her sword and it pierced right through Paola's shield. It was lucky that the curve of the chest plate bent the tip. The elf was arrested for using a true rapier in the tournament. Like a sharp rapier, like she almost got ate. By the end of the day, the elf was gone and no one could track her down, so it was basically an assassination attempt on Paola. After the brief intermission, the preliminaries recommenced. While watching the show, I asked, Chicot, was that an assassin? Seems like I said Chicot, Johnny. Why would somebody want to harm Paola? Asked Guitar. It probably has something to do with one of your many murders, said Obvious Johnny. Whatever you say, old man, said Chicot, smiling. Looking over my shoulder, I noticed some people eavesdropping. They chuckled when they saw Chicot's diminutive size and his missing limb. It was impossible for them to imagine that Chicot could kill a person. Close to those, Cervicia and Amberandos had their match in the preliminaries. Much to all the audience dismay, Cervicia forfeited the match. The second day of the tournament ended with many questions. It left me wondering if somebody would make another assassination attempt in the near future. When night fell, I did not see Chicot in his tent. As the sun rose, the tournament was put on hold for a couple of hours while the undertakers removed several bodies before anyone was the wiser. It seemed as if the Lord of X-Series cared too much about the event to bother to do a proper investigation. Still, for good measure, there was twice as many guards in the tournament. The archery tournament lasted till midday, and Paola and Cervicia barely made it to the top 20. They had pretty poor aim. As for Amberandos, he was the crown champion of this event. In the final duels, Paola made it to the semifinals. However, in her fourth bout lasted half an hour. She eventually forfeited since she was not making a dent in her giant, well-clad opponent. While she was dragged to our camp, Chicot left his seat to see her. I followed behind. Chicot removed the armor and he threw water at Paola's face. He then showered the armor in cold water. A bit of steam rose to the surface as the water was poured on him. The armor overheated, said Chicot sadly. He gave me a bit of ointment and said, take care of Paola's mouth burns. I'm going to go check up on the rest of the tournament. I obeyed Chicot and disdainfully put on ointment on Paola. When she was good to go, I returned to the stadium where she rested in camp. The final battle was between Amberandos and Lord Salot. Lord Salot was said to be one of the most honorable Berserker lords, and he also participated in public events with the hope of changing public's opinion about his kind. The irony was that his constant victories in this tournament was only making people more afraid of their overlords. So do you think Amberandos can win? I asked, returning to my seat. I doubt it. It all depends on his disposition, said Chicot. What do you mean? I asked. He means Amberandos chokes when he's in the center of attention, said Avis, nursing his fist flask of ale. Wait, what? That is so childish, I said, taken aback. He's been this way ever since his first unit was wiped out, said Gita, shaking her head. The moment that doubt crossed his mind, he would certainly lose. Just what you know about fighting, said Chicot, folding his arm. Amberandos and Lord Salot were about to start the battle, but they suddenly stopped and stared at something above their heads. Time, bro?
Yeah, 6 minutes.
They followed it with their eyes as if hypnotized by it. I looked up to the sky to see what they were looking at. Alas, there was nothing there to see. As the skirmish progressed, both would instinctively react to something that only they saw. And I was starting to see what Chicot was referring to. Both men had better vision than normal humans, and what they saw distracted them from what was standing before them. Amberandos stopped suddenly and said, do you want to just wait a bit? I would prefer not to drag this fight much longer, said Lord Salot. Amberandos wearily raised his claymore with one hand and prepared for the fight. His fighting suddenly became more sloppy, his swings wilder and fiercer, and all Lord Sailor could do was block with his sword and shield. With his last swing, he smashed the claymore against Lord Sailor's shield. This blow made the sword get stuck. Since he could not use his weapon, he held Lord Sailor's sword with his hand to close the distance. When he was close enough, he smashed his helmet against Lord Sailor's head. Lord Sailor kicked the Aberandos away. Gianni Aberandos removed his helmet. When the knight did this, it meant that he was forfeiting the match. Aberandos stumbled towards the camp. Once he was within, he emptied an entire wine bottle in one gulp. Chicot patted his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't mind that you lads. You have nothing to prove to those drunken slugs." When I drew closer, I saw that Aberandos was crying. It was shameful to see a grown man cry. I left the room because I could not stand to look at him. Chicot had to use plenty of coaxing and wooing to get Aberandos to settle down. The 2 hours before midnight, Lord Sailor came to our humble camp. He said plainly to Aberandos, who was still drinking, "I salute you. It was a fine match, though I must admit that you should have been the victor." "It doesn't matter, the fight is over. Just leave it at that," said Aberandos without much enthusiasm. The following day they had the boxing preliminaries and the hammer throwing contest. Only Sir Richard participated in the boxing match. Sir Richard only used the gauntlets of his armor. They were imperceptibly bent in a way to scrape the bare skin of his opponent. As for the other fighters, they used solid iron gauntlets. Almost all those who fought ended up a bloody mess, and the hammer throwing was at least less messy. The rules were simple. The participants had to swing a heavy iron hammer and then throw it as far as they could. The one who threw it the furthest won. Sir Richard won 2 matches but lost the third. As such, he failed to qualify for the finals. He did fare better in the hammer throwing contest, as did Paola Lambarandos. Paola, in fact, was one of the finalists, but she naturally lost to Lord Sailor. The last day of the event ended rather pleasantly with a single jousting match. This single match was done between the Black Knight and the finalists of the jousting competition. The title of Black Knight was given to the champion of this event, and the current leader had maintained his title even after having to defend it in more than 60 jousting matches. As was to be expected, the Black Knight was victorious. The rest of the day was spent in celebration while drinking and dancing about. Things turned sour for our little party when Chicot was called in for questioning. I was afraid that he would get tortured again. We all breathed a sigh of relief when Chicot came back in one piece. We all decided to leave early to avoid any further problems. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 16, part 1, an armor made for no one. After seeing the armors in battle, Chicot was more or less satisfied with their performance. However, he kept drafting plans that would account for the armor's weaknesses. When all hope seemed lost, Chicot had me draft letters to a mage called Ceric. Based on the letters filled with adulation, Ceric was supposed to be an expert in enchanting items. Chicot hoped that through flattery, said it would be able to make out with magic the armor's defect. Chicot also sent a half a dozen armor samples to be reworked. In order to make certain that they were not resold, Chicot made them extra heavy and stiffer around the joints. Indeed, it seemed to me a complete waste of raw materials. While managing the ship, Mesquita said to me, "You don't seem very happy." "It just seems that we have been hemorrhaging money since Chicot started with his little armor-making hobby," I said sadly. "You're still getting paid, aren't you? What does it matter how my husband spends his pocket change?" said Gita, somewhat annoyed. "I'm worried because I don't want to go back to how it was before," I said, raising my voice. What do you mean is that you don't want to go back to being poor? Was scraping pennies and begging for scraps really that painful?" asked Gita, laughing. "I could ask you the same thing," I retorted. "It's not so bad once you get used to it," said Chicot, entering my office. "It's easy for you because," I said, stopping myself. "Because I did not have a home to begin with," said Chicot, completing his thought. "I'm sorry," I said sadly. "Well, you should be," said Chicot sternly. "You haven't been yourself since this whole armor thing started. Why must you insist on doing something you do not want to?" I insisted. "This conflict, this rebellion has nothing to do with us. You need not make armors for the rebels or for the lords." "I don't care about the lords or rebels. They can all go to hell for all I care," said Chicot, leaving. Gita and I stared as he left in a fury. It was rare to see Chicot show violent bursts of anger. Pouting, Gita said, "I'm worried." "There's no point in worrying, Gita. You know as well as I do that Chicot likes to soften even if his life depended on it, I said. Gita said nothing. Only she bowed and left to check up on Chicot. My mother too did not help alleviate my concerns. As of lately, Chicot seemed deeply afraid of something, and one day she had seen him nearly, with his head down at night, sweating from head to toe. In tears she heard him say, "Oh, merciful God in heaven, please, I don't want to die, I don't want to disappear, I don't want to cease to exist, please God help me." If he feared for his life, that would explain the armor. He was probably designing a suit that would protect him from danger. I decided to be a bit more supportive about his armor project. I hoped that once the armor was complete, Chicot would finally find peace of mind.
Wait, she got half abandoned?
No, he's just afraid because they're lurking.
Oh, gotcha.
The winter months were spent in a long inn, but he's not immune to their influence, you get me? He could get killed by them and be erased.
Gotcha.
The winter months were spent in a long interchange of letters between Chicot and Cedric, and when the spring of the new year came, Chicot had finally settled on the armor design. The complete set was far more magnificent than the heavy version he kept in his room. The intricate details, the varying undulations of the shoulder blades, it was an armor that would make any man foolhardy in battle. Sometimes I would see Chicot admiring his work in the armory, and based on the height of the armor, I was disappointed to know that he had not made the armor for himself. The blood red coloring was another matter that deeply worried me. It seemed to me that he had designed another armor for a berserker lord. Again I would ask, for whom did you make that armor for? For no one, answered Chicot. Why don't you ever answer my questions? I asked in anger. I do answer your questions truthfully, most of the time. It is not my problem if you do not believe me, said Chicot, polishing the gloves of the armor. But when you're making an armor for yourself because you fear an assassination, I insisted. My dear Joseph, don't you have an active imagination? It is true that I fear death, but how does this fear make me any different from any mortal creature? He added. I can't let fear dictate my actions. Just out of curiosity, what magical enchantment does the armor have? I said, changing the subject. It has the float thing I like, he said, removing the armor from the stand. It was creepy to see it floating a little bit hovering over the ground. He then dismantled the armor to show that each part was seamlessly floating over the ground. Let's see, what else is it supposed to do? I let Chicot putting the armor back to normal. I think the armor is resistant to the elements, and it can also deflect arrows and other projectile weapons. It is also light and mobile enough that its wearer can use it to swim. The angles of the chainmail let plenty of air inside, so you won't overheat. Even in hot weather, the steel remains somewhat cool to the touch. It is also resistant to blunt and piercing attacks. I still don't understand why you went to all the trouble to make an armor that nobody can wear, I said, shaking my head sadly. Would it help if I told you I have gone insane, said Chicot, chuckling. Yes, that would certainly help explain a lot, though you can't be that crazy if you still have your sense of humor, I said, not taking Chicot seriously. Your concern is touching, but I know myself quite well, said Chicot. Now all that is left is her armor. Again, Chicot immersed himself in making a new armor. The other one was being used as a model to manufacture new draconic set. Chicot spent half his time making the new armor and the other half helping in the development of the new draconic armor. This new armor was designed for a lady. It was made of delicate silver and gold. The cloth was actually made of silk, and it gave a shimmering aspect to the armor. Instead of a helmet, it had a cyclet with strands of pearls for decoration. The most solid pieces were the gloves, boots, and the connecting bands for the cape and skirt. Again with the other one, Chicot had it enchanted. This one gave the wearer the ability to fly. It was resistant to cold winds, and the user could breathe in higher altitudes. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
This armor was not mass-produced, and Chicot reasoned that humans could not be able to fly well even if they had the power to do so. He didn't make a few for anyone stupid enough to try to fly. This armor ticket sold to a mysterious buyer, and the asking price must have been rather high considering that our coffers had maxed out overnight. Chicot placed the heavy and the finished models of the armors on the lock and key. He had 2 plaques made for the armor, each with a name. The female armor he called Sylvia, which wore grace, and the armor was made of silver. The steel and iron male armor was called Hernan, which meant iron. or so Chicot claimed. Summer finally came, and with it Chicot finally returned to his old self. It seemed as if the armors helped him find some closure of sorts. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Ass's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 17, part 1. Hernan and Sylvia. A month passed and fall came. I could not get over my obsession with Chicot's armor. He had obviously named it after people who were dear to him, and since I knew he would not answer my questions, I set out to discover these answers on my own. I started with Alvis. I went to see him when he was drinking beneath a withered tree. Based on his face, I guess he was drunk enough to answer my question, but sober enough that his answers would be intelligible. Finding such a balance was key to my inquest. He's actually drunk enough to answer, but sober enough so that you can
understand what he's answering.
I sat down beside him and he said, smiling, "Good morning, Joseph." "Good evening," I said, correcting him. "I know why you're here, and I'm not interested in helping you," said Avis, looking at me sternly. "But at least hear what I have to say before you jump to conclusions," I said. "Those armors are not for sale, and they aren't yours anyway, so why complain about it? Hernan can do with them what he wills," he said, frowning. "Hernan? Who is Hernan?" I said. "Hernan, where do you hear such a name? He is no one," he said, opening his eyes wide. "I just heard you refer to Chicot as Hernan," I said, taking a firm tone. I saw his eyes imperceptibly move to look at something a bit towards the left. Feeling a cold sweat, I turned around and I saw nothing. I breathed in a sigh of relief, but was astounded to see Alvis running away from me. During dinner time, I saw Chicot conversing with Alvis. Their conversation was dropped short when both of them saw me approaching. Alvis nodded and then he said, "I'm going to tell you about Hernan and Sylvia, and after I tell you about them, you will let the matter rest." "Certainly," I said, nodding. I followed Alvis to the meeting. He locked the door behind me. I grimly noted that he was sober for a change. This did not bode well for me. Sitting down, he said, "I will tell you first about Hernan. He was my youngest son, and he was murdered by humans around the time Chicot came into the picture." "Don't you think," I started saying, and then I grew quiet. "I took in Chicot because he was a friend of my son, and he also looked a little bit like him back when he was wee small," said Alvis, using his hand to illustrate the height of his boy. "I see," I said, nodding, though in the back of my mind I felt I was not getting the complete picture. "Now Sylvia, she was the oldest sister of a good friend of Chicot. She was a whimsical, happy child who dreamed of flying. The humans, they took her honor. In her desperate rage, she drowned herself in the river," he said, finishing his story. When he was done, he went to his cabinet and he brought out a liquor bottle. When he started drinking again, I commented, "How tragic. It is no wonder you do not want to speak of them. Forgive me for opening up old wounds." "There's no need to apologize, Joseph," said Alvis, shaking his head sadly. He added, smiling, "If it makes you feel better, Chicot has already taken care of those responsible for their... I did not hear the last part. The man had fallen asleep in his seat. I scratched my shoulder and turned around. I saw in a dark corner the strange, amorphous black shape that I had seen in Aragon. Coming towards the wall, I was disappointed to see that it was just a black armor, whose shape had been distorted by poor illumination. As I started to leave, I noticed in the garden a girl I had not seen before, and there was something oddly familiar about the girl. She was wearing a flamboyant blue dress and a blue hat decorated with flowers. The way her eyes were following my movements sent shivers down my spine. The next day I asked my mother, "Was there a lady visiting?" "No, we weren't expecting any company, but then again, strange people do make unannounced appearances at strange hours of the night," she said, folding her arms. "But you still receive them, don't you?" I asked. "Unfortunately, yes. Such is my role as the housekeeper," she said, putting a few things in my room in working order. "Did you see a strange girl in a fancy blue dress?" I asked. "No, I certainly would have noticed a dainty little minx wearing a pretty blue dress," she said, smiling. "Mother's favorite color had always been blue." "Maybe it was one of the designer girls wearing a blue dress," I said more to myself. I dismissed the strange blue dress girl from my thoughts, and a week passed and things were uneventful. While reading in the garden, I was half scared to death when I looked up and I saw that strange girl. From up close, her familiarity was striking. I was certain I had seen her before, but for the life of me I could not remember. Smiling awkwardly, I said, "How do you do?" The girl simply stared back at me. Again I tried, "I am Joseph, and you are?" The girl made an odd whimpering sound that made me get up and take a few steps back. She grasped at her throat and kept whimpering. Sitting back down, I said, "I'm sorry, I did not realize you were mute. Forgive my rudeness." The girl stopped her whimpering and she sat down before me. I continued my reading while trying my best to stoically ignore her. I felt it was pointless to try to have a conversation with somebody who couldn't talk back. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
I must have been so absurd that I failed to see when she left. When walking back, she caught asked me, "I have been meaning to ask you something." "Certainly, what is it?" I asked. "I was in the gardens when I heard you talking to yourself. Is that going to be a new thing for you?" As she got sneering. "I'm in no mood for your game," she called. "You saw the girl, didn't you?" I said angrily. She called in to bring up the matter further, though I resolved to ask everyone about the girl in blue, just to be certain. I started to doubt my own senses when everyone claimed not to have seen a mute girl dressed in a frilly blue dress. After the first encounter, I started seeing the girl in blue more often. She had an knack for appearing when I was completely alone, and when I was with others, I would see her from a distance staring at me, and these appearances were starting to make me believe that Chicot was right to suspect my sanity. One day, to make certain that she was real, I touched her shoulder. I felt heat from her clothed arm. She was a creature of flesh and bone, as far as I was concerned. The girl's eyes opened wide and her mouth too, and a strange sound escaped her lips as she silently tried to scream, and I was almost about to echo her silent yell with my own when Chicot put his arm on my elbow and forced me to turn around. Shaking his head sadly, he said, you need to get better soon, Joseph, before your mom notices and sends you to an asylum." Looking over my shoulder, I was disappointed to see that the girl was indeed gone, and again he said, "You need to forget about the blonde in the blue dress. She is not real, she does not exist. The more you think about her, the more her presence will torment you." "You're right," I said. She came and went with me towards my bedroom, and stayed with me until I fell asleep, and for a good measure he gave me a week of vacation, and during that week I resolved to ignore the maiden. In no time I stopped hallucinating the girl in the blue dress. I still remember the last time I saw her. She was standing by the end of my bed, and I had resolved to stare back at her, to see the moment when she disappeared. And my grandfather's clock was behind her, so I was able to keep a pretty good track of her time, and after staring at her for 10 hours, she was still in the same place as before. Sleep eventually won over me, and when I awoke, I was relieved to see that she was no longer there. Still, even I felt it was abnormal to have such a vivid vision for such a prolonged period of time. And by the time New Year's came, I had forgotten all about the strange girl, and while rummaging my mother's junk drawer in search of her reading glasses, I found her old compact mirror, and turning it around, I was shocked to see the oval portrait of the girl in blue staring back at me. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Elf's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 18, part 1, Aldona. At the time, I should have given more thought to the mystery of the compact mirror. However, news in the Southern Kingdom was in a full-blown rebellion distracted me. Little Sophia was an unincorporated territory whose borders technically fell within the Southern Kingdom. It was possible that we could be pacified at all just due to proximity. There was also the chance that the rebel warlord would try to force a little town to join in their war effort. Chicot had foreseen this eventuality 2 years in advance. He had casually begun construction of guard towers in the lands bordering Little Sophia. He had also arranged to have a few towers by the river. Frankly, I thought that Chicot should have made a wall. Then again, this was easier said than done, and it was cheaper to make towers than construct walls. Chicot also reasoned that walls did nothing to keep out the dragons. Aside from towers, Chicot bought some large crossbow ballista weapons. They could shoot one large arrow each second by cranking a handle. During the summer rain, Chicot gathered us all together in the basement to brief us on the situation. There was a mad spread kingdom he started as thus. As you all may know, the southern kingdom is in open rebellion against the north. For now, Bersamer is casually treating the entire situation through little skirmishes, and the Council of Elders seems reluctant to making an example of the southern kingdom. Even Bersamer hopes to resolve this without resorting to too much bloodshed. How can this end without bloodshed? Asked Paola, raising her hand. Simple. He is compelling his Libra agents to act. Without their figurehead, the rebels would be less likely to act, explained Chicot. Now our problem is going to be the opportunistic vultures. Sarisha then pointed to the western kingdom, which borders were demarcated by the river. He said, our intelligence network shows that the western feudals plan a preemptive strike against the southern kingdom. They wish to earn the favor of the berserker lords and to enrich their coffers through looting. Naturally, the capital will allow this since the elders are not too keen on risking the lives of their loyal citizens. A cold sweat fell down my spine, and my mother in a trembling voice asked, can we send someone to negotiate? Surely we can convince them that we are on their side. It is pointless to try to negotiate with common rogues. The best thing we can do is prepare for the worst case scenario, said Gita, frowning. Fear not, said Chicot, we are not without allies. A week passed in great tension, and we spent most of our time manufacturing weapons for our home defense. We freely distributed to the townspeople of Little Sofia. They had already been informed of the terrible fate that might befall them. Based on Chicot's estimate, they had about a month before the advancing army would be within range of Little Sofia. Little Sofia was an easy target, miles away from the nearest fortification. One night I saw Chicot in the storage room talking with the armors. He said to the non-armored, you think I should tell everyone just to evacuate and move to a stronger feudal? Sure, that would be the safest course of action. Still, settling down in a new place would also not do us well. First, there's the highwaymen, and we don't have enough supplies or manpower to simply move everything. I see, said Chicot, looking at the Sylvia armor. You think we should hold our ground and hope for the best? I could use IT, but that would reveal my ace home. What do I do? What to do? Chicot turned around suddenly. He said, eavesdropping, aren't you? You should be practicing with your sword. I don't really see the point. I've never been in a real battle, and I will probably just get in the way, I said, looking down. Don't sell yourself short, said Chicot, coming closer and putting his hand on my chest. There is a killer buried deep inside. You only need to try to remember. Taken aback, I asked, remember what? The curse, he said ominously. Chicot then started laughing like a madman, and then he said, maybe this is for the best, my dear friend. It will pain me to witness your downgoing. Yes, forget I said anything, and do not try to rattle your fragile little mind, for there is nothing for you to remember. Your hands are clean. Nothing really happened. Nothing at all. Chicot's voice shook, and when he said the word, nothing at all. As he passed beside me, I could see that he was crying. I stood in front of the Sylvia and our non-armors, and I noticed the care that had gone into crafting such equipment. I spent about an hour trying to decipher the truth behind those armors. I was far too convinced of Arvis's story, and Chicot would not go to such great lengths to make funeral armors for his dear friends. He was the kind of person who showed utter disrespect for the dead. Even as I stood there thinking, Chicot was exhuming corpses in a vain attempt to increase our weapon stash. There was more to the story than he was letting on. In the end, I decided to focus on our imminent danger. It would be pointless to waste energy thinking of the armors when there was an army of thousands looming over the horizon. The following 3 days, Chicot spent the playing scenarios with Alberano, Sarisha, and Paola and Gita. I was present during their few little war games. Each scenario painted our fate even worse. The locals only had a tacit training, and our fighting force of 231 was split. The bulk of them were spread all over the continent in merchant missions, and we only had a total of 50 trained soldiers to work with. Counting all who could fight, we would still be a number. During one of such games, Chicot suggested we don't have to take the fight to them. We could draw their attention away from Little Sofia and pick them out at our leisure. It would work better to fight them here than to have to fight in our town, commented Alvaranus. That's not going to work. We don't have fast horses, corrected Paola. We could use the river towers. We will burn their little boats as they try to get across. This time of the year, mighty violence, and it will provide us with the cover we need, suggested Chicot. That's all well and good, but there are siege weapons to consider, added Gita. We can use Sylvia to fly across the port at night and sabotage the siege weapon. Iris can make small explosive devices that can blow up when dropped from a high location, said Chicot happily. That is all well and good, but your Sylvia can only be worn by Sylvia, and did you forget your inner workings of your own armor, said Gita pouting. She added, and besides, it is not feasible to train a girl to handle the flying armor so quickly. Donna, Gita's mother, entered the room behind me, bringing tea, and while listening to the debate, she suggested, we could start a fire and destroy the ballista equipment. Yes, it would be hard for them to move their gear with the entire forest set ablaze, said Chicot, smiling. My armor still make warriors immune to flames, so they will be free to walk among them as the torches blaze, said Chicot, smiling. Mother, you are not serious about us. You are not seriously suggesting we set the entire forest on fire, are you? Said Gita sadly. You should not take the teachings of Lara so seriously, my dear Gita, said Adonna. She then added, I have experience in fighting in the woods, and I will undertake this dangerous mission by myself. Fine, be my guest, said Chicot, smiling. He added, but first do let me make an armor for you. It will increase your chances of survival tenfold. Gita then rushed and hugged her mother. In tears she said, Mom, don't do this. Your idea is crazy and it's not going to work. It is going to be fine, Gita. I would die 1,000 deaths to keep you and your sister safe, said Adonna, smiling. But Mom, repeated Gita. I am your mother and I am doing what must be done, repeated Adonna. I am all for crazy ideas, said Chicot, interrupting, but I am not too keen on sending my in-law to her death. If you see that your life is in danger, I want you to flee. You will be no help to us in death. Don't worry, Gita. I will go along with your mother to keep her safe, volunteered Albarandus. Your chivalry is touching, but I assure you that you will be in the way, said Adonna. I agree, said Chicot. Just go to the towers and shoot any stragglers that get too close to our territory. After this meeting, it was decided Chicot went to speak with Adonna alone. Gita was none too pleased to see her mother go into danger. I spent the night unable to sleep. While looking out my window, I saw Adonna going with Chicot towards the outskirts of town. Lazily, I got up from bed to follow along, and was aware in the forest Chicot killed his torch, and he asked Adonna, are you certain? Yes, I do not see any other way, said Adonna. Once you do this, there is no turning back, said Chicot. Hey, what use am I lose in the face of danger, said Adonna, bowing. Chicot placed his hand to his mouth to urge him to be quiet. The night was aglow by the pale lights of the full moon, golden moon, and I could hear the soft sound of crickets and other forest creatures lurking about. Slowly, the sounds of the forest started dying down, and even the wind became still and silent. The silence that surrounded me was far more terrifying than any monstrous noise. I would have run away, but I was petrified in fear. A large body of mass I could not see wrapped itself around me and covered my nose to silence my hoarse breathing. And I thought I was going to suffocate, and the sensation of not breathing only lasted a few seconds. And when my breathing became softer and more regular, the shadow departed, and I fell to my knees and I crawled my way behind Chicot, and he gave me a sardonic smile when he saw me cowering behind him. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
The dark man took the form of a strange human boy. Adonna was kneeling before him, and she uttered in a soft voice no louder than a whisper, Vicus. The single Vicus touched Adonna's shoulder, and at the touch of his hand, her pale flesh turned ashen color, and her beautiful hair turned black as night. Her eyes, too, were pitch black. And Gita had mentioned to me once before the strange metamorphosis that elves were said to obtain when they sin. If their sins were far too great, they became cursed dark elves. This was unlike the tales shared by her elven high priest, and Adonna had become a dark elf of her own volition. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 19, part 1, The Fire. I was deeply perturbed by what I had seen that night. I was not able to concentrate on my work, and I walked around in a bit of a daze. Whenever things were too quiet, I would talk to myself in an effort to fight against the silence. I was scene would come back if it got too quiet. I was only able to sleep thanks to the rhythm ticking of my clock. In the morning, I did not find any comfort. Ever since Adonna had undergone her change, she was no longer seen during the morning. The few times I did notice her, she was in the barracks practicing sword fighting with Alperandus. I was surprised at her dexterity. She was in prime form. Gita was nowhere near happy with her mother's change. Since Adonna was clothed from head to toe, Gita could only guess at the horrific change her mother had undergone. Gita was always half tempted to remove her mother's mask, though she was too afraid to see what lay beneath it. One day she came to me and said, "Why did mother lose her light? It makes no sense." Adonna underwent this change of her own volition, I explained. "How do you know that?" asked Gita angrily. "Didn't Chicot tell you what happened?" I asked. "No, he never tells me anything, and when he does, he tells it like a joke, and I can never tell if he's speaking in earnest," said Gita sadly. I followed Adonna into the forest, and she came in contact with something which took her light. As she later explained, she did this because losing one's light makes an elf stronger. I explained. "But that makes no sense. The high priest in Aragon said only bad elves lose their light," said Gita sadly. "How is becoming a dark elf going to help my mother fight better?" she asked. "She can see better in darkness as a dark elf. She is also faster, stronger, and can heal wounds a lot faster," I explained. I had originally gotten this explanation from Chicot and not from Adonna. I was pretending that Adonna had said this to me to make the story more believable. Frankly, I was not too certain of anything I had heard. According to Chicot, Adonna had belonged to the elf army some 280 years ago. How he knew this, or whether Adonna had truly shared this information with him, was a matter of much debate. Still, if Adonna did indeed become stronger as a dark elf, changing her looks improved her chances for survival. After 7 days, Chicot had completed Adonna's armor. It was seemingly a plain-looking leather armor, but when seen from up close, each piece of leather was firmly strapped together. The tension of each piece made it hard for it to pierce. The armor had a certain smoothness to it, which made the pointed end of the sword slip harmlessly to the side. The armor came with an ornamental glass mask with the face of a woman. Despite Adonna's protestations, Chicot had decided that having 2 other people with her would help them cover more ground. Chicot made an armor for Alperandus, and his armor was of a strange, oily green leather. The odd pattern made it an interesting camouflage color. Chicot armed both of them with 5 bottles containing a highly flammable alchemic mixture. All they would have to do was throw the bottles and then flee and then run away. Chicot did not think that she would require much mixture to set the forest aflame. He explained that since it was a pine forest, it was prone to forest fire. Adonna would simply need to use the bottles to give it a little push in the right direction. He gave the same bottles to Alperandus. They were also equipped with a map of the forest. The forest was marked in 5 areas where they would need to throw the bottles to have the fire encircle the enemy. The plan was to push into the river edge and to burn the siege weapons for good measure. The wind was in our favor, so the fire would spread south towards the enemy camp. The day Adonna was to head out, Gita was inconsolable. Her sisters too wore green faces. Chicot was quiet for most of the day, and Alperandus was the first to head out. He was to operate in the day while Adonna did her part at night. When Adonna left, I noticed a small shadow following her. Since I knew how to use the bow, I too was stationed in one of the guard towers. Close to midday, I saw the forest partly burning. The concussions were starting to act quickly. When dusk fell, Adonna swam across the river and she started her own work. The night was quiet, and despite the blazing inferno we were staring at, by midnight the first of the stragglers started running in the direction of the river. The backlight of the burning forest made them an easy target. Chicot had also installed torches in the poles by the river in order to get more light. The next thing which ran in our direction was a horse. We allowed it to swim to the other side of the river. The current was not too strong that night, which was a good thing. Gita had come to relieve me of my shift. While changing shifts, she asked, "Have you seen Chicot?" "He's probably there in the forest setting his own little fires," I said, yawning. "You don't see, guys, why would he take such a stupid risk?" she said, frowning. "It's because of you. He saw you were upset about seeing your mother go to battle, so he probably left to see if she was okay," I commented. "I hope they both come home soon," she said sadly. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
The rest of the night was spent killing frightened soldiers as they made their way towards the river. In no time the coast was cluttered with dead bodies. We did notice that some were trying to avoid the ambush and cross the river away from the towers. However, those that did try were forced to our side by the ever-encroaching flames. Those that were not skewered by the arrows were scorched alive by the fire. The entire battle lasted 3 days. I was concerned that something was going to end badly when I saw some storm clouds over the horizon. However, the coming rain did not abate the flames. In fact, it seemed to make it worse, with the occasional lightning strikes landing in the affected area. During the midnight of the 3rd day, Chicot returned with Adonna and Aberrandus. Aberrandus was injured since he had been forced into a skirmish while setting fire a little too close to the enemy camp. He had gotten lost, so he had wandered into enemy territory by accident, even with a map. He was eventually fetched by Chicot, who helped him complete his mission and also rendezvous with Adonna. Adonna's sabotage mission had gone well. While the fires raged, she used the cover of the smoke to shoot her enemies with arrows to add more to the disarray. Her bow was made of the Genevus tree. This tree had the unique property of having wood that could not catch flame, that could not be ignited. It was a perfect weapon to use in a burning forest. Her mask also had the unique property of protecting her from the smoke. The fire in the forest lasted about a week, and when the entire area where the army was supposed to be burned to the ground, a torrent fell, quenching the fire. The trees were still in place, though. The vegetation on the ground was burned as well as the leaves. Little Sophia now faced quite the green-looking burnt forest. As was tradition, when the fire died, the townspeople and our workers went to check the burnt-down enemy camp to scavenge. We were able to bring back quite a large number of scrap metals, which were later refined into ingots for future usage. We also discovered several iron chests that had survived most of the flame. Some had weapons and others clothing. In some of the corpses we found scraps of gold, gems, and other luxury items. It took quite some time for the news of this event to spread. Most of the people believed that the army had been killed by a freak fire. They were so common in that region during the summer times. Others began to speculate that Chicot had casted a fire spell to destroy the army. Indeed, it was a common belief that Chicot, or Jean Antoine as he was now known, was a powerful wizard. He never did or said anything to disprove such rumor. Chicot also got regularly visited by wizards and necromancers as of late, so people were bound to talk. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Is that recording?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 20, part 1, No Man's Land. The winter months came, and with them followed more turmoil. The harvest had not been all plentiful. If it wasn't for Chicot's secret food storage, we would have all starved. Around that time, the merchant missions had returned. Chicot's 231 guards were finally home. I took to the stock of the profits made by the trade deals, and it had been our best quarter yet. And since our storage rooms were full, people began to suggest that Chicot should hire extra help. It was a popular opinion that Adonna had gotten lucky with her insane plan. Chicot, however, disagreed. Much to our knowing, Chicot sent almost the entire bulk of the profit to some unknown benefactors. We were all still getting paid handsomely, though we secretly begrudged how the profits of our ventures were being used. This time, even Aberrandus voiced his concern. He came to Chicot's study while I was writing down for him some purchasing agreements. Shocked, he said, "I can't believe you are sending the bulk of the profits to the lords." And what do I do with the money? What I do with my money is none of your business, said Chicot with disdain. It was the first I heard of the beneficiaries of our profits. We are in no man's land. We could have used that money to hire guards, build towers, anything. What you did was utterly irresponsible, said Aberrandus, punching the table. Come back when you're sober, and maybe I would bother to take your concerns in earnest, said Chicot. was about to say something else, but he stopped when Gita entered the room. He then stormed out there in a fury. Chicot regarded him with cool disdain. Gita asked Chicot, "What's eating him up?" "The usual," said Chicot peevishly. "I do think we should do something about our home defenses," commented Gita. "If we start building towers and hiring guards, we would attract unwanted attention." "We must make do what we have," said Chicot. "Perhaps we should seek a former allegiance with the Southern Kingdom for protection," said Gita. "Why bother? We are miles away from any fortification. Even if we got new guards up here, we will have to bear the brunt of feeding and arming them," said Chicot. "And besides, the Southern Army cannot waste precious soldiers to fortify a town in the middle of nowhere. Any strategist would tell you that we are not worth protecting." "How can this be true? Aren't we the only source of innovation in this godforsaken world?" said Gita, raising her hands to the sky. "Easy there, Gita. Alvis may be clever indeed, and I may make a decent armor or two, but there are plenty of innovators in this continent alone," Chicot added, "and besides, innovation is both feared and hated by the guildmaster. Their influence may have greatly diminished, but they are still a driving factor in the most of the feudals, especially in the Western Kingdom." "I'd also take all of those Western swine," said Gita, sitting down. "I do think we should moderately increase our fighting potential. I am not saying we should hire an army. Rather, we need something new. Anything, really," I said to Chicot. Chicot thought a moment while he rested his head on his hand. He then said, How do you feel about killer trees?" "If you can get any, tell us where to plant them," I said nonchalantly. "Getting them is no problem. We have plenty of newborn soil to plant them. And then there is the issue with the people. Most of them will be afraid of the things meant to protect them," said Chicot. "We could talk with them, make them understand that those new killer trees will protect them," said Gita. Her openness to this far-fetched idea was surprising, to say the least. Even I pondered where Chicot could find those infamous killer trees. "Maybe the people will be more open to new protectors if they were at least pretty to look at," I suggested. "In this department, we could try harpies or maybe sphinxes. Of the harpies, only one flock remains and lives in hiding in the mountain close to our home. They only fly at night and avoid humans like the plague. We could try to enter an arrangement of sorts," suggested Chicot. "Mother says harpies are brutish killers and sphinxes never give you a straight answer," said Gita, turning them down. "We could try allying ourselves with a nomad clad instead," I suggested. "That won't work. Nomads are constantly traveling. That's part of their name," said Gita. "I think we could try the sphinxes. We need not talk to them, nor try to have a formal allegiance. I know a bit of how their society works. All we will have to do is leave some sort of present out in the field for one of their kind to pick up. The present can obtain a set of instructions asking them to help us in the case of an invasion," suggested Chicot. "Do you think that will even work?" I asked Chicot. "We will first have to try to make contact with them by making a shrine," said Chicot. Wait. Before you get carried away, what use would they be if we had no way of calling them for help?" asked Gita. "By leaving presents for them daily, they will be compelled to check up on us daily, at least once a day. And we just need to leave them during a time schedule. And if we change the time, we will only annoy the sphinxes. Punctuality is very important to them." "Fine, let's try to see if the sphinx comes. But if somebody dies because of this, I am blaming you," said Gita, leaving. Later that night, Chicot was walking in the garden. He was visited upon by Aldona. Ever since her change, she was only active during the night time. It was truly bizarre. The change was affecting Gita a lot, and she grew less cheerful as nighttime approached. She was still coming to terms with her mother's change. I drove him, as was my habit, whenever he was remotely doing anything I found interesting. When Chicot sat down beside her before starting the conversation, he said to me, "Don't you have your own life to live? What would become of you if I were to suddenly up and disappear on you?" "You wouldn't do that to us, would you?" I said, giving a nervous laugh. "I might just do that to teach you a lesson," said Chicot, smiling. Shaking her head sadly, Aldona said, "Just ignore him, the same way you do with Paola." "At least she knows how to hide," said Chicot, pouting. I looked all over the garden, and indeed Paola was nowhere to be seen. I figured Chicot was just messing with me. Stoically ignoring me, Chicot said, "So what do you want to talk about?" "I heard from Gita that you wanted to contact the Sphinxes," said Aldona. "You know they have a non-aggression pact with Veraguero." "What of it? And besides, the pact is with and only with Veraguero and its denizens. Our problem is the Western Kingdom and the fools manning it. It is only a matter of time before they strike again." "I would not be too worried. Armies only march during the summertime because of the harvest. It has been so throughout the ages, and most of the lords are too superstitious to break away from tradition," said Aldona. Why only march during the summer? If a nation has ample stores, it would be strategically convenient to attack during the fall and even the winter. The enemy would not expect such an attack, said Paola's voice in the darkness. "This superstition began during the era of Blood Red," said Aldona, looking at Paola. "Blood Red? Never heard of him," I said. "I am not surprised. Most humans that knew Blood Red would be dead by now. But we all remember him, and the dark shadow he casted over all of our lives," said Aldona. "Oh, please do tell," I said, sitting down in the bench facing Chicot and Aldona. Paola took him out of the darkness to hear the tale a little better. A time, bro?
6 minutes.
500 years ago, I was coming back to the base camp with the officer, our leader if you would. He was shocked to see that both armies had been completely slaughtered. The snow-painted crimson, both human and elven blood, said Aldona. I held my breath caught in the reverie of her battle. The same thing would occur again and again, and whenever there was a large decisive battle, even with our immortal armies, they would be inexplicably slaughtered, and after a decade of bloodshed, we entered a covenant with the humans. We agreed that we would only fight during the summertime. Though the covenant has long been forgotten, humans still superstitiously obey it. That's all well and good, but is Blood Red a person, a monster, a demon? When the Aphrodite spoke of Blood Red, he referred to it as a person, said Aldona. Do you think Blood Red is still around? Asked Paola. I doubt it. The Southern Kingdom has been active all year round, and there hasn't been any news of something remotely resembling a Blood Red effect, said Aldona thoughtfully. Chicot opened his mouth to comment on Blood Red, but then chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. Going back to the matter at hand, I think we should look into the Sphinxes to help us. If you don't have an easier time, most other ways of getting allies. We could become a safe haven for magic users. If we get in trouble, they could fight for us, suggested Paola. Most of those magic users are useless in a real battle. They are mediocre at best, and they will not need a safe haven if they could protect themselves, said Chicot sarcastically. The conversation was interrupted by Alvarandus, who was passing by. He said, have you figured a way to fix our situation? We were discussing it. How do you feel about Sphinxes? Asked Chicot. I feel that it is a stupid idea, but that is just me. Don't they eat people? Said Alvarandus. Not always. And besides, they are sentient beings, so we can negotiate with them, said Chicot. If you said so, said Aldona, unconvinced. Chicot's insane plan to call upon the Sphinxes was not done right away. Their flock tended to graze far south during the winter. They would extend their foraging range as soon as spring arrived, and in the meantime Chicot spent the winter financing the guard towers and the wooden walls that the mayor had demanded. Alvarandus had apparently got around Chicot's authority, and since the town people were already convinced that Chicot had agreed on the towers and the walls, Chicot gave them the money to do as they will. Chicot gave them the money for the fortification under the condition that a public bathhouse be made and maintained. The townspeople were required to use it at least once a day. Chicot's guard would also oversee the construction and advise as they saw fit. And when the New Year's came, Alvarandus started talking of turning the manor into a citadel. Chicot put his foot down on this idea. He was in no mood of militarizing his home. That's the end of that chapter. I'm Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 21, part 1, The Sphinx of Little Sofia. Before the dragon riders abandoned Veraguero, it was said that his city was protected by a dragon. Those that did not have one were a cause for major concern by the feudal. It meant that Bersamen did not trust them enough to give them a dragon. Needless to say, neither the South or the Western different kingdoms had their own dragon. Indeed, it was strange to hear talk of getting a dragon of our own town for protection. Amaranda was vehement on this new idea, and as of late he had become far more outspoken. He was even drinking a lot less, which was a bother. Without his drinking habit, he was filling out the void by playing war games at Chicot's expense. Their disagreements were causing a lot of tension inside the manor. By the end of spring, when the wooden wall was finally built, Alberanda felt like trying Chicot's ideas. His negotiations in Veragero in the form of letters had not proven profitable. In fact, he had gotten a letter mocking the very idea of giving a dragon to a town in the middle of nowhere. Chicot explained to him that dragons required too much high maintenance. In fact, a bed of gold for a single dragon was enough to bankrupt them. The financing argument eventually persuaded Alberandus. It was one cool spring morning when the altar for the sphinx was set up. It was placed on a high window of the tower behind the manor. It was the highest point of the entire city. The window opened to a balcony with a large protrusion. The bottom floor was reinforced to account for the weight of the beast. Though the sphinxes were said to be 4 times smaller than dragons, they were still formidable beasts of considerable size. For the gifts, we laid out items that the sphinxes could not regularly find in the wild. Chicot reasoned that they were like necklaces, tiaras, makeup, and ribbons. He also put it out fancy tea with aromatic tea, cakes, and pastry. A day passed and nothing happened. Chicot let out the gifts again at the same time. He also added a compact, a silk-cloth, and an ornamental carpet. Again, nothing happened. Gita, who saw Chicot's arrangement, asked, "Are all sphinxes females?" "The male to female ratio is 1 to 5, the same as elves," explained Chicot. "Really, I never noticed that there were more girls than boys among the elves," I commented. "I guess you thought it was sheer coincidence that Gita has 4 sisters and no brothers," I said, chuckling. "I always wonder what determines a baby's gender," said Gita thoughtfully. "The general rule is that men determine the gender, though there are some notable exceptions among species," explained Chicot. "Also, if I don't father a son, then it's my fault," I commented. "Yes," answered Chicot. Our conversation was cut short when I became aware of a strange creature in the balcony. Much to my shame, a girlish yell escaped my lips, and Gita too exclaimed, surprised by its appearance. The creature was unlike the chimera shown in history books. This was a much smaller, the size of a large hunting dog or wolf. Its wings were red and blue colored, with the bottom of them golden, and the creature had a hawk beak and a crown of feathers. The head mane was braided into blue trenches. Instead of a lion, the skin was slightly spotted. Instead of large impressive claws, its legs were more like those of a cat. Is someone here?
I think mother right here.
Even its lazy, curious posture reminded me a bit of Arcata aegis. And when it yawned, I was able to see that the beak was part of an ornamental mask. Lightly tapping the fresh tea, it said in a high-pitched voice, "Is this for me?" "No, we were hoping to attract an adult from your flock," I said rudely. We're not seagulls. A large gathering of our kind is called a company, or a pride," she said coldly. "Damn it, Joseph. Who said you were allowed to talk?" said Chicot angrily. "Forgive us, we know not of your people, of you or your people. For this lack of knowledge, we humbly beg your forgiveness," said Gita, bowing. The Sphinx said, "That is much better. You went to a lot of trouble to speak with one of my kind. How may I be of service? My humans have been a bit paranoid as a result of the wars. We would appreciate it if you would check up on our well-being every once in a while. Also, if you see a large army headed our way, do inform us of it. But only if it's not too much of a bother," said Chicot politely. He added, "Also, when you do come, do make the effort to let your entrance be more noticeable. If only we notice your comings and going, my fans will be prone to call me a liar." "Ah, yes, which explains the price. I understand that humans pride themselves in showing force to exotic animals. Why not have a dragon engage in this charade? They certainly do enjoy the attention of the dotty masses," said the Sphinx sitting by the altar. From time to time she would lightly touch the things with her pretty paw. She's like this, tick, tick, tick. "Dragons are too expensive," I said, I inadvertently blurted out. "Ah, so I am just a cheap replacement flapping her wings to leave. Chicot detained her by saying, "Oh, please, 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 we do need you. I need you. In fact, you were my first option from the start. Don't go. Just ignore Joseph. The fool is mad, and he doesn't know what he's saying." Returning to the balcony, she commented, "I thought there was something up with him. It would be quite foolish of me to take in earnest the words of a madman. My first impressions of him were quite correct." I was about to retort, but then I remembered my past episode. Chuckling, she went back to absentmindedly fiddling with the trinket Chicot had laid out for her. When she was bored, then she said, "I will help you, but only if you answer my riddle." "Ah, that's new," said Gita, rolling her eyes. "Ugh, a riddle. What happens if we fail to answer the riddle?" I asked. "I take all the items for free," said the Sphinx. "Fair enough," nodded Chicot. "In the morning it walks on 4 feet, in the afternoon in 2, and in the evening 3, said the Sphinx. I thought a moment, and then remembering a play I saw as a child, I said, "The answer is man." "Wrong, that's not the right answer," said the Sphinx. "The answer is the Philosopher's Stone," answered Chicot. "Ah, you got the right answer," said the Sphinx in disappointment. She added, "Since we are going to be better acquainted, I suppose it would be unkind of me so not to offer you my name in recompense. My name is Ulna." "Pleased to meet you. I am Chicot. This is Gita and that is Joseph," said Chicot, giving a brief introduction. I felt a bit disconcerted when I noticed that Ulna had taken a minute to tell us her name. I was under the impression that she had made it up. I kept this impression to myself, considering that I was already detested by our strange visitor. Time, bro?
7 minutes.
Una removed her mask to show her human-looking face. Her face had normal human properties, except that her eyes were round like those of a cat. They were also pitch black, which took all the humanity from her pretty face. She had spots around her eyes and cheekbones too. Una saw me studying her face, so she gave me a horrific grimace. Never in my life had I seen a face so terrifying. Her face quickly resumed a playful look. Una put her mask on and resumed to fiddle with the items on the table, while lightly touching them with her paw. She said, "Don't get any funny ideas of trying to contact another one of my kind. We tend to avoid humans as of late, since they started trying to enslave us. Taming, that is what they call it." Some things cannot be helped," said Chicot sadly. After this conversation, we proceeded to help Unla take her presents. We placed them in individual boxes tied to smaller items to her side, and after 5 trees, she had taken all of her goods back to her nest. Her nest was in undetermined location, and she would fly rather high before disappearing. She was either flying swiftly or had used a spell to return home. When she left for good, Chicot explained that most of the species practiced some sort of magic or other, and during her later visit she had a much larger appearance, and her visit was far more terrifying. This was all a charade aimed at making Albert and us think that little Sophia had an adult Sphinx at their disposal. Chicot had asked Unla to put on a show, and she readily agreed in exchange of sweet pastry. Based on her size and what she liked, I guess she was a juvenile Sphinx. Her feathers were always dainty and perfect, and sometimes she would wear decorative flowers and jewelry depending on her mood. And before she would arrive, the air around the balcony would smell of lilacs. She would often wear white lilacs on the back of her braided hair. Oftentimes, I would doubt her strategic significance. Still, since she started visiting, little Sophia had regained some sort of normalcy. The tension caused by the first army battle finally passed, and in time, war was once again something far off, into the distance, that had nothing to do with our little Sophia. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earthly Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 22, part 1, The Flood. With the addition of the Sphinx, our little town was slowly growing. By fall, Albert had convinced Chicot to add 250 more soldiers to our home. After a rigorous application process, the likes to which I had never witnessed before, Chicot allowed those fallen knights, retired mercenaries, and highwaymen and their families to enter town. Indeed, Chicot had predicted this sudden burst in population. He had been increasing the number of residential homes and apartments at his own expense. There were about 100 homes and 10 apartment buildings already done and many others under construction. At the time we used to complain of Chicot's little building project, but in retrospect, he had plenty of foresight. With the wooden wall and the peaks, we were starting to look quite formidable. Having won an army battle against incredible odds was also bettering our reputation. By the time winter came, a large number of refugees started flooding the ports. The refugees came from both the southern and western continent. The tug of war and efforts to expand their respective borders were destroying the countryside. Towns in no man's land like our own were prime targets, and since ours was one of the few that had survived the onslaught, the people were naturally drawn to us. While Alberando was patrolling the ports to keep the refugees from flooding the towns, Chicot paid him a visit. I was busy at the time reviewing their writs of passage and handing their application forms to enter the town. The majority of them could neither read nor write, so it was a real hassle. When the Chicot entering, sobbing mothers started crowding behind the wooden barrier, begging Lord Ginanto to let them inside. Alberando said to Chicot, "It's a mess, but we should at least take in those with coin. We can make use with their wealth." "For shame, Alberando, and you call yourself a knight," said Chicot sarcastically. "Well, how about if we let the women and children in first?" suggested Alberando. "No dice. Those noble ladies are good for nothing, and the peasant girls are lazy," said Chicot. "I will not allow any unsavory characters to come and taint little Sophia. No one will be allowed inside until I have fully assessed their worth. Until then, they can rot by the riverside for all I care." "That's a bit harsh, Chicot," I said, looking up from my work. One of the applicants grimaced when she heard Chicot speaking as thus. "Don't give me that look. I am doing what must be done to protect you. And just because you help an evildoer in need today, will not stop that person from stabbing you in the back when he is all better. Doing good for evildoers is no different than feeding pearls to a swine," said Chicot angrily. Alberando sighed and said nothing. He knew that Chicot was speaking the truth. He turned his back on Chicot and he returned to his work. I heard Chicot say something which baffled me. He said in a voice no louder than a whisper, "I had done more than enough for those rotten bastards." A small refugee camp was made in the outskirts of town. The refugees were both baffled and angry that the nobles were being allowed to enter the town while they had to scrape outside the safety of the wooden walls. At night, some did try to scare them, but the traps that had been laid by Ambis would do quite a mess of them, and sometimes our sentries had to shoot an arrow at those who trying to cross a small little borders illegally. Frankly, I understood why they were in such a hurry to get inside. There were no large animals in our forest, and there was plenty of deer and fish for them to gather in the winter. And once a week, we would deliver grain from our stocks to the camp, so they had plenty of time to wait. Once a week, Chicago got a large group of applicants and informed them of his decision. Most of them would be turned away. Only a select few would have been allowed to enter within. The candidates Chicot always chose were far from what somebody would consider an upstanding citizen. He allowed the unwed whore and her 7 daughters to come within, the widow and her 2 illegitimate children, and her husband too. He even allowed several runaway slaves to come inside, but not their masters. That incident caused plenty of trouble in their borders, and he almost allowed every war orphan to enter within, but only if they were younger than 8. One applicant was the high priest of Hexim, god of metal, and I was not there to witness the incident. Sir Richard explained to me that the priest was quite angry at being denied entry into town. He started cursing at Chicot and his entire birth line. He afterwards threw at Chicot some coin and then started making his way towards the entrance of the city. Chicot narrowed his eye and he raised his index finger to the sky, and then he pointed at the priest. Seconds later, Unla, in her massive form, had pounced on the priest, killing him on the spot. Remember that they have their little spins called Unla? After the horrific death, everyone behaved and followed protocol. The dead priest's family was paradoxically allowed within. They did not seem too grieved at the loss of their patriarch. Indeed, they seemed almost grateful by the service that Chicot had rendered them. The more refugees that arrived, the darker Chicot's mood became. On the surface, he was his normal self, but I could feel a strange hatred growing within. It was only manifest whenever he adopted the persona of Lord Jean Antoine. In the last month before New Year's came, murders started occurring within the refugee camp. No one could say who or when the murders occurred. People would simply turn up dead, and I started suspecting that Chicot was behind those murders, though I never confronted him directly. I also did not have solid evidence, just my suspicions. The night when the death would occur, I would see Chicot heading towards the refugee camp in disguise. One time I was conveniently in the gardens, and I asked him, "Where are you going dressed up as such?" "You know where I'm headed," responded Chicot. "What I don't know is why," I said, standing up from my bench. Chuckling, he said something baffling. "You are almost back to your old self, Joseph, and this pleases me very much so." "I am serious." "Lord Jean Antoine, why are you going to camp?" I said angrily. "To beg. If they give me coin, I let them in. If they do not, I kick them out. It is as simple as that," said Chicot. "Time, bro? Fish?"
8 minutes, sorry.
"I don't believe you. I think you have. I said before Una manifested herself before me from the cover of the darkness. How Lord Jean Antoine handles his humans is his own business. The nerve of you, lesser beings, foolish enough to think that you are entitled to anything," she said sarcastically. So you do know," I said, looking at Unla. "More or less. I was tasked to keep an eye on this little town," said Unla. "Task," I repeated. Licking her paws, she said, "Task, ask. What difference does it make?" I turned around to continue accosting Chicot, but he was gone. He had slipped away while I was conversing with Ulna. I found that little habit of his quite annoying. I did notice a large shadow heading out of the manor, and my guess was that the shade was Paola, Chicot's self-appointed bodyguard. After thinking it through a bit, I reasoned that Chicot could not be responsible. The murder stopped as soon as quickly they started. It seemed that whoever was responsible had been killed or had skipped town. A month passed and the number of refugees had gone down. A good number of those who had been told to leave had chosen to stay. They formed makeshift homes in the borders surrounding the town. The rest had either left or had been welcomed inside. Alperandos and his new men from time to time would do regular patrols in the new makeshift town. Since the new people were not leaving, Chicot generously funded the building of new permanent homes made of wood, but outside the city. The people were also required to pay taxes like the rest of the citizens living in Little Sofia. They also had to pay an extra tax for the homes that Chicot had built for them. In order to help them become useful, Chicot opened a vocational school in the outskirts of town. With proper training, they were making trinkets Chicot could sell for a bundle. He also had the blacksmith making weapons for profit. Things eventually settled down, though the outsiders were never allowed to enter into Little Sofia, and these people eventually formed their own little guild systems and formed chapels too. The problem with the people living in the borders eventually solved itself. One day, there had been an outbreak of a mysterious sickness. Only those people were affected since their well had been contaminated. After 30 days of struggling by the border, they had eventually succumbed to the illness. Most of our people had the desire to help, however Chicot would not allow them to go near them out of fear of exposure. When Chicot declared that the sickness had passed, we went to check the town for survivors. Half of them had died, and those that had survived the sickness had left. They were angered by Chicot's refusal to help them. After the small neighborhood was almost deserted, Chicot had it burned to the ground to wipe out traces of the miasma, and since our little town had been associated with a strange sickness, we stopped getting refugees altogether. And as before, only the nomads bothered to grace our town with a visit. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. So, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and this is Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 23, part 1, Long Live the King. After the plague incident, the people inside Little Sofia started seeing Chicot in a new light. Even Gita had grown to hate Chicot a little, and she no longer excused his eccentricity. She also openly opposed whatever ventures Chicot felt like undertaking. She would poke holes into whatever plan he had. Chicot noticed his change, but he did not seem to mind. He was getting tired of Gita always agreeing with him, and there were a few people who also behavior did not change. One was yours truly, and the other was Paola, Alvis and Gita's mother, Aldona. And since she had changed into a dark elf, she performed oddjobs for Chicot, both inside and outside the manor. Gita hated how her mother had changed, and she blamed Chicot for this change as well. One warm spring, Chicot said to me, "I'm thinking of getting a divorce." "What's a divorce?" I asked foolishly. "It is a termination of a marriage contract," explained Chicot. "Marriages are supposed to last forever. No priest in this world will ever grant you an indulgence to abandon Gita," I said angrily. "If I wanted to abandon her, I would have just kicked her into the curve. No, I just want us to no longer be married. I think it will be for the best, seeing as though she hates me now," said Chicot sadly. "Gita doesn't hate you. She simply no longer respects you," I explained. "How would you know that?" said Chicot, smiling. He seemed to want to say more, but something inside of him held him back. Guessing what he meant, I said, "My apologies." I never found out if Chicot had truly divorced Gita or not. Both slowly started to grow apart during spring. They were still civil with one another. However, the affection they once had for each other was gone. Without Gita to keep him company, Chicot fell into his old eccentricities. In the old days, when he was alone, he had Gita to keep him company. Without her, he had to find new ways to amuse himself. Their relationship was not normal, said Andona. "I respect Chicot and all he has done, but he is far too immature to be a proper husband." "So he never consummated the marriage?" I asked. "No, my daughter is still a lady," said Andona. "For Chicot, my daughter was just a doll, a plaything. He never took his marriage seriously." "I think it is impossible for Chicot to take anything seriously," I said more to myself. "You are more right than you realize," said Aldona, going on her way. The following person I spoke to was Alvis. He was sober most of the time, and I caught him staring fixedly at a twig in his hand. He threw it in the air, and when he saw me approach, smiling, he said, "How can I help you, Joseph?" "It's about Chicot," I started saying. "I figured as much," said Alvis, yawning. He settled down some more in the bench, and I sat down before him. "Why is Chicot divorcing Gita?" I asked, coining the word Chicot had used. "Because Gita wants to divorce him," said Alvis. "I am surprised she did not do so sooner. Their marriage was certainly going nowhere." "But if you're married to one, you're supposed to try to work things out. People should not separate on a whim," I argued. You know not of what you speak, John Joseph. This is not purely a whim. Chicot did something Gita cannot forgive, and since she stopped loving him, he decided to give up on her. He knew that if he fought for her, they would make each other unhappy, and thus he decided to end their marriage to preserve their friendship," explained Alvis. "But maybe one day I started saying. Alvis shook his head and said, "Whether she changes her mind, it matters not. Chicot won't take her back. He has no patience for people's psychodrama, as he likes to call it." Our little conversation was interrupted by Paola joining in the garden. She had overheard our conversation and looked none too pleased. She said, "Chicot's marriage is none of your business, Joseph, and you should be happy that it's over. Now you can have Gita all to yourself, assuming that she takes your advances seriously." "It is nice to see that your opinion of Chicot has not changed," I said, smiling. "There was something he could have done. The people had a sickness and there was nothing we could have done. The people had a sickness and we had no cure. Had we sent in people to try to help, they would have infected the rest of us. Sometimes kindness gets you killed," said Paola. "It's not as if Chicot completely abandoned them," corrected Alvis. "At night he would go alone to town, risking illness to hand deliver them supplies. Chicot is not like you or I. He even gave them medicine to try to save them, but did they send him? No, the survivors still felt he could have done more, and they wanted little Sophia to be infected along with them, and Chicot wouldn't allow it." "Why haven't you told the others this?" I said, alarmed. Alvis shrugged his shoulders and responded, "It seemed to me that there was more to this illness that met the eye. Instead of fussing over Chicot's marriage, I turned my investigations elsewhere. I was curious to discover the origin of the sickness and how it had begun. I obtained good insight about the sickness for Amberandus. He said that it was not too uncommon for sick spies to be sent to towns for the sole purpose of starting a plague. This suspicion was in part of the reason why Amberandus had not opposed Chicot's effort to quarantine the affected area. Talk of spies had left me rather paranoid, and I wondered just how many of the new people that had been allowed within were enemy spies. When summer arrived, Aldona came for one of her trips to the capital with disturbing news. Based on observations, King Bersame had disappeared. He had not been seen publicly for the last 2 months. As time went on, more and more rumors of Bersame's death started circulating. It was believed that he had died as a result of a curse, and before his disappearance, Bersame had successfully raided the Tower of Suberus. It was popular belief that killing a wizard was bad luck. The irony was that the silly superstition did not keep people from killing magic users when it suited their purposes. The subject of the king's death was a regular topic of conversation. It got to such a point that Chicot got exasperated. He gathered everyone in the manor to tell them the grim news. He said in a loud voice, "Bersame is still alive. He is just taking a break. The country is not destabilizing since the elders are still in charge." "Who are the elders?" I asked naively. "Your ignorance never ceases to amaze me, Joseph," said Chicot sarcastically. Some people started chuckling, but they stopped when they saw Chicot glaring at them. He then said, "The 21 elders represent the original warring tribes that eventually united under Bersame's banner. Together with Bersame, they rule the entire continent. They are prepared to take over in case he dies or goes on vacation. For the time being, we should make new weapons and armors." Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Fish, wake up.
Sorry.
Cameraman, wake up. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 24, part 1, Fear. The months passed and we continued to make new weapons and armor. Some of the weapons were of questionable quality. Chicot had developed some ceramic knives and swords. They kept their edge rather well and were easy to make. The downside was that they broke easily. Their sharpness did puncture armor as well, however. Another interesting little number was a type of bow and arrow. Its back had razor-sharp feathers of unknown origin. If fired without a special glove, your hand could easily get cut. The glove required a different type of firing technique, and Chicot said that the idea was to keep the enemy from reusing the arrows that they shot at them. One of my personal favorites was a coil club with a solid pointed tip. It could be used for both blunt and poker strike. He also made an odd contraption that allowed shooting a crossbow while hiding from behind a wall or under a trench. A good innovation was a rapier he called the sword breaker. It had a special slide on the sides close to the hilt, and if the sword was caught there, it would break the sword with a flick of the wrist. He also improved on the accuracy of siege crossbow. The strangest of the lot was a buckled strike shield attached to a glove. It also had a short blade inside of it, and Chicot called it a lantern shield. He was a bit disappointed that he had not come up with it sooner. In the fall, Chicot designed some of the most exciting weapons I had ever seen, and many questioned if those weapons would be of any use, and some of our guards did try them. However, they were clumsy at best, and as was to be expected of anyone trying to use a new weapon. Chicot saw one day Aberandus playing with the lantern shield and the sword breaker in the courtyard. I was watching him practice with his weapon with the vague hope of learning by watching. Chicot, interrupting his practice, said, "It is a little too late in the game to be learning new tricks." "It certainly helps pass the time," said Aberandus, laughing. "Fine, if you want new toys to play with, you only need to ask. Just don't randomly pick up weapons from the storage. Any missing or damaged weapon can cost the life of one of my patrons," said Chicot with unusual seriousness. "My apologies," said Aberandus, leaving the barracks like a sulking child. Another person who was training was Gita. She was practicing with Chicot's bizarre bow. I asked Chicot, "How is it with Gita?" "Peachy," said Chicot. "Why do you ask?" "It is just that you are not as close as you used to be," I said sadly. "Nor should we. The truth of the matter is that she grew up and I did not," said Chicot, pouting. "It can be as simple as all that. Maybe if you tell her the truth about you, she will understand," I suggested. "Our problems have nothing to do with the plague. She knows about my efforts to aid the sick and refugees, and in fact she supported my conviction. Alas, her problem is of a different kind," said Chicot. "So what is her problem?" I asked. Chicot shrugged his shoulders in response. He then said, "She expects me to know what's wrong without asking her. Indeed, I cannot see why she would suddenly despise me so. I found her petty jealousy quite bothersome, so I decided to end it all for good before I grew to hate her." "Why are you telling me this?" I said, taken aback by this sudden burst of honesty. "I am doing this to put an end to all the silly little rumors. these stories, so they stopped badgering me with questions. What I do in my private life is my own problem, and they had no business telling me how to ruin my marriage, said Chicot, angrily getting up. As night fell, I saw Chicot walking towards his personal weapon closet. Inside, I knew that his Hernan and Sylvia armor rested. I thought that maybe Gita had grown jealous of the Sylvia armor because Chicot liked to spend more time with the armor than with her. Indeed, being jealous of a hunk of silver qualified as petty jealousy. This explanation for the termination of the marriage contract seemed at least more plausible. It had been some time since I had last seen the armors, and since I could not fall asleep, I decided to go check up on them. I was disappointed to notice that this time the storage room was locked. Normally Chicot allowed people to enter and see his prototype armors. He had at least 20 sets, not counting the Hernan and Sylvia armors. I started circling around the small building to see if I could peep within. The sound about me suddenly fading, and it made my heart jump out of my chest. I rushed back to my room and watered away the silence by playing with a mechanical singing bird Chicot had given me. By turning a small lever a few times, the bird would sing a lovely tune for a few minutes. My eyes started watching the tiny golden bird for a few minutes, and when the lever stopped moving, I imagined I could still listen to the music. I figured that there was a true version of this bird singing somewhere in our gardens. And since I still could not fall asleep, I rose from my bed to return to Chicot's storage. The noise from the bird gave me more confidence to proceed. And when I went to the window, I gasped when I saw that the silver armor had a person inside of it. Since the person was standing still, I realized that it might be a mannequin. Mannequins were commonly used for dressmaking or to display certain clothing, and I figured that Chicot had placed the armor in a mannequin for aesthetic purposes. It must have been boring to just look at a lifeless armor just lying there. Having satisfied my curiosity, I went to bed. Sleep afforded me no comfort. I had nightmares about the strange girl depicted in my mother's compact mirror. In all my dreams, she never spoke, and at times she changed into a most horrifying monster. And in my last dream, I half remember seeing the blonde maiden wearing the silver armor, and I woke up before she turned around. News of Bersamet's supposed death had emboldened the Western Kingdom, and they had focused their attention in reclaiming some of the feudos controlled by Verageddon in their territory. Indeed, Verageddon always took care to have complete control over the ocean trade, and it was said that the victory was short-lived, and while trying to retake Aragon, the army suffered heavy losses, and the allied feudos were forced to return home to lick their wounds. Due to the wars, the roads were slowly being overtaken by bandits, and Verageddon was employing the bulk of its forces to quell the rebellion. As such, they could not be bothered to keep the roads safe. It was worse the further away it was from Verageddon, and our little town was practically surrounded by bandits. Whenever our guards went out, I gave one last look at them as if they were never coming home. Though the merchant trips took longer, our guards still managed to return home more or less in one piece. As usual, Chicot had a sixth sense about danger, and he would always mark on the map the size of possible bandit ambushes and the estimated number. Chicot was usually more on the mark, and he practically worked 20 hours a day developing armors. Any time he was supposed to be sleeping, he spent it locked up in the storage room talking to Hernan and Sylvia. At a certain point in the story, I began to think of the armors as real people. It was the only way to rationalize Chicot's insanity, and this storage room was quite unique from the others, and it was set apart from the rest, and in the middle of the garden it had a lovely white columns and 4 stained glass windows, and each one was facing the cardinal points, and the few times I had gone inside I had marveled at the roominess of it, and Chicot said he had designed it like a small museum. During a cold, sleepless winter night, I spied on Chicot from my window, and I also noticed the Sphinx Unla lying lazily on top of a tree, and she too was looking in the direction of the storage room in the garden. She saw me looking back at her, and thus she flew to a nearby tree closer to my window. "Johnny," she asked, "can't sleep?" "No," I said. "Me neither," she answered. "I'm dying of curiosity, Unla. I wish I could go inside the storage room and see all the changes that Chicot made to his armor," I said sadly. "That could be arranged. I know a lock-picking spell, and I can have the door open and close, and Chicot will be none the wiser, at least unless if he sees you," she said. What do you mean by that? I asked. Nothing, she said. She added, let's wait until she can leave, and once he's gone, I will unlock the door for you. Close to midnight, Chicot left the company of his armor, and he was once again in his workshop making new weapons. Though he was practically working himself to death, he still demanded that we only work for 8 hours a day. I tiptoed my way towards the storage room. As soon as I had promised, the door was open for me. The room was rather dark, and it was a good thing I had taken a candle with me, and I grimly wondered how Chicot found his way in this dark room. And as I took a step forward, a faint blue candle lighted the walls, and at another time this would have alarmed me. However, Chicot employed magical motion-sensitive light. The blue candle still did not ward away the darkness. I had stumbled towards one of the windows and opened a curtain partway, just enough to get some natural moonlight. And after doing this, I became acutely aware of the silence that surrounded me, and the new light happened to fall on the Sylvia armor. The golden moonlight gave a strange splendor to the armor, and like I had expected, Chicot had put the armor inside a mannequin. After looking closer, I realized that it wasn't a mannequin, but a doll. A giant doll wearing an armor. Chicot made no attempt to simulate human eyes. He instead gave his Sylvia doll large, sweet blue eyes, a small mouth, and a little nose. Her face was not unlike the porcelain dolls Chicot made. Little girls for some reason liked those facial proportions on their little dollies. And the Sylvia doll's hair looked beautiful, all with the golden curls and the tiara and pearls. The doll made a noise which sounded like giggling, and my heart started beating like a drum as I rushed towards the door, and I was shocked to find it closed and locked. And after vainly pounding my fist against it and calling Unda for help, I realized that the Sphinx had played a bad joke on me, like she locked him in the storage room with a creepy doll. I was only able to get out of there when Chicot came to check up on his armors by sunrise, and I didn't like the prospect of spending the entire night in the storage room. 2 hours passed, and I was trembling from head to toe. And the wind was still, and not even the crickets made a sound, and my eyes started playing tricks on me, and the low light made me think that the doll wearing the Sylvia armor was blinking. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
To dispel this illusion, I opened the curtains wider to allow more light within. Opening the curtains did not help much, seeing as though a dark cloud passed overhead, and now the only light came from the ominous blue candles, and they were placed in a peculiar way in front of the mirrors, and with the darkness came the rain, and it was comforting to hear the sound of the rain. And I sat in one of the chairs, the one facing the armors, and I was not too keen on wandering about for the fear of breaking something. And aside from the armors, the place was littered with small, fragile-looking items. I fell asleep while listening to the rain, and I woke up with a start close to sunrise, and the outside opened, and I heard Chicot whispering harshly, "What are you doing here?" I was sorry, I was curious, so my explanation was cut short by Chicot pulling my arm and half dragging me outside. All in a fury, he said, "Get out, get out." Once I was outside, he locked the door behind him, and when I was outside, I saw Unla silently laughing at me while perched on her tree. She was in the midst of her enjoying her prank, and for the next few days Chicot was distant, and I could feel he had grown to hate me the same way he had grown to despise Gita. And before friendship completely disintegrated, I decided to speak to him in private. I chose to speak with him as he was going to the storage room at night, and I waited for him to go there, maybe 2 hours, and it was unusual for him to break his routine, and when I returned to my room, I saw Chicot sitting in the couch beside my bed. Sighing, he said, "What is it?" "I wanted to apologize for going into your storage room without your permission, and may I remind you that before that you used to not mind people going in and out," I said, drawing a chair closer to sit by him. "That was before some bastard came in and broke Sylvia's left eye," said Chicot, clenching his fist. His face was twisted to a dark grimace in the darkness. "I've done a lot for you people, and this is the sense I get, and you too, Joseph, you are no better. You couldn't respect my desire to keep my things in one piece," said Chicot, shaking his head sadly. He rested his head on his hand to cover his face. I saw his shoulders shake for a moment, and I imagined he was crying. And I was about to apologize as I reached to touch the place that was once his left shoulder, and Chicot slapped my hand away before making eye contact, and shaking his head sadly, he said, "I suppose some things cannot be helped, and it was foolish for me to pretend that things would not happen as before." Reaching into his pocket, he handed me a key. "Here, you can visit my storage room as much as you feel like." He added, just don't hand over this key to anyone, especially Gita. I don't understand you, I said, holding the key. That makes me very happy, my dear Joseph, said Chicot, leaving my room with a playful smile painted on his lips. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello. Oh yeah, it's going now? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 25, part 1, The Return. The New Year came, and with it came Bersamin. It seemed that he had finally snapped out of his stupor, or so-called vacation. From the distance of the tower, I could see the feudal nearest of little Sophia burning in the distance. He fell upon the rebellion kingdoms like a storm, and he swept through the entire kingdom, and he brought it back into submission. As soon as King Bersamin came back into the picture, the production line of weapons was immediately halted, and whatever was completed was shipped out, and we soon returned to business as usual. It was refreshing to resume the manufacturing of compact, perfumes, dresses, dolls, and other trinkets. The production of instruments of war had affected people's humors, and even Gita and Chicot's relationship seemed almost back to normal, and they went back to playing games like they used to. Though from time to time, when Gita was not looking, Chicot's face darkened. I started getting possessed by the idea. I couldn't help but think that Chicot was plotting to kill Gita. And as a result of this suspicion, I started following Gita around, and at night I would regularly sneak into her room to see if she was still breathing. This unnaturally stopped one day when she woke up early and she saw me watching her sleep. She made a big fuss, and Chicot, who slept in the other room, came to see what she was screaming about, and when he saw me, he pulled me by the hair and threw me out of the room, yelling, "Get out, get out!" I felt ashamed and went to my room, and I was not happy to see my mother waiting for me. Again she told me, "Gita is a married woman, and it's unhealthy for you to be obsessing about her." Yeah, like he was in a married chick's room watching her sleep. Yeah, that is perfectly normal. She may be legally married, but she is separated from Chicot. Neither of them sleeps in the same room anymore, I said. Shocked, she said, "And just how do you know that? Ah, son, find your own wife and leave Gita in peace. You show some respect for the man that put a roof over your head." "Yes, mother," I said to end this conversation. Once she left, I was alone with my thoughts for some time, and I heard movements outside my room, and based on the footsteps, I thought that Paola was coming to visit. I quickly turned off the light of my candles, and I pretended to be asleep. Like the first time we met, Paola put a knife to my throat, and then she said, "You awake yet?" Pushing her back, I said, "What's wrong with you?" "I could ask you the very same thing," she said, chuckling. "So you heard," I said sadly. "Not a thing. My only concern is obeying my Lord Chicot's wishes, and besides, I am not the kind of person to speak behind another's back," said Paola. "I have heard strange noises outside of the manor as of late, and I haven't been in town as of late, and have you noticed anything?" I asked. "There are a lot of new faces," said Paola. "Yes, the town has grown a lot," I nodded. Sitting back, she then said, "It is not just new faces. From time to time, I see weird people wandering about the market. Chicot said he hired new soldiers to help us, and I never see these new people in the barracks, nor in the marketplace, the manor, or even in the bar. And when they talk, their words have a strange accent, and some do not speak our tongue as well, and they also wear strange armor." "That is strange. I was under the impression that everyone spoke our language," I said thoughtfully. "If it were up to Bersamin, this would be so," commented Paola. "These people, do they look human?" I asked. "Most of them do, however. There are some that are dwarfish, with green skin, long ears, and crooked noses. I had never seen people that look like that. Others are giant and ugly," said Paola. She used her hands to illustrate to show how big they were. "Are these people causing the strange noises?" I asked. "No, they seem to be originating from the greenhouse in the manor's home," said Paola. In the mayor's home. The mayor is a strange, reclusive guy, isn't he?" I said more to myself. "The same thing could be said about you," commented Paola. "I am satisfied with my lot in life," I said. "Suit yourself," said Paola, starting to leave. She stopped for a moment, and then she said, "Tomorrow I have a visit to the mayor, and I'm running an errand for Chicot. You can come with me if you like." "Sure," I said, falling back down on the bed. While falling asleep, I started remembering my old etiquette etiquette classes. I have been surrounded by ill-mannered brutes for so long that their behavior seemed normal. The following day, I went to the town with Paola. Oh yeah, bro, can you do that in my cell phone over there? Just punch whatever number until it says that you answer the thing.
Alright. So you press 1, 2.
Yeah, but you have to click send.
Alright.
For one answer or the other. Yeah?
Got it.
Otherwise it doesn't register. It was raining and the stone ground was slightly slippery, and sometimes I would have to angle my parasol to keep the rain from falling on my face. Indeed, I had never gone into town often, and I was always more comfortable in the large manor. And there was plenty to see there to keep me interested, and the town that day was particularly lively, even with the rain. The buildings were wide and with orange red tile floors. There were either 2 or 4-story high buildings, and the two were spread out around the river, with most of the homes near the docks. These had changed somewhat since the flood, and now people were starting to build closer to the mound, so that we made plenty of new houses surrounding our manor. And one of those new homes was the newly constructed town hall of the mayor, and I had never met the man, nor did I ever bother to remember his name. His home was rather large and spacious, and when I went inside, I could hardly get my bearings, and other windows were closed for some reason, and Paola explained, the mayor gets sick if exposed to sunlight. Oh, but I hear he walks around town often, I commented. The one that people see is actually his butler or something. The real guy is supposed to spend his life in his secluded house, said Paola. What's his name, I asked. I don't know, for some reason I can't seem to remember, said Paola, thinking. She was carrying a parcel and some gorgeous flowers inside an urn. I was helping her carry some of her stock. Do you at least know the butler's name, and why hasn't anyone received us yet? I asked, looking disoriented. A candle lighted in the darkness and made its way down a passage that might resemble a staircase, and when the candle was close enough, I saw the small frail hand of a child. I saw the faint silhouette of a human girl no older than 13 or 15. It was hard to tell due to the darkness that surrounded me. Forgive my father for not receiving you. We have been pretty busy as of late, she said apologetically. Why isn't there more light? Open a window or something, I demanded. Forgive me, I forgot people were coming, and I will open the curtains right away, she said. The dark entry was filled with sounds of hurried footsteps, and it was quite charming to see the little candle make its way all over the room. After a few minutes, there was plenty of light inside, and the windows were rather large and made of clear glass. The walls were all painted white, and so was the roof. There were no chandeliers or lampposts, and the main decoration consisted of numerous urns with flowers and other plants. The maid girl took Paola's kiss and she placed it on top of the table. The maid directed us to the living room with 2 couches and a warm fireplace. The rain had picked up somewhat, and as soon as we had gone inside, and the maid later came back with tea, she was followed by a strange, raven-haired man wearing an even stranger armor. The man had a haggard look on his face, and he spent most of his time looking at his pocket watch. He also did not touch any of the tea and biscuits, and when he looked at me, his face brightened, and he said with a strange accent, Your name is Joseph, is it not? Yes, I said, somewhat perplexed. Paola the maid kept quiet for most of our conversation, and when she was bored of listening, she went to another room to converse with the maid. The strange man asked me just about everything there was to know about me, and I politely answered more out of morbid curiosity. When this interrogation was done, I asked, Now that you know everything there is to know about me, it will only be polite if you answer some of my questions. I will answer as much as I am able, said the man. Who are you, and what mercenary group do you belong to, I asked. My name is Josephus. I belong to the Lord Ginantua for now, and I used to work for the nomads only 2 years ago, and I owe them a good debt of gratitude, and I would not be sitting here before you if it was not by their efforts, he said, carefully measuring his words. And the others, what of them, I asked. I cannot say for certain. Our only commonality is that we are in the service of Lord Ginantua, said Josephus, looking at his watch again. Do you need to be somewhere, I asked. Not for another 2 hours, answered Josephus. Oh, I said, then you have more than enough time, and relax, stop looking at your watch. My apologies, said Josephus, putting the watch away. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
I said when I saw him looking at the grandfather clock that was in the corner of the room. So, Joseph, are you married? He said. No, I said plainly. Why not? Marriage is fun. It gives a man a whole new sense of purpose, and the kids are a lot of fun to look at, said Josephus, smiling. So I have been told, are you married? Do you have children? I said, throwing these questions back at him. I was starting to get bored of the endless interrogation. I had to, and a pretty little wife. Our parents didn't want us to marry, so we had to elope, he said sadly. So what happened? I asked, feeling that his story was finally getting somewhere. After my daughter died, my relationship with the missus got strained, and my youngest son doesn't even know that I exist, said Josephus. Have you tried speaking with him? I said. Circumstances beyond my control keep me from seeing him. Now he is all grown up. He was about to say more, but his pocket watch sounded an alarm. Josephus stood up and left the room, and that was the one and only time I ever spoke with the man. I remember him because his name was so similar to my own, and what he said gave me much to think about. In comparison to most men, I should be married and with children, and I had never truly taken this matter seriously. In this respect, I was just as immature as she got. And I finally decided to look for a spouse of my own, and when I became financially stable enough, the odd noises in my house too stopped a few days after my visit. With the sun gone, I dismissed the entire incident from my mind. Alright, so we're done with that. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arch's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 26, A Unique Opportunity. The summer months came, and with it the war season officially began. Chicot felt it was a good attempt as any to attack the supply wagons. They would be a good source of raw materials. The briefing was done in the basement. It was the only room large enough to hold a council with our 500 guards and 85 martial civilians. Also joining us were 100 former soldiers who had been allowed into the town during the refugee crisis. These new men were eager to make a quick buck. They heard rumors of Lord Anta's wealth and strategic planning. They also knew he was quite a successful former highwayman. Chicot had a rumor that Bersamin was dying. He had less than a year to live. The chaos that would soon follow after the king's death would provide little Sophia with a unique opportunity. By attacking the supply lines, we would be able to multiply our stocks 10 times fold. And it would also have weakened our neighbors, who would look to little Sophia as an easy target. Pointing towards the map, Chicot said, as of now, King Bersamin is marching towards the Diaphelon territory. When he gets there, his fate will be sealed. How can you be certain that he will die as a result of this battle? And doesn't that place belong to him? Asked Alvarano's questioning Chicot's intelligence. How I am getting this information is none of your concern. What matters is that we must attack these routes to raid the supply wagons, said Chicot, pointing to several key areas in the Western Kingdom. Ah, revenge is nice, said Alvarado, nodding in approval. Call it what you will, said Chicot. At the end of the briefing, I said, why must we resort to looting? We have more than enough wealth for 10 lifetimes, and besides, if the entire continent is entering the Kingdom of Lara, shouldn't we reinforce a defense? What if something happens when you're gone? This has nothing to do with money, Joseph, said Chicot. And relax, nothing bad is going to happen. We will be gone just 6 months tops. Just to tell me, how long are we going to do without the guards? I said, alarmed. For starters, we have a small mercenary company who is going to be staying put, while the rest of us go. And I am also going to be riding out with my personal guard, just to be safe, said Chicot. I guess Alvis is going to be handling business for the time being, I said sadly. Shaking his head, Chicot corrected me by saying, he too is coming. You are staying behind, Joseph. Why? I could be far more useful to you in battle, I complained. Not everyone is cut out to be a soldier, Joseph. I need someone I can trust to handle my affairs, said Chicot, putting his hand on my shoulder. I am both honored and humbled that you trust me with your wealth. Still, I would think that Iris or Sir Richard would be better suited to this task, I said, declining the offer. Not really. You are best suited to the task I am giving you. And I should be back before winter if all goes well, said Chicot. What if it doesn't go well? I said, pessimistic. If things go badly, I will return home sooner. I'm not a big fan of suicide missions, said Chicot. The following day, Chicot and his personal guard and the other fighters headed out. He even took Gita and her sisters along with her mother. I was all alone, with not even the Sphinx Unla to keep me company. While I sat on in my desk, I noticed a letter from Chicot. This one was written in an unknown handwriting. This was quite strange since I usually read all of his correspondence. The letter simply said, "If a large invasion army comes, ring the large bell we keep in my storage room. Keep ringing it while the fighting lasts. If you don't make it to the bell, go and hide." What Chicot had said left me with many sleepless nights. It felt as if he was predicting that something was going to happen the moment he left Little Sophia. 2 months passed without anything remotely interesting happening. It was as if my management was only symbolic. The employees that did not ride out into battle were pretty self-managed. There was rarely a need for me to interfere. As such, I naturally took care of the paperwork regarding our ventures, and I had a pretty good idea how Chicot would negotiate the contracts. One night I awoke because there was a deathly still silence. Not a sound could be heard in the entire house, and I was suddenly thrown from my bed by nimble, thin fingers. These hands dragged me under the bed. The door to my room was soon slammed open. I saw the boots of a soldier slightly illuminated by a torch. The warm body beside me said in a soft voice, "There are intruders in the house. We need to head for the basement." "What about my mother?" I asked, alarmed. "She's already there, barricaded inside with some of the others," she said. "We need to move fast." Based on her voice, the girl was called Maria. Chicot claimed she was a nymph, though her eyes always maintained the same crystal clear gray eyes. She was calm and even in every new situation. Maria dragged me from the ground after the invaders finished ransacking my room. While making my way downstairs, I said, "Wait, we have to ring the bell. Chicot said it would be useful in such a time as this." "What bell?" said Maria coldly. "We don't have time for this." "You go. I am going to see if I can make it to the storage room," I said, heading outside. "The place is crawling with goons. You are never going to make it," said Maria harshly. Despite much of Maria's protestation, I made my way towards the garden. Like she had expected, I got captured the second I stepped into the gardens. I was accosted and stepped all over. I said in anger, "Who are you? What do you want?" "You want what is rightfully ours, little man," said one of the enemy. "Your lord made his money by pilfering wares from good honest folk. We feel it is only right that we return it to them," said another. "Bah, all I see are a bunch of looters. We let you poor starving bastards in, and this is how you repay us," I said, angrily, recognizing one of our soldiers. The soldier kicked me on the shin, and then he said, "I recognize you. You are the secretary of the little lord. You must know the insides and out of this place. Where does your boss keep his prized possessions?" "In the garden," I said, pointing towards the storage room. "Well, I'll be damned. No hidden rooms, no secret compartments. He just has all his treasure in the middle of the manor where everyone can see it," he said, surprised. Only I know how to open the door, so take me there," I said, trying to be clever. Unfortunately for me, I underestimated the intelligence of my captors. He quickly discovered the key in my person and thus went alone to Chicot's treasure room. They all gathered within, and I saw them take out the weapons, modules, and even the armors. I clawed closer while holding my sides to see if I could find a way to ring the stupid bell. The scene was quite massive, and it could only be rugged with a mace. I tried to make a run for it, but a bastard tricked me and laughed. One of the men came closer, and he pulled me by the hair. Based on his clothing, I could tell he was a priest of one god or another. He said to me, "This has nothing to do with money. Your people committed crimes against God by killing a high priest. Did you think your crimes will go unpunished?" Spitting in his face, I said, "What gods? Your gods are dead. You are just a man like any other." Like Chicot, I was finally branded a heretic. I fainted because of the pain. Alas, my cantors would not grant me the freedom of sweet oblivion. While rising from my stupor, with blood pouring from my mouth, I laughed to erupted from my lips. And for reasons I did not understand, I found the entire situation quite laughable. I could not tell you if it was a result of the multiple blows to the head or a searing pain in my cheek. But I was suddenly experiencing what Chicot calls a deja vu. The feeling I felt made me feel a sudden ease. I knew with utmost certainty that everything was going to be alright. My laughter did wonders to unnerve the priest, and I closed my eyes for a second and then opened them, and I could see those wonderful myriads of light, those fragile tiny little bodies with butterfly wings. The sky seemed alive with numerous sights and sounds, the likes of which I had never seen before. Just as quickly as this feeling overcame me, it went away, and I was alone in my grim reality. I do not know who rang the bell, but I do know full well of its effect. Chicot was a man of many secrets, and he was also fond of setting traps. And as he later explained to me, he had left with his main troops with the sole purpose of unmasking the traitors around him. Yes, he knew that he would be betrayed. He knew that he would let enemy soldiers within, with the vain effort of hoping to loot him. The invaders who went to Little Sofia found the town more or less deserted, and from time to time they would engage a highly skilled lone soldier. And I should have listened to Maria and gone into hiding. The problem would have solved itself in due time. Chicot was not the type of man to make the same mistake twice. With the bell ringing, the night was filled with an icy chill. The high priest pointed towards the bell and he exclaimed, "That is a necromancy bell, the largest I have ever seen. Silence it before a horde of undead falls upon us." The area around me felt strange, like gushing water or sand. The sensation lasted only a second, and I felt the ground stirring behind, and two hands that burned like coals of fire closed my eyes to shield me from the chaos that would soon follow. And I heard the bodies being torn asunder around me, and the decaying specter placed a coat over my shoulders to protect me from the night air. And when I was finally allowed to see, the area around me was littered with corpses, and I could barely see the bodies, but I could smell the rotting carcasses. It was the stench of blood I was all too familiar with. A strong man clad in armor I did not recognize carried me back to the manor, as if I were a mere child. And I was too tired and wounded to protest, and while I was carried back to my room, I saw in the gardens a blonde maiden wearing the Sylvia armor. She was even wearing the armor in the same style worn by the doll, and the armor had a strange glow to it, even when it was tainted red by the blood of the fallen enemy. There was another man beside her wearing the Hernan armor. The two mysterious warriors had rung the bell and activated Chicot's revenants. Revenants were dead people who had come back to life. They only differed from ghosts in the fact that they were lucid and had a physical body. How these revenants were controlled by was a matter that Chicot never bothered to discuss. He claimed that the revenants were acting in accordance with their own free will. As for the bell, it was simply an alarm clock of sorts. When the revenants heard its sound, they would rise from the graves. I felt as if Chicot was just oversimplifying the matter, so to help me understand. Time, bro?
3 minutes.
Several weeks were spent sorting through the mess, and only the furniture had been seriously damaged. The looters were careful not to break anything that they considered valuable, or anything they liked. The looters that survived the night were forced to work to repair all things they had broken, and the entire process was overseen by the warriors clad in Hernan and Sylvia armor. And during this proceedings, I spent it in my bed healing, and my mother would not leave my side for even a moment. She was the most grieved by the horrible burn in my face, and I was also visited by Maria. She nursed me back to health with her grim patience, and she helped me maintain my grip on my surroundings. Idleness and restfulness never did me any good, and while lying there, I kept thinking of the humans and how much I hated their false idols and their hypocrisy. I do not remember what I said, but I do remember my mother slapping me in my burned cheek and finally saying, "Your father was human, Joseph." I grimly looked away from her and said no more, and before she could return, I spent my time sleeping in my bed, and even though my wounds had healed, I could not summon even the energy to rise from my bed, and before the first snow of winter, Chicot was finally home, and everyone was more or less in one piece. I was surprised to see that Chicot looked more recovered, and he said, smiling at me, "It's over, Joseph. We are finally free." Alright, we're done. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Icy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chicot, Chapter 27. Freedom from what? None of the four who participated in the war could have predicted what followed. Each had a vague hope of taking Bertham's place once he was dead and buried. The power struggle between the western and the northern kingdoms tore the continent apart, and during the winter months we used to get invaded by a small brigade every other day. And the skirmishes were amount nuisance for our prisoners, since we used them as front-line infantry. Those that tried to run away were quickly fetched by our little Sphinx. The only upside to this arrangement was that our constricted soldiers, for lack of a better word, got to enjoy unlimited access to Chicot's own unique arsenal. And even though there were few, these soldiers were better armed than their opponents. And one day, for reasons we did not understood, we awoke to find a massacre in the doorsteps of Little Sofia. Two armies had clashed near a town, and both armies were inexplicably dead. Amberando was the first to speak the name Blood Red. The fear of this mystical figure was soon spread thanks to him and Aldona, and whenever anyone asked about this incident, they would quickly blame Blood Red for those mysterious deaths. Still, the massacre did provide us with plenty of metal scraps, and Chicot also had some of the bodies embalmed to be sold to necromancers, and which body was suitable for necromancy was up for much of debate. The prisoners who were forced to participate in this unsavory war thought that Chicot chose the bodies at random, and when Chicot eventually felt that the traitors had paid back their debt to society, he allowed them to return home. He even gave them a horse and provision, which was pretty generous considering that horses were not cheap. In order to acquire additional protection, Chicot sent emissaries to negotiate Little Sophia's official inclusion to the Southern Kingdom. The emissaries were to negotiate tribute and how much autonomy we could enjoy. The Southern Kingdom was the only one that was not falling apart. It had more or less a semblance of order, though it was having trouble protecting its border. As for the Western Kingdom, it had disintegrated into several dozen territories. The largest of these territories were those under the direct control of Aragon and Sassari. We never got attacked by them, since we were trading partners. We also traded with the Sky Kingdom. The Sky Kingdom was the name given to the cities and towns on top of the large, flat plateau. Access to it was limited during the summertime, and the steepness of the mountain created a natural barrier. Not a lot of information was known about this place or the people that lived there. They had always remained aloft during the entire war. Its capital could be seen from Aragon, which was at the foot of the mountain. Its large castle was a source of much admiration and speculation. During this tremulous time, Chicot was quite merry, and he spent most of his time playing, even when an army was at our walls. After much persuasion, Chicot agreed to make a true stone wall surrounding Little Sofia. While playing with marbles with Chicot, I asked him, "Why are you yielding to our verandas? Why are you yielding to our verandas up until now? You thought all of his ideas were bad." "I still think he's pretty foolish, but who cares? It would not kill me to give him the benefit of the doubt," he said, holding up to his eye a pretty pink swirly marble. "Aren't you a little old to be playing?" commented my mother when she saw me lying flat on the floor of the saloon beside Chicot. "Let him be, Miss Rosie," said Maria, who was reading a book nearby. I had developed a sort of a relationship with the nymph maiden, and she had patiently nursed me back to health and had even stayed with me during my period of lunacy. And she had also stopped my mother from sending me to the asylum, and when I was better, my mother had finally divulged the nasty story of my dearly departed father. She had married a human named Josephus Rossi, and after being married for a year, his sanity started waning, and when he was not drinking himself stupid, he spent his time wondrously aiming in the darkness, mumbling to himself. And she had begged him to go to the asylum for help, and one day he was found hanged in the barn. The people in Houston had informed my mother that her husband's final raving moments, and he was amok in a frenzy and telling people they are coming or kill yourself before they get you. She found out she was with child a few days afterwards, and she had never told me the story for obvious reason, because of my father, she had always been watching me carefully, looking for signs of insanity. Even at that moment, while I played with Chicot, she was monitoring, looking at me to see if I would crack, and when she left, Chicot commented, "You should get married and have some other kids." Only then she started questioning your insanity. "Again with that sheesh," I said, annoyed. "Yes, again with that. Your mother has started with that again. And if I ever to hear the end of it, you will have to marry by the end of this month," said Chicot, sitting up. I also sat up and asked, "Why so soon? If I hear more about this wife nonsense, it will be I who will end up in the asylum," said Chicot, rubbing his forehead with both his hands to make more of an emphasis. I still could not get used to the sudden appearance of his missing arm, and when I asked him about it, he simply told me that he was now using a prosthetic. A very advanced, highly realistic prosthetic. Oh yeah. Every so often we will discuss the marriage prospect, and I will say sarcastic, "I won't get married unless you give me a real reason why I should get married." It would amuse me. There is also two other more important reasons, but I prefer to keep them to myself for the sake of our friendship," said Chicot. I was about to protest when I heard a commotion near the tower. It was like practically every day, and I said to Chicot, "We're getting attacked again?" "I am partly to blame for this consternation. I had instructed my agents to exaggerate the wealth we had in Little Sofia," said Chicot. "That is very irresponsible of you," I said angrily. "It is called an irresistible lure, and besides, most of the invaded armies have been seriously crippled by our network of highwaymen," said Chicot. "Why do this? Isn't the war already over?" I asked, moving to sit by the couch. "Does it look like it's over?" said Chicot, pointing out the windows. He added, "I am not the bad guy here. Why should I be blamed for their foolishness? And would you rather we hand all of our treasure to the murderers?" Maria chuckling said, "That's funny coming from you." Chicot got up after putting away his toys, and he left the room with an air of someone who was in great fury, though I saw a grin smile painted on his face. And the following way the skirmishes injured a quarter of our guards, and the war was not even nearly complete, and winter's blizzard was setting upon us, and during the blizzard we did not get a single attack, and our men worked hard in building that wall, even when their hands were almost frozen solid. And since this wild obsession was Alvarando's doing, Chicot gave him some leeway with his schedule, and those who were unfortunate enough to work under him learned pretty soon that he was a slave driver. And after 7 days of suffering so extreme, and the town people working on the project went to see Chicot to complain about Alvarando's. In response to his complaint, Chicot said, what do you want me to do about it? Alvarando is free to do as he will, just as you are free not to follow his directives." And before the problem escalated any further, Kita took it upon herself to reel in Alvarando's, and it was said that she gave him quite a serious talking to, and he became meek and obedient and even went back to drinking again. This was a good thing. Alvarando was always nicer when drunk, and as of lately, Chicot was always delegating to others his leadership tasks, and this would have caused a problem if Gita had not been there to fill in the power wood, and I was glad that she was the one taking over. The new year came with it, and the harsh snow started to fall, and during that time I developed a taciturn relationship with Maria. And one day she coldly asked me to be her husband, and I readily agreed since no other prospective candidates were available. And I did not tell my mother that Maria was the one who had proposed, and I also agreed to wed her after a 1-year engagement period. In the past, I had entertained the idea of marrying Paola. However, she had only eyes for Chicot, and her only discernible talent was beating her enemies to a bloody pulp. And Maria was good at cooking and cleaning, and I already knew she was a good nurse, and her needlework was sublime. And she was also a skilled jeweler. She produced some of the finest silver bracelets I had ever seen, and she was also a skilled duelist and knew how to read. Paula lacked all of those qualities, and when I finally settled on a wife, I went through a period of introspection. I couldn't help but feel inadequate. At my age, I had a respectable son, but it paled in comparison to Chicot's empire, and after dealing with him for so long, I came to realize he was a child of some unknown creature. And it was the easiest way to explain the sudden growth of his arm, or his immaturity, or the fact that he grew at such a ridiculously slow rate. And I had only chosen to see him as a dwarf because I wanted companionship. And other than Alvis, my mother and Gita were not there a lot of people who looked a lot like me. And I was begrudged that even as a half-breed, I still came out short even by dwarven standards. And even Maria towered over me. And one day Chicot saw me measuring myself with a duct tape. And frowning, he said, "Don't you know that what you're doing is bad luck?" "Doing what?" I asked, looking at him attentively. "You should not measure yourself or let other people take your measurements. It should only be done when they are picking out your casket," explained Chicot. "You never struck me as a superstitious kind," I said, somewhat surprised. "I'm not superstitious. This is a known fact where I come from," said Chicot. "And where do you come from exactly?" I asked sarcastically. Instead of answering, Chicot literally dodged the question by leaving the room, and I got up and went to chase after Chicot. And this time I wanted a straight answer from him, and much to my disappointment, he was nowhere to be seen. And the following day, Chicot was still missing, and so was a good portion of the army and the townspeople. And Chicot had apparently launched a big expedition in search for scraps of those who had perished in the blizzard. And indeed, like he had expected, the three armies had perished along the road leading to Little Sofia. And others had perished in the forest, and Sir Richard, who had gone on this expedition, described the bloated bodies in great detail. Their deaths had not been natural. When Chicot returned with his guard, he came back with a loot and some disturbing news. The Elven army was on the move, and the humans had broken their covenant with the elves, and now they had a reason to fight back. And with the armies weakened, the elves were making mincemeat of the humans. And for reasons that Chicot's men did not understand, the elves limited themselves to killing all able-bodied warriors. They did not stay very long in one location, and based on their movements, they were heading towards the wilderness or the eastern part of the kingdom. I relayed the news to Anzona, and said she had formerly lived within the Elven Empire. And I found her knitting beneath a shaded tree, and I was still not used to her full body covering, designed to shield her from the sun. And after explaining her situation, she thought a moment, and then she said, "If the Alpha Seed is traveling east, he must be headed for Nemorensis." "What is in Nemorensis?" I asked. "Nemorensis is the primordial home of the elves. Our ancestors lived in that forest before expanding to all 4 continents," she explained. "So if your leader is headed there, he must be planning to reunite all the elves under his power," I said, alarmed. "Yes, and if he succeeds, then all except the elves are doomed," she said, casually returning to her needlework. "Wait, what?" I said, taken aback. Pointing towards her forehead, she said, "You ever wonder why I am an outcast among my own kind? It was because I challenged the Alpha Seed's absurd notion that elves are the superior race, and that all others should not be allowed to exist. I always thought that Bersamin had enslaved your kind because he was evil." "You are telling me that it was revenge for what your kind did to the world," I said, surprised. "It was a war that took place more than 300 years ago. Ancient history for all but the elves," she said, sighing. "I won't make any excuses for my people. Most of us are not so terribly rotten, though 500 years of indoctrination is almost impossible to challenge, and Bersamin was indeed a wicked man, and he had no reason to enslave the names or to wipe out the goblins and the orcs off the face of the world." "What's going to happen now?" I said sadly. "Who knows?" she said, dropping the subject altogether. Bye-bye and God bless. With this one. Is it recording?
Yeah, no.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 28, Maria. That's a person's name.
Yeah.
As the months passed, I shifted my focus from Chicot to my wedding. As soon as I had finally done what he wanted, he returned to his own devices. I never did understand why he was so vehement in seeing me married. And after being engaged with Maria for 6 months, I started to consider calling off the wedding. I had given myself an engagement period, not out of tradition, but simply because I wanted sufficient time to change my mind. As it gets in my thoughts, Chicot started saying as does, while perusing his gems. The preparations of your wedding are progressing smoothly, aren't they? We were sitting inside the treasure room looking at the precious gems to pick one to forge a wedding ring. And since Chicot was offering to make the ring for free, I thought it was a good opportunity to have a solid gem to add to my family's fortune. It seems as much, though I do not understand why Mother insists on wasting so much money on a fancy wedding ceremony. She's even insisting on getting a priest in to let Sophia to bind us under the eyes of gods. As it is almost as if she's planning her own wedding. I said, picking up a large green gem. Maybe she should plan her own wedding, suggested Chicot. Surely you jest, I said, laughing. She is relatively young by dwarven lifespans, and she can still give birth to children. I am certain that she could easily find herself a middle-aged companion. Possibly a widower with children, said Chicot, thinking. By the gods, Chicot, you are serious. What's wrong with you? I said, alarmed. I could ask you the same thing. I'm simply thinking of your well-being. Considering the situation of the world, it would be beneficial to have a large extended family for support, he said. You certainly do make a convincing argument, though I cannot help but feel I am being manipulated again, I said, frowning. You may be more right than you realize, he added. More importantly, why have you been thinking of calling off the wedding with Maria? Because I don't love her, that's why, I explained. Chicot laughed heartily for some time. When he was done laughing, he said, I never saw you as quite the romantic, and truth be told, Maria doesn't love you either. You do have that in common, and besides, marrying for love is an alien concept in this continent. But you marry Gita for love, I said pitifully. Chicot opened his mouth to say something, but instead he sneered. And when he had finally picked out a gem for me, he said, You are my one and only friend in this world, Joseph, and believe me when I say this, marrying Mare is going to be good for you. She has more in common with you than you realize. The spring of the following year came, and I was married to Maria, and despite spending so much time with her, I was nowhere near in love with her. She was far too cold and unfeeling for my own taste, and for the wedding, Mother got a priest of Lara to sanctify our union. And normally after the ceremony, we were to consort for the first time, and instead we attended a second party thrown in our honor by Chicot. And this got to place in the manor, and it had only in the mayor's manor, and it had the only ballroom in the entire town, so it was perfect venue for celebrations. I made merry with the entire guests and drank a strange liquor provided by Chicot named blood wine. And the last thing I remember was clumsily dancing with Maria, and everything swirled around me, and I lost track of the time. And I cannot remember for the life of me what occurred. And I occurred in my room close to dusk the following day, and Maria was swinging in a chair beside me, waiting for me to wake up, and I was both surprised and glad to see her there. That night we drank circling honey before consummating our union, and around midnight I was overtaken by an unusual insomnia, and the grandfather's clock was off, and Maria was a heavy, noiseless sleeper, and the silence that surrounded me was enough to rouse me from my sleep, and I saw Chicot heading towards his storage room in the gardens. And I got lightly dressed and went to see Chicot, and before stepping a foot outside the garden, Chicot tugged on my robes and said, Don't you have anything better to do than to spy on me? Whatever would become of you if I were to up and leave one day? I'm sorry, I said, yawning. I was just curious, I thought, about why you wanted to see Sylvia and Hernan this late at night. Heh. I am glad that I'm not the only one who sees them more as people and not as hunks of porcelain and metal, said Chicot, smiling with satisfaction. Whatever do you mean? I said, yawning. Nothing. Go back to bed, ordered Chicot. The way he said it made me feel as if I were a mere child. And when I got to my room, the door opened for me, and Maria tucked me back in before going to sleep herself. She was a strange nymph indeed, and I was never able to understand her, though her attentiveness eventually won me over. She was like a second mother to me in this respect. Indeed, she was so reserved I hardly knew a thing about her, and even when I spoke with her, all her answers about herself were surprisingly lacking in detail. And in the end, I went to Chicot to ask him about her, and I found Chicot sketching new designs for combs and fabric brands and tiaras. and reading his design sketches were usually a bother, since when he got bored he would draw doodles on the bottom of the pages, and when he was designing something it was a bit hard to keep track of him. And he would start sketching in his study, but he would eventually wander all over the manor, and sometimes he would be found in the town or by the riverside. This time I was lucky to find him in the gardens, and looking up from his work, he said without much enthusiasm, "What do you want?" "I wanted to ask you something," I said. "I figure as much," he said, sighing. "I grow ever so bored of your endless interrogation. There will come a time when I won't be there to dispel all your doubts." Yes, you have been saying the same thing for the last 2 years or so. For now you are here, so humor me," I insisted, sitting beside him. "Fine," said Chicot, closing his notebook. "What do you want to know about Maria?" "I know where she's from and the name of her mother, her skills and whatnot. And I was there when you recruited her. Still, I feel like I have a stranger in my bed, and she never speaks of her feelings and dreams," I said sadly. "Not all ladies are women, Joseph," said Chicot, frowning. "What do you mean?" I said, alarmed. "I'm using woman as a concept. There are certain behaviors that are associated with women, such as being an emotional wreck or having lofty ambitions. Maria is more like a man, seeing as though she is grounded and well in control of her emotions. She knows what she wants and how to get it. She is also a man of her word, and I think it would be easier for you to understand her if you pretended you were talking to a man," explained Chicot. "That is not that's disturbing. I wish you hadn't told me that. Surely you jest," I said, getting up. "I just told you how I see things," said Chicot, returning to his work. "You were not help at all," I said angrily. Before leaving, I heard Chicot say, "I was not put in this world to make your life easier, my dear Joseph." Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arts Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is chapter 29, The Breezy Sea. The new year came, and Weather Maria was finally visibly with child, and during that time my mother spent day and night with her, and it was common superstition that sleeping with a wife with child would somehow harm the baby. And the sudden separation from my wife made me rather moody. And around that same time I started drinking. It seemed like a good way as any to pass the time. And since I looked so miserable in the bar in town, Chicot one day visited me with a proposition. Chicot said, "What if we all got together with some of the guys and girls and go to the beach?" "The beach? Why?" I said, annoyed. "Come now, you know you want to," said Chicot, poking me with a pen. "It would not be right for me to abandon my wife and son," I said sadly. "Who said anything about abandoning her? You can ask her for permission if you like. If anything, it will distract you from your predicament," said Chicot. I was quiet for a moment, and then I said, "How long does it take for a baby to be born?" "You are 2 different species, so it's hard to say for certain," said Chicot, thinking. "Great, sense for nothing. On average, how long does it take for a nymph and a dwarf maiden to produce a child?" I insisted. "About a year, maybe even less," said Chicot. "It takes that long?" I exclaimed. "The kids could be born sooner, but they will come out half-baked," said Chicot, smiling. "Don't joke about something like that," I yelled. Sensing that I was about to start rambling, Chicot suddenly got up and left, and he had been avoiding me ever since I had developed this new drinking habit of mine, and I resolved to use this trip to sober up. And before leaving, I asked Mary for permission to go on this trip, and she said I was free to go and that I did not need to ask for permission. And after 7 days of preparation, I sailed on the river with Chicot and 14 others, and from time to time the boat would stop at a fishing village down the river. And the villages varied greatly in size, and a few could almost call a town. Others were completely abandoned or burned to cinders. Things cleared up when the boat finally reached the ocean, and a group docked near a pirate stronghold named Benares. It was said to be controlled by a female pirate named the Asura, and the strange men guarding the borders allowed our small group to enter without any inquest. It seemed to me that they were allies with Chicot, and while our group settled in the inn, Chicot went into town to work on business. And the stronghold and the town that surrounded it were beautiful, and the ocean was deep blue, and it seemed to go on forever. Even the air smelled differently, and I completely forgot about Chicot as I went with the others to swim in the ocean. The waves were strong and furious, and after almost drowning once, I limited myself to hanging by the shore. And the pirates who lived there amused themselves by practicing something they called surfing. It was basically trying to ride a wave on top of a flat piece of wood. Sir Richard and Almiranda had paid for lessons, and after a day of practice, they were not seeing much improvement. All the fun stopped when Paola left the ocean screaming at the top of her lungs. Numerous fishes twice her size had swam past her, and for the rest of her stay, she would spend her time by the shore. The fishes passed by her, and she's like, ah! When night fell, the sky was illuminated with all the astral bodies. They seemed to shine brighter in the ocean. The sound of the waves and the calm wind was soothing to my frayed nerves. I enjoyed the beach many times during the months we spent by the beach, and at other times I would amuse myself by checking out the amenities offered by the pirates. Their restaurant offered all kinds of exotic seafoods of all shapes and sizes. Indeed, this was not what I expected when Chicot said we were going to a town controlled by pirates. They were far better behaved than any person I have ever met. They were odd, with some resembling the food they were serving at the table. Chicot did not spend much time with us during this mini vacation, and from time to time I would see him walking with a strange girl and a man who looked very familiar. One time I tried to join in their conversation, but Chicot acted like he didn't know me. After that embarrassing incident, I left Chicot to his own devices. Close to the end of my trip, we went on the Azura ship to an island, and the waves in the beach we stayed were quite still, and the sand was also powdery white, and the water was crystal clear. The only building was a tower rising over the forest. I grew stayed away from it since it bore the resemblance of a wizard's tower. While there we engaged a bit in recreational fishing. We also tried the fruits that grew in the forest. Most of the fruits we foraged we had to get rid of because Chicot said that they were poisonous. And at night we ate fish and rice by the camp, and the pirates would sing or perform great feats of strength for our amusement. And the maidens among their ranks would also sing and dance as well. Some of the men in our group were somewhat disappointed that the maidens had not sold themselves to them. Chicot said that they were lucky that the pirates had not drowned them in the ocean for even trying such a thing. When I could not sleep, I would wander the jungle in the island, and there was no large animals inside, and after stepping on something and almost spraining my ankle, I decided to just circle around the coast, where the ground was more or less even, and I decided to start collecting seashells and other items that washed ashore that piqued my interest. And from time to time, strange things would wash ashore, and these items were unusually quite small, or they were fragments of something bigger. Some of the items I just left there because they were far too big, and I could not find any use for them. One was a strange box with a small rectangular hole on the side and with another odd thing inside of it. The box had a few indentations and was made of a strange material. I found a message in a bottle. The message was, "Please state where and when this card was found, and then put it in the nearest post office. You will be informed of a reply where and when it was set adrift. Our object is to find out the direction of the deep currents of the North Sea." I gave this note to Chicot and he commented, "I am surprised that this washed up here of all places." "Why is this so surprising?" I asked. "Since other sort only wash up in the northern beaches, it must have had one hell of a trip to have washed up in this island," said Chicot. He added, getting up, "Where exactly did you find this?" I took Chicot to the part of the island where the strange sea items were washing ashore. His face darkened as he left without saying a word, and most of the pirate crew was nowhere in sight for a couple of days, and I was even alarmed when I saw the ship leave for 2 days, and when it came back, it had additional supplies. Though I think that the supplies were meant to distract us of the mystery involving those items that kept washing ashore. Chicot refused to speak of those items again, and many of them had been taken by the pirates. The ones that remained were more mundane. It was a good thing I had already picked out what I liked before showing Chicot the mysterious message in a bottle. We spent about a month in this island, and no new items was ashore, so it was a bit of a disappointment. The time eventually came for us to start heading home. Time, bro?
7 minutes.
The trip back upstream was slower. It felt even longer thanks to Chicot's teasing. One day he said, "I can't believe you abandoned your pregnant wife to go on vacation by yourself." "Wait, I did not abandon her. She gave me permission," I said, annoyed. And Miranda, who was eavesdropping, he said, "Of course she gave you permission. She's your wife. By law, they're not supposed to go against their husband's wishes. Still, that does not mean she won't hold a grudge for you dishing her in her time of need." "Shut up! I did not ask for your opinion," I yelled. Paola too joined in the conversation by saying, "Pregnancy is a difficult time for women. They need their husband's love and support to carry it to term. Leaving her alone with your mother might cause her to be scary." "What do you know about pregnancy? You never had a baby," I said, frowning. "I was assistant to a midwife when I was little. Trust me, I know about babies," said Paola. She added, "Still, I don't blame you for leaving. Most guys cannot stand being near their wives when they are giving birth. Still, for almost a whole year, it's going a bit overboard, don't you think?" "I did not expect this trip to take so long," I retorted. "You have more than enough time to tell us to go home," said Chicot. "Leave Joseph alone," Chicot said at Verandas. "With any luck, he will still have a wife waiting for him when he returns home." "Do you think she'll leave me?" I asked, alarmed. "I would if I were her," said Paola, leaving. "I'm not talking about her leaving you. I'm referring to her dying as a result of childbirth," said Aberando, looking seriously out of the blue. "Wait, what?" I said, alarmed. "I lost my first wife like that, and I did not even have a son for consolation. The babe was born dead," said Aberandus. "Is that why you drink yourself stupid all the time?" I asked. "You are a fool, Joseph," he said, leaving. The trip back to Little Sofia ended up taking way longer than expected, and we were forced to camp in a ruined town while we waited for a nasty blizzard to pass. In the end, I was forced to spend New Year's away from my wife, and the more time I spent away from her, the more my mind was filled with dreadful thoughts, and Scott spent all the time trying his best to make things worse. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arctic sister. Today we're reading Saturnastra Chicot. This is the final chapter, chapter 30, called Chicot. When I returned home, I was relieved to see my wife was alive and well. I felt quite mortified when I was informed that my firstborn son and daughter were already 4 months old. And when my children saw me, they treated me as if I was a total stranger. And since I was away for so long, my wife Maria took the liberty of naming the children for me. My daughter was called Leuce and my son Josephus. Whenever I tried holding them, they would start crying most pitifully. I was even more annoyed by the affection they showed Chicot's cat Aegis. They would pet it and even sleep with him on the same crib. Most of the time they were well behaved. They had inherited Maria's calm disposition. It seemed to me that they would only get fidgety when I was around. My mother advised me to give it some time. Chicot was fascinated with my little children, and he had always liked babies and small children. And in order to celebrate their births, Chicot brought out a line of children's toys. He made small wooden carts, rattles, something he called a pacifier, dolls, and stuffed animals. He also had made hundreds of toys of all shapes and sizes, and one of his interesting creations was the glass marbles. Marble toys I resisted for some time, and I had a few when I was younger. However, Chicot invented a tool that would cut the glass marbles into shapes easier. It also allowed for newer, bolder designs. It was strange to have such a large production of toys when in reality we should be making weapons to market in the chaos that surrounded us. One of the last arguments I had with him was about selling weapons instead of toys, and I entered his workshop while he was in the middle of sewing the most adorable pink dress for a porcelain doll. Sitting beside him, I said, "I was checking the profit margin for these toys we have been making. We would be doing a lot better if we went back to weapons production." "I am very disappointed in you, Joseph," said Chicot, not looking at me. "I'm just trying to keep your monetary empire afloat," I retorted. "Is money all that matters to you? I don't care about my worldly goods or my empire. I just want to make toys to make children happy. And when I make weapons to help their parents murder one another," said Chicot. Even without weapons, people will still find a way to kill each other, I responded. I am happy that you finally see things my way. For now there is more than enough junk in circulation. Any more and we will be undone, said Chicot, and if you have nothing else to say, leave me in peace. During the summer months, Chicot emptied out the vault one last time. He invested in vocational schools all over the continent, and he taught children how to read and write and type and a craft. These vocational schools helped get rid of the guild system for good, and these unprofitable ventures earned him a lot of critique from his soldiers and a good number of the new artisans who worked under him. The more they critiqued Chicot, the more isolated and wasteful he became. It seemed to me that Chicot was slowly tearing away his empire at the seams. There eventually came a rupture in management, and Gita stepped in and took over Chicot's affairs, and he would still continue to make his little toys, but his artisans no longer were compelled to mass-produce whatever he came up with. Since whatever he made was no longer going to be mass-produced, Chicot made some of the most exquisite toys. The craft machine behind them and the materials used to make them were sublime. And instead of giving away those items to whatever children he ran into in the street, he would also give away sometimes to old people and married ladies. And he also gave away most of the items he had in his storage room, and he only kept inside the N9 and Sylvia armor, his first compact mirror, and his mysterious enamel egg. He also started wearing his white robes. They were finally the appropriate size for him, and one day I walked into a one-sided argument between Amberandos and Chicot. Amberandos was in a frenzy because Chicot had given away to an unknown patron some of the more experimental models of his weapons. And when he asked for the blueprint, Chicot simply stated that he had given them away as well. How could you give away the blueprints? We will never be able to mass-produce those new weapons without them, he exclaimed. The patron paid extra for that option, explained Chicot. Don't kid around. The lifeblood of any smithy are the blueprints. No amount of gold is worth losing them, he exclaimed. If the Smiths had not memorized how to make the weapons, then they were unworthy of working under me in the first place, said Chicot. Not everyone has a prodigious memory like you, Chicot. And besides, each Smith only contributes a small amount of effort into the process of making a single sword. Or have you forgotten this as well, said Alberandos. It is not my problem anymore, said Chicot, leaving. He smiled as he passed by me. No one could explain Chicot's sudden irresponsibleness. He also started eating solid sweets and spending all of the nights awake. And one night I found him crying inside his armory room. And when I asked him what was the matter, he said, "Nothing's wrong." "Come on, you can tell me what's wrong," I insisted. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You would call me mad or start to hate me like your mother," he said bitterly. "My mother does not hate you, I said, petting his head. "Yes, she does. She just hides it very well," he said, wiping his face with his sleeve. "Don't be like that," I said. Chicot slapped my hand away, and standing up he said bitterly, "You hate me too, don't you?" "No, I don't, and if this is about the money thing, I would ask the others to back off," I said, condescending. "I don't need your help. I can take care of myself. You should be focusing on taking care of your wife and kids. I can hear your babies crying even from here," said Chicot. "Maria will get to them, don't worry," I said. "You disappoint me, Joseph," he said, pointing towards the door. Since I was not taking the hand, he dragged me out, yelling, "Get out, get out." Once outside, I was greeted by the amused face of Una. She said, "My contact with Chicot will expire by New Year's, so you will have to do without me from here on out. Please inform the others if you don't mind." "Can we renew our contract next year?" I asked. "No, my family is relocating, and this will definitely be my last few months with you guys," said Unla, yawning. "I see, we'll take care of that. Thank you for protecting us," I said, bowing. "There's no need to thank me. I was just doing my job, as all," said Unla, leaving. The New Year finally came, and as usual we had a big celebration with fireworks in the manor. Amidst the celebration, I lost track of Chicot. When the morning came, he was nowhere to be found. Days passed, and after a week of not hearing from him, we started to get alarmed. A search party was sent out to look for him in the forests and roads, and we also searched for him within Little Sofia, and during the second day of our search, Alberandos broke the lock of Chicot's storage. It was the one place we had not searched, and I was surprised to see that the Sylvia and the Nat armors were gone, as well as Chicot's egg and mirror. It seemed almost impossible to imagine Chicot sneaking out of the party carrying out 4 armors that were twice his size. Just the heavy version of the enhanced armor required 6 people to move it from place to place. When the spring months finally came, we all started to come to terms with the realization that Chicot was gone. Some speculated that he had been murdered by thieves that had slipped into the party. Others said he had just been spirited away by magic users. For a time, whenever we sent merchant expeditions, they would carry a sketch of Chicot. They would ask around town to see if anyone had seen or heard from him. And after 5 years, we stopped actively searching for Chicot. It was as if he had disappeared off the face of the world. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
It has been 5 years since Chicot left, and slowly people who used to work alongside of him have started speaking about him. Albert did not seem too saddened with Chicot leaving. Based on his behavior, Albert has been expecting this for some time. He got remarried to my mother, of all people. Kita did not seem to mind Chicot's departure, though she still worked diligently to maintain the prosperity of little Sofia. Paola was the one who took Chicot's departure the hardest. She left the town a month after Chicot disappeared, and what became of her, no one in little Sofia can say. And according to our verandas, Paola joined up with the knights of the realm. Since people are no longer speaking of Chicot, I started to worry that he might be forgotten. And I wrote this book in order to honor the memory of my best friend, whom I miss every day. If you are reading this, Chicot, please come home. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. God bless.